believe that?
Oh, I thought you was asking me.
Oh, no.
Honestly, I trust the people who told me they did it. And I watched the moon landing when I was 5 years old or whatever it was.
Okay.
That's why I believe
Fair
it.
enough. So just because the government said so. Did you believe
And a whole
that?
lot of other people, yes.
Did you believe that Iraq had WMDs when the U.S. government
I
said
did
Iraq
not
had
believe
WMDs?
that. No, I did not believe that.
Why didn't you trust
Why
those
not?
people, but you trusted the other people?
Because I had really good evidence to believe they were wrong. I had other sources that were giving me really good evidence.
But they
Like
use
who?
satellites to pinpoint where the WMDs were.
But they didn't.
But they did.
Why didn't you bring up the evidence? Why didn't you bring up the evidence for the moon instead of saying because I believed?
You said they gave you really good evidence. Who gave you good evidence? What evidence? Of what?
Reporters were telling me, reporters are magazines like The Nation and In These Times and Z Magazine. And
Okay, yeah,
all
but
these
what
other magazines I was
evidence?
reading.
I asked what evidence, though. Not who
No,
told
they
you
were
what.
providing what was counterclaims by the CIA. The CIA was having an internal debate that was publicized, and most of the information that was being produced was from the Office of Special Operations, something like that. Dick Cheney's little thing that he made up, and I found the curveball
Is
to be
all
less
of
than
your evidence?
persuasive.
Is all of your evidence conversations amongst superpowers? Just before you continue.
Is all my evidence no, they were by reporters.
So you had the
And
UN weapons inspectors who told you, no, there is no weapons of mass destruction.
That's another reason I didn't believe him, because I had Hans Blix telling me that we haven't found anything, and
but you had NASA showing they had photos of it. So who
I never saw. I saw it and never saw any NASA photos of it.
Dude, Colin Powell presented them to the General Counsel. What the fuck, dude? Hans Blix was considered a quack. He was considered a NASA denier, conspiracy theorist, quack, because he was denying photos from space.
He wasn't among my peers.
So if you saw the NASA photos, would NASA be lying, or what? Would you believe them?
If NASA showed me some photos of nuclear centrifuges, to create nuclear weapons, yeah, I'd believe them, but they didn't. They didn't.
Well, it would just be buildings they're showing you.
Yeah, exactly.
The inside
they
of
the buildings.
Oh, okay, you're saying
what's inside of them.
Yeah, I get
NASA can't tell us what's inside those buildings. That was Dick Cheney and Paul Wolfowitz and all those other morons.
Yeah,
so you're saying that the U.S. government told a lie to invade a country?
I don't know if I'd call it a lie. I think they believed it, and I think they were very wrong. And it turns out I am correct, or the people on my side were correct, and they were incorrect, as they admitted.
So you don't think there's any element of anyone just wanting to go and invade a country, so that's why they push this narrative?
No, I think that might be the core of why they were wrong. They may have really wanted it, and a confirmation bias was weighing heavily on their decisions.
So you're saying this country, this government, misled the public in order to garner support for destroying a country and killing millions of people, but you trust them when they told you that they went and flew to the moon?
They're not the same people.
Right, so what makes you trust the older people and not the newer people?
The older people bombed.
Older or newer.
The older people
right, but you wouldn't have had the access to the level of information that was being spoken about with regards to the Iraq war as there was with the moon landing. So wouldn't it just be a case of you had much less information to go on back then?
I disagree. I think we would have. The New York Times was doing really good work about the Vietnam War at the time and showing how the Vietnam War was going really badly. It was at the same time. So there was all information out there, and they were talking about bombings in Cambodia when Nixon was denying it. So the information's always out there.
So do you think Vietnam? So do you think the Vietnam War was a justified invasion,
Absolutely
or do you think
not.
that was shady?
No.
Okay, so then that's the same government as the one doing the moon landing, right?
Yes, I know, but the reason I think they were shady because I was getting, I was, 4 or 5 years old at the time, but I can look at the New York Times articles later when I grew up, and I could see what they were saying at the time.
Okay, but when you said the new government, you don't trust the newer government, but you trusted the older one. But now you're just saying you didn't really trust the older one because you knew they were doing shady stuff in Vietnam.
No, where there wasn't the government putting these, it was NASA, and NASA wasn't lying about Vietnam.
So NASA isn't part of the government.
They're a different part of the government. The government's huge.
The executive branch.
Okay, so you know specifically the people in NASA, the part of the U.S. military, were trustworthy, but the other part of the U.S. military that were going into Vietnam, they weren't trustworthy.
No, I've just seen zero evidence to suggest to me that NASA's not trustworthy. Where I've seen plenty of evidence to suggest to me that Nixon was not trustworthy.
Have you looked really hard for evidence about NASA being trustworthy or untrustworthy?
It depends what you. I don't know. I guess not. But why would I?
Yeah, why would you?
Because I think somebody would have
trust them.
No. I trust everybody else. I trust everybody. Well, I do trust them. True, but I trust them because nobody else who would love to break a story like this has broken such a story. It would make their careers to show that NASA.
Quite a lot of people were calling out NASA.
Dude, this is the best part. The 1960s, the atheists kept taking NASA to court over and over again.
What is you and the atheist, Crit? Jeez.
Because it's an identity that you like to associate with.
It has nothing to do with their belief in a God. This has nothing to do with that, man.
Yeah, it does, because
let him finish about his explanation then.
Okay.
Finish what he was going to say.
NASA said that God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism. NASA said that they gave the glory to God. They read from Apollo 8. NASA said they're going to take communion on the moon to celebrate Christmas. They did all these things, and the atheists were irate. Okay, they took NASA to court over and over again, saying there was no religious freedom. This was a separation of church and state issue, and they had to prove it. So the judge in the court said they kicked it down to the lower court. Said, well, this would have to be something you'd have to look at the lower court, who then said no jurisdiction. Because they would say that even if humans leave Earth, but they never prove that they left Earth, they would still have their human rights. And then the atheists were like, well, I thought that only applied inside America. A whole bunch of stuff came out of these court cases. You can look it up. One of the most famous atheist activists there were. I'm drawing the blank on her name right now. Madeline something or another.
Albright.
Yeah, oh, there you go. Yeah, she's the one who led this charge. She was like the biggest Apollo. I mean, you got George Carlin, the same time frame. Said there's no way Nixon put people on the moon. I can't remember the exact joke he said. Like, Nixon couldn't even put something, like, I can't remember exactly. It was something on the quote with, like, he couldn't do stuff here on Earth. What makes you think he can do stuff out in space? It's just a big flex. It's like, here, watch me. I can pick up the green phone and I can lock someone's heels on the moon. The whole talking point was like same thing Obama tried. I got a phone and a pen, and I can just make things happen because I'm the most powerful man in all of creation. He didn't do shit, dude. He lied about it. Nixon lied about every single thing he did. The Apollo program was no different. Bush lied about every single thing he did. The photos from space are no different.
I take it you're done?
Yeah, did you get that or not?
Okay. It's a good thing Nixon was not a NASA astronaut. We didn't rely on Nixon to actually build these spaceships.
No, he was just in charge of the whole program.
It's irrelevant.
Astronauts don't build spaceships.
Yeah, remember Astronauts Gone Wild. I'm just a passenger on the flight.
Oh, now that you derailed that conversation.
No, it's the same one, dude. It's about blind trust in the executive branch. Your worldview is contradictory. At one hand, you'll be like, I trust the government. And the next hand, you're like, I don't trust the government. And you're like, well, okay,
You're
but
skipping the whole part about the reasons why.
okay, what's the reason to trust NASA and not trust NASA?
I just told you, I've seen no credible information to show that they're lying.
The weapons of mass, photos of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
We've been through that. We just a second ago. All they could show is buildings.
There's more than just buildings, dude. I posted the link from CNN. They had trucks. They had like the launch platform, the outdoor. They had the mobile, decontamination facility. All this stuff was labeled. The best argument I heard against it was NASA just took the photos. The intelligence community put all the label. They're the ones who put a little pin. Called, hey, that's a launch vehicle.
This
that right
literally
there.
what gave us. This literally what gave us the green light. NASA.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was just kind of to show and to highlight that your level of trust that you're placing here isn't one based really on evidence, it's one based on emotion, where you'll trust the government in one aspect and deny them in another based on your emotional connection to the story, not because of the hard facts as they present themselves.
And what about what I said was not based on hard facts?
Well, your determined trust in NASA during the Apollo missions, when at the same time pointing out that the government at the time was shady with what they were doing in Vietnam, but you've compartmentalized your trust to the very specific portion of the story that you really want to be true, that you won't allow yourself to be skeptical of, as you confirmed. You didn't really say you investigated it much. Yeah. Whereas the rest, you're like, yeah, I can be skeptical of that. Because you're protecting a worldview and a religion. That's really what this whole kind of cope that you're doing is about. It's like the worldview religion aspect. It's not about the facts or the physical reality. It's deeper than that for you.
I agree. Now I think we're getting to something. What worldview religion do you think I'm trying to protect?
The heliocentric globe.
And how does that serve me?
Well, it doesn't actually, Scott. You just seem to be under the impression that you want to maintain it anyway.
But why do you think I'd be motivated to protect it?
Fear, probably. Primarily.
What? Fear of what?
That you're wrong? No.
The consequences.
How would we know your motivations?
Getting mocked or ridiculed?
He suggested I was motivated by fear.
Yes.
Right?
It's also self-cost. Maybe you're afraid of losing your worldview.
And why would that
and what the other worldview might entail.
Yeah, maybe you're married to your worldview and you love it.
What would that entail? How would my life change if the Earth were flat, you think?
He cares.
Well, that's up to you, because the Earth doesn't really change. Nothing in objective reality changes. Just you do.
And so what would be my motivation for hanging on to a globe Earth then, if nothing changes in my life?
Well, maybe you're married to it.
I would say your ego doesn't want to let you realize that you've been fooled your whole life.
But finally, Scott, you're starting to ask yourself the important questions that you should be asking yourself. So well done. You're making progress.
I've been asking these questions for over 40 years now.
Wow.
And
still where you're at.
And I've changed my opinion on a great many things.
Do you got one example? Just to see I can follow it.
I used to be a Republican when I was younger.
Wow. Who doesn't change from conservative from liberal?
I used to believe in a God.
No, he's saying he's gone from he went from conservative to liberal is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
It's like the reverse.
And so can men have babies?
And to be fully honest, I'm pretty sure I used to be very racist. And I've been working on that for a good 45 years now, trying to beat that out of me.
That's all. You're a bigot. Because you still are.
I was. It's true.
It's just racism is just like a subset of that.
Hey. I mean, when I was growing up, when we did eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch something by the toe, we didn't use tiger. And that was disgusting now that I think about it. But that's the neighborhood I grew up in.
That's a Mandela effect.
It's
So
not. I know what we
would
used
you
to say.
agree? Would
Just
you
kidding.
agree that men can have babies then? Are you with that party?
That's a definition argument.
That's not.
So do you agree or
No.
not agree?
No, nobody thinks biological males can have babies. The question is biological male the same thing as man? And people are saying no.
What do you say?
What do you think?
I think gender is something that someone can choose.
Oh,
Okay.
It doesn't make them any. It doesn't change the biology one bit, right?
Just take what he said and make what you will of it, and let's put
Yeah,
a pin
let's
on
leave it on that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's the end of that.
You wouldn't ask a biologist to see who's male and female? What?
It's not the topic. We're on Earth.
Yeah. But see, but you guys are aware that we. But you guys are aware that we do think you guys suffer from all these things you're thinking. You're afraid of something, right? We a lot of us
dare
think
say that is something you tell yourself, Scott. But
yeah, I know.
God,
Yeah, we know.
the only thing I'm afraid of with you.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing the guy said in the anti-flat Earth video when he is talking about philosophy and where we go wrong. And literally, he said one of the things that they go wrong is looking at something, and because it looks that way, therefore it is. That's exactly what you guys do with sunset. That's exactly what you do with the horizon. Well, it looks like boats are cut off, and that's because it is physically blocked. Because that's what it looks like.
I agree. That's what we do. Why would you do anything else?
The only thing
I'm
I'm
just
afraid of
telling
is
you-
that
I'm
one
just
day I
telling
stop
you that,
questioning everything.
I'm just telling you that it was, somebody that was a globe earther who's talking about philosophy and pointing out where we err in logic. But it's not actually us that does that. It's actually you guys.
And so what do you do then? How do you not err?
Not that. I don't look at stuff and go, whoop, there it is.
What do you do then?
Not that.
Okay, so what do you do? Let's not say what you don't do. Let's talk what you do.
Not that.
See, this is what I find interesting about flat earthers. You never say what you do. You always say what you don't do.
To establish cause and effect relationships, which has nothing to do with affirming the consequent, begging the question, or reification fallacies. Now what?
Okay, so when you see the boat go over the horizon, what do you do?
It's not science.
What goes on in your mind?
It's not science.
Okay, what is it then?
Sorry, being as I know myself that I can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface, I'm not going to just assert that the cutting off of the bottom of objects can only be seen because of physical obstruction.
Okay, so we determined there are other ways to do it. How did you determine what's happening with the boat then?
Well, you just determine that they can disappear over flat surfaces. Therefore, oh snap, there's something going on with the optics because you don't need something to physically obstruct something for it to appear that way.
Okay,
that's what you learn. That's what you learn from the step of probably assuming it, like you guys do.
And so, what do you do then?
We just told you what we did.
Okay, so when you say things can be cut off, what is the situation? What are the conditions under which things can disappear from the bottom up, not being blocked by something?
Well, I'd say my experience, I fell over at a skating rink and my head was on the floor, and I noticed that I couldn't observe the blades of the skates of the people on the far side of the rink. Now, this was a skating rink, a known flat surface, but I couldn't observe the blades. I could see the shoes. It looked like they were skating on shoes, but they weren't. They were skating on blades, but I couldn't see them. So therefore, I was observing the effect that I can't resolve the bottom of that object because my face is too low to the floor. Demonstrated that a known flat surface, and if I've got a low angle to it, the bottom of objects will be unresolvable to me.
Okay, so what angles did that require then?
My head was on the fucking floor, so my eyeballs were no more than 2 inches off the surface of the ice. It was fucking cold down there.
Yeah. And
So a known flat surface and I couldn't resolve the blades of the skates, then it wasn't physical obstruction, now was it?
Sure. Okay. I can assume that, and we can take that as a given. We'll even assume the ice was flat and not warped from the Zamboni pushing water and freezing it and making a little mound. We can assume that. It's also possible that the ice is not flat, right?
It's also possible that we can demonstrate this on other known flat surfaces as well. I'm just giving you my real life personal experience. We can make things disappear from the bottom up if we're low enough to that surface and the thing is at distance. The bottom of that object will be unresolvable because it's probably entered an angle of 0.02.
Yeah. Okay. So we can go with that 0.02 stuff, right? And so how far away would the sun have to go at what altitude to get you a 0.02 angle?
Yeah, but isn't that a red herring? Because we're talking about the quality of your question. Now you're asking us for a quantity when we don't even know where the sun is.
This is what a lot of us do. We do try to put the mathematics.
Not we, because you said we were talking about where you go wrong, and then you said, "Well, what about us?" And here's another thing that you're trying to. We wouldn't be doing what you're asking. We wouldn't be inquiring such things because, again,
what would you be doing?
You asked for the quality of an argument, and it was given to you, and now you're asking us about the sun. Well, we couldn't possibly know. We don't know where the sun is. We don't know exactly what's going on. So we don't concern ourselves with trying to answer questions without adequate information.
But you do know that a lot of people out who do concern themselves with these things, and they think they figured out
pseudoscientists and people who are willing to affirm the consequent, beg the question, and reify.
Yeah, they feel they're obligated to provide answers when they're not.
And so you don't think it's an interesting question to try to guess how far away the moon is?
No. Hold on, because there's no practical pragmatism in that.
If we're able to measure
out of
the
curiosity, we're just curious creatures.
No, okay, out of curiosity, like I said, you asked me why. I told you why. Because there's actually no reason we would need to know that. Only people that need to know that are people who think they're going to the moon.
If we're able to measure the speed of light,
and so what you seem to be saying is you're only interested in things you need to know.
No, I'm only interested in things that I know that I can know.
If we're able to measure the speed of light, we 100% are able to identify how far away the sun is and where it is.
Yeah, we can only establish its angular relationship. That's it.
But we also can establish how far it is away by the speed at which the light reaches us.
Agree that angular relationship does not change in the course of a night?
Yeah. Like, if I'm able to measure the light coming from the sun, I can then in turn measure how far away the sun actually is.
No, you can't because you can't do trig on celestial bodies.
But we don't need to do trig to do an angular relationship.
You don't need
right? Or an angular. What's the word I'm looking for? Angular resolution.
Can't measure the one-way speed.
Okay, you'd have to know the distance. How would you know the distance?
Based on the time it takes the light to get to my fucking face. I don't know, but
I don't get what that means. Because when you're dealing with angular size, then you have to either know the distance or the size, and all we know is the apparent size.
Okay, let's go with apparent size then. So if we take a telescope or
it's not a real size; it's just the apparent size. So
okay, but can we agree that the apparent size does not change through the course of a night?
It doesn't matter.
But can we agree to it though? If it doesn't
matter because you're trying to apply a method incorrectly. I'm trying to say you can't do that.
I'm just trying to put forth an observation.
He doesn't need our approval to make a claim. Just make your claim.
I just want to talk to human beings. Yeah, my observation of the moon over the course of a night, its size does not change one bit. It looks the same size throughout the entire night.
If light travels,
you guys share that observation.
If light travels 300,000 kilometers per second, I can identify how far away the sun is just by that.
Yeah,
It takes It takes
You have to
8
have
minutes
something. You need to believe this for some reason. You can't answer simple questions.
It takes 8 minutes for that shit to reach the Earth. That would firmly establish where the
Shit,
sun
do I
is
have
in
something
relation to
muted?
Earth.
Fuck, sorry.
You've already assumed the distance before you made the calculation there.
Fuck. I had P3 muted for some reason.
But guys, notice this conversation, this particular part of the conversation started with because we said you guys just look at stuff and go, whoop, there it is. And then you said, well, what do you do? And then I responded, well, I use the scientific method correctly.
What was the last thing you used the scientific method on?
Boiling water.
Seriously?
Yep.
That's what you're going with?
Yep.
Mike, it's me. Sorry. Do cause and effect relationships happen in the physical and natural world? Do other things cause other things to happen?
Oh, I assume so. Yeah.
Awesome. That's what science
That's
studies, cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. We study what causes phenomena to happen.
Well, but everything doesn't have to be science, right?
Well, if we're going to be elucidating to what causes things to happen, then science would be the tool that we can most definitely test and experiment with to demonstrate what is causing stuff to happen. Being as cause and effect relationships happen in the physical and natural world and science studies that shit, then I don't see your point. Or you're just going to deny cause and effect in the physical and natural world. Other things cause other things to happen. That doesn't happen to you then, no?
No, it definitely happens, of course.
And stuff. So science studies that. That would be a useful tool to elucidate what causes shit to happen.
Correct.
Good. So we don't have to just talk about boiling water. We can talk about any other cause and effect relationship in the physical and natural world, which science studies.
I agree. So what's the last thing you studied?
Again,
right now, you.
But again, like, either you disagree or you agree. You don't have to ask us what we've studied. Either you agree with the method or you don't.
I agree with the method.
Okay, so like I was talking about with trigonometry, either you agreed with the method or you didn't. You asked us, well, what about the sun? And I told you, well, you can't do trig on the sun.
You're talking about the moon.
I know, but that was a red herring then, wasn't it? Because we were talking about trigonometry.
But we can't do trig on the sun.
But we was talking about trigonometry, though. And so, again, something that I just wanted you to agree to the quality of. And instead of doing that, you wanted to go on another goose chase.
I just want to find out where we...
Then the lines from the center, the longitude lines would diverge. Very convenient that suddenly you have a pear-shaped diverging, longitude lines. Very convenient for your perfect sphere Earth that is suddenly matched the flat Earth. And
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, all right, well, let's
Wait,
go there to Antarctica.
If anybody doesn't realize that millions have traveled or circumnavigated east to west, but nobody's done it north to south and doesn't find that odd in any way, then you're freaking delusional. You're just freaking delusional.
Yeah, but what kind of proof is like east to west circles? Like, who the hell would travel a perfect east to west? Just do a straight line, cut across that shit.
Well, there's been people that go around,
who the hell would
the
do
flat
that?
Earth, but nobody goes north to south. So, like, we just don't feel like it. We're just not gonna do it, because it's really hard, to go up over the. Plus, they just don't let you fly over the North Pole anyway. I mean, they've got all these reasons.
Yeah, very convenient. And it's like, well, we would, but we locked it off. We would, but we made this old treaty, and you know how we honor old treaties that you can't fly over. So you can't go prove that the Earth's a globe. No big deal. Just trust these plane flights of a great circle, being a thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's very convenient, all of that. So it's like, yeah, at some point, just go. Somebody just form a line, people, and just march forward. And if you somehow can use instrumentation to maintain a relatively straight line, let me know. If you if you pop back up over on the other side. I mean, if I stand at the North Pole or South Pole, right, and I just reach to the east, will I be able to like smack my own ass? Like, what? How does this work? Straight line to the east, just dead record to the. Am I gonna just like smack my own ass? Like, what's this whole pop up on the other side thing? Because then conveniently the North Pole is flat, so that won't happen. Very convenient.
Yeah, well, then when you look into the one that they did give it to for the record, what they gave him the north to south circumnavigation, they gave him the world's record, some bullshit, and he didn't really even do it. He goes down to what, a little bit past the tip of South America, and then has engine trouble and comes back up, and it's all on like GPS or whatever the hell that tracking app was, and they just give it to him anyway. Like, nobody finds that odd. It's definitely a globe.
Well, they can't decipher. They just show you a globe and say, "Look, they did it on the globe." You need to make your own map to figure it out. But when you flatten it out, just the stuff that they give you, then he's just touching one place and coming back. And he gave the reason. He said it was too cold. He said it's too cold. I can't go over this South Pole that nobody else has been over either. You got what else you got? You got the ocean races, right? Like top speed in the north is like 30 knots or something. Top speed in the south, the ocean, is like 4 knots, something like that. So it's either a bigger circle or boats don't work in the south. So no wind in the south.
So, how many thousands of years more do we have to give the flat Earth to come up with the map?
And never even got to the end of it. And he was just like, "Fuck it," and gave up. Right? You heard this flat Earth story before, or this globe Earth story, or whatever? Yes, no, maybe so.
I have. He freaking tries to map out South America. I'm sorry, the Antarctica. He starts going around it. And he's going, and he's going, and he's going, and he's going, and he's freaking, I don't know. I guess they count the knots. I don't know how they count. They don't have an odometer, but he figures out it's like almost 60,000 miles, and he still hasn't got around it. Everybody knows what the hell he was doing. He was bouncing around the freaking edge.
Right,
I mean, it's absurd to think anything else, and unless you think, oh, Antarctica is way bigger than what we think. Yeah, actually, it is.
How do you turn a 6,000 mile
kind of a different shape too.
Somehow he turned 6,000 mile circle into 60,000. I don't know how he did it. Magic.
Yeah, he just missed it. He just must have done it 10 times. He just kind of,
Yeah, he kept passing the guys on the shore that he left on the shore, but didn't know they were the guys on the shore.
The same big pole with the flag he left there.
Yeah,
went past like 10 times.
That looks like my flag, but that's probably not my flag. Yeah, it's some other guy's only flag out here. But what the hell is my point of that? Oh, my point of this was the guy who asked about another 4,000 years to get a flat Earth map. So, that guy's job, the Captain Cook guy, his job was to make the globe. That's what he was. That's what and he's renowned. Like, everybody knows Captain Cook. They got Cook Island right in Antarctica. They got like the Cook Hotel. This was he went out there. It wasn't just one guy, right? But they had fleet and ships. And that was his job, to make the globe, to get the magnetic declination and converge these longitudes to a central pole, to a point. And he took a team of these guys with an already, like an engineering plan on how to do it. Like, this is what you need to do. Go map the stars, go map the sky, and have it converge to this point. That was his job. So, I mean, they didn't have a globe map until then, right? That was based on all the other.
I didn't know all that. That's interesting.
Yeah, that was his job. What do you think? I mean, he was going to map Antarctica, right? He tried to go around Antarctica to map. I mean, what was he? He wasn't not mapping it. He was mapping Antarctica, and he was going to get the longitudes.
I thought he was just really into Antarctica.
No, he was sent by the military, funded, and had agreed upon with other nations that this is what he's going to go do, is give us a globe world map. Yeah.
I didn't know all that.
So, I mean, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So the guy who asked, like, how come the flat earthers don't have the accurate map? We got to go undo whatever the fuck he did.
Shit, they're all flat anyway.
Bacon, have you came up with your flat Earth map that can do celestial navigation, or are you still working on it?
As far as I've tested, none of them work.
Can you do it on the ceiling in the kitchen?
Do you think if we get another 2,000 years, we could do it, Bacon?
I don't
You think
so.
time exists? That's weirdo. So, Bacon, did you do it on like a ceiling? You're saying you can't do it like at all with flat surfaces, or just with the stars?
I can't do celestial navigation flat surface.
Can you do it with anything else? Can you do it with, like, just make your own? Can you just make up something and say, I'm going to do random, I'm going to make my own points in the sky, Cartesian system? And can you make it work like that?
I can make it work with something that doesn't match observation.
Yeah, make an observation. Go get some stickers from the store. Put them on the ceiling. Can you make a? Can you get me?
I don't care about things that don't match observation. I care about things that
it
do
will
match
match it because you'll make it.
He cares about proving the ball. That's what he cares about.
Isn't there a type of navigation where you don't use the stars and just use like some point, like lighthouse, as a reference, but basically do the same thing? So you also like draw lines of position, but based on the measured azimuths to these objects, like on the ground. So maybe this type of navigation could work on the flat Earth.
Yeah, can you do it with just two parallel surfaces? You can do this or no?
What are the surfaces supposed to represent?
A floor, like a warehouse floor, and a warehouse ceiling. Can you like tie some stuffed animals to the warehouse ceiling and say, all right, I know this,
it won't
square
work.
grid.
Yeah,
it won't work.
No.
Even though the warehouse is
It only works on a globe, dude. It only works on a globe.
That's what I'm asking.
It won't work with reality. Like if you what I'm saying doesn't work is that if you think that's what the stars are, so if you think the stars are on a plane above a plane, which is the Earth, and you're on the lower plane, and you work with that assumption, you're going to get inconsistent data for your location every time. It won't work consistently.
Yeah, I'm saying you're the map guy. You're the map guy and the app guy. Like, you made the app, you got the computer data. Can you get a warehouse and get put 5 stuffed animals on the top of the warehouse?
I can make that work, not in any way that matches reality.
So then it won't match the stuffed animals in the ceiling?
No, it won't match the elevation angles we take in real life with sex.
To the stuffed animals?
Yeah. To
okay, then
whatever analog you want.
Are we saying that there's something wrong? Then what's the problem with the warehouse?
It simply doesn't work as an analog for navigation.
I have a question. Let's say you assume that
a clear answer on this. Why warehouses don't comport to reality? I don't understand that.
No, I'm saying the way stars work on a warehouse doesn't match the way stars work in reality.
Yeah,
they don't behave the same.
What's the difference? So the stars are all at the same infinite distance. So they're all on the same plane, right? The stuffed animals are all on the same plane. Then we do sighting to the horizon and connect the 2 lines, and then diff correction to bring yourself down to the horizon. Now that's a plane.
From the start, there's a difference, because if you're sighting stuff like on the ceiling of a warehouse, the correlation between the distance to the point below those things and the angle you're reading wouldn't be linear. That's already a bad start, because in navigation they are. In reality they are. In the warehouse they're not.
I think you should think about it and do it.
That's what I wanted to ask. If you like give them this magical band light, where it would basically work the exact way as you would expect the angles on the globe, like in Walter Bislin's model, would it then work? So it is a matter of the stars like physically not working, but if we give this assumption violating laws of physics, it could work, or would it still not work?
Oh, it could work for just your position. It wouldn't work for directions. So, for example, if light bends the way it bends in Walter Bensley model, and you do celestial navigation there, assuming a sphere, you're gonna get the correct location, but you're gonna get the wrong azimuths. So when you get an azimuth to a GP, it doesn't actually point to that GP. So if you head to that direction, you're not gonna get there.
Oh, okay. So the distance to the GP would be the same, but the
So the
azimuth would be different.
distance, no, both would be different. So first of all, the circles of equality wouldn't be circles anymore, because if light bends in the way it bends on Walter Bensley model, the circle of equal altitude will become like these weird shapes. So angle doesn't even correlate to distance anymore, because it depending on where you are on the circle, you're closer or further to the center without changing the elevation angle to that star. So that already breaks circles of equal altitude. You wouldn't have circles of equal altitude. And all your azimuths would be fucked up. So whatever directions you think you should be heading, that's the wrong direction. That's you'd be getting wrong directions all the time. You would be get the correct location, because the elevation angles would be the same. So if you do the same process, you get the same parallel latitude and longitude. But you no longer have correct distances, and you no longer have correct bearings. So all your azimuths and distances are fucked up.
Yeah, because you'd be making like a chord line through the circle.
It has nothing to do with that.
He tried.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So you got a circle, right, of the globe, I guess, whatever. So east, right? But you just want to go to the point over there. So that would be a straight line from A to B. Wouldn't be east. You'd be just lying on you'd just be landing on the point B. It would be lying on the circumference of the circle, cutting through it.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
I said what I said.
Or just a quick example. If you do azimuths in navigation, if you pick 3 points and you compute the azimuth between each angle between those 3 points. So you have point A, B, and C. So you do the azimuthal angle between ABC, and then CAB, and then BCA. So you get those 3 angles. You add them up, you never get 100. You always get more when you're doing the computations that navigation does, which wouldn't work on a flat surface.
So spherical axis, basically.
Yeah, but those
exactly.
those A, B, C points. Are you talking about like ships or something like a city?
It could be, yeah. It could be a point on the city. It could be a point on the ocean. It could be a point where you have
but they're
a
not
ship.
actually the same distance, right? Like if I have, I don't know, they're not actually the same distance. One's further, one's closer, one's behind.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the azimuths between them. Distance doesn't matter. Like if you scale up a triangle, the angles don't change. Distance is irrelevant for a spherical axis.
Yeah, maybe. So we got the difference between the north.
Like pick 3 points. Pick 3 points that are below stars in stellarium, right? And then you go to one of those and read the azimuthal angle between the other 2. Then you go to the other point and do the same thing, and then go to the third point and do the same thing. So you end up with 3 azimuthal angles between 3 points on Earth's surface. And then you add them up. They're not going to match 180. They're going to exceed by several degrees.
Are we now talking about taking angles to the points on Earth or to the star which you have the GP of somewhere far away?
Exactly. So the azimuth to the star is the same as the azimuth of the GP. So if you take the azimuth to the star, and the star is above the GP, then you're also taking the azimuth to the GP itself, because a vertical angle doesn't affect a azimuth. Like if you move up and down, if you're sighting the azimuth to a target and you move the target up and down, it doesn't change the azimuth, which means the azimuth of the star is the same as the azimuth of the GP. That make sense?
Yes, I can imagine. That's why I was asking that, because from such distance where this axis would be significant, you wouldn't even see the ground at that point where you would be measuring the angle, because it would be way below the horizon.
What did I walk in on? What's happening?
You just walked in on the flat Earth getting destroyed by Bacon.
Stop dick riding, Trig.
I can't.
He actually isn't destroying it. He's just explaining his mathematical model, and this model that he's created, it doesn't line up with the reality of the observations that have been taken. So respectfully, I'm just listening to you, Bacon, talk about all these things. You're talking about how you can take an angle to a light in the sky. There's a lot of variables that you don't include in your little model and calculations and your software that you made. But I see, like, for instance, if those lights were behind something, a medium, that would make their apparent position not necessarily in the place that they are actually. So when you did take your calculation to it from your position, but somebody 1,000 miles away is looking at it and seeing it in a different position, and then you guys both have these calculated, positions, but then you're both off by 3 miles. Well, or one's off by 2 miles and one's off by 3 miles, but that's because there is a optical phenomenon happening because the things are in a medium which you do not know that they are in.
Chill out, cuz. You're not
I think you're off
I could prove that
by
does
3
occur
miles.
by this. Like, you could do
No,
this.
they're all stupid. The Earth is not flat.
Dude, shut the
y'all
fuck up.
Can you please mute these weird troll people?
Shut your bitch ass up, little nigga. Shut your bitch ass up. Shut your bitch
you're
ass up.
gonna
Shut your
get
bitch ass up. Like, I don't want to hear you
fucked
yapping.
up,
Stop yapping.
3,
Stop yapping. Stop
2.
yapping. Stop yapping. Womp womp. You're gonna kick me out. Womp womp. Cry about it. Cry about it, little kid. Cry about it. Cry about it. I know you're crying.
We'll just let you get it out.
There's no moderator here.
Can we just all mute him individually?
This kid's
yapping. I'm just gonna mute him
works.
individually, and then we'll just keep talking. Hold on, give me a
Oh,
second.
you're scared.
Mute this
Okay,
kid.
you're scared.
I muted
You're
him.
scared. Oh, you're scared.
Yeah, he's muted.
You're
Anyways, if
scared.
anybody else can still hear him, just mute him. That way we can carry on our conversation.
What the
So what were you saying, Bacon?
He was. I mean, he was.
Oh,
Yeah, rebut this, right? So I got my grill off in the distance, right? I'm pointing at it right now. I'm pointing right at it, right? Now, ready? Now I'm going to close my left eye, and it's off. Now I'm going to close my right eye, and it's way off.
Womp womp. Like, I can close my left eye too and point at it. Like,
therefore,
it's working. It's working.
Oh, well, that's
Watch
an
out,
ingenious
working.
argument, don't think. Oh, I think you got me now.
All right, I'll see you guys. I gotta go eat.
Like, it's working, dude.
Go eat that
It's working.
barbecue that you just made.
Yeah. I think you're off by 2 or 3 miles. At least not if you're doing that with the accurate tools. Like, if you're using a theodolite, I don't think you're gonna get near an arc minute of error.
What? Okay, so let me ask you this then: what is the normal measurement off by normally? Because I know it's never accurate, it's never perfect.
Depends on the
it's
tool.
always off.
Yeah. The first, like, you can. That's because you have more than one type of coordinates. You could try to get your geodetic coordinates. You could try to get your celestial coordinates. Those are different, so they don't match each other. Your GPS coordinates, that's another one. So yeah, they vary by a little bit, but that's less than a mile. I'd say in most cases within a quarter of a mile if you have something like a theodolite.
You know what's interesting? What's interesting is you're saying that now today, right? Like, this is maybe you guys have gotten better at it over the past 6 years. because there used to be guys that used to come in here, not necessarily in this room right now, obviously, just the other Discord servers that were around years ago. And there used to be guys that did celestial navigation back then. And they were asked, well, how far are you off? He's like, well, a really good measurement within 3 miles, but I've been as close as, or as far as 7 miles off. And it's like, oh, wow.
That's for a nautical sextant. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for a
okay.
nautical sextant, you get within 2 miles. Like the best you can get is like within one or 2 miles.
Okay.
But
So when you say a sextant, you're not using a nautical sextant. What kind of sextant are you using?
to get within a quarter of a mile, you're using theodolite, not sextant. That's way better than
Okay, so
sextant.
you using a theodolite. So you're on the dock. Okay, you set up a theodolite
No,
on the
not
dock.
on the boat. You don't use a theodolite on the boat. You use on land.
Oh, sorry. I was referring celestial navigation as in people that are just like going across the ocean. You're saying you're using it, Bacon, in the sense of you can pick 3 stars and then find a location on land using a theodolite and using math. That's what you're saying?
Well, you can do both on land and on the ocean. What I'm saying is that on land you have better tools. So on land you have theodolites. On the ocean you only have sextant. So on the ocean is usually worse because of that.
Okay, so when you do your math, and you're saying you're off the furthest a quarter of a mile, what are you using though for the GPS of the stars? What are you using? The almanac, or you just know it by heart? Like, what do you use?
I don't usually use the almanac if I want to get within a quarter of a mile, because the almanac is not that accurate for that. I usually either use the bot that I wrote in Node.js, or I get from Stellarium. Those two are much more accurate than
Okay, so let
the
me ask
almanac.
something. If you're using a mathematical system, whether it be your software that you created, by the way, what did you upload that software with as far as the coordinate system, which would give you positions all over the world? What system did you upload to it so that way it knows?
Okay, I use a library called Skyfield, which is the same library used by the nauticalalmanac.com to generate almanacs.
Okay.
But
yeah. So in other words, there is a mathematical equation in it that no different than a total station that's going to take a uploaded pre-programmed software driven database that is going to account for the modeled curve that's built into the calculation. So when you utilize that, all you do is plug in numbers, then it's going to do that calculation for you and tell you based upon the model that it has been programmed to give you. I would argue, Bacon, there's a bias in it because it's including a globe. And then when you're within the quarter mile, you run Victory Lap, Eureka, it's a globe, because my data, which I preloaded with those measurements already included, are giving me my result. Bacon, I give you a thumbs up for actually doing all that. That's cool. You could probably,
that's not correct.
You could probably sell that software to like companies that could utilize that information. No different than any of the other ones, I guess, but it's still an alternative. Maybe just sell it for cheaper and you can make more money because you could undercut the competition. But I'm just saying, you have a software program with the bias in it. You don't have to agree with that, but I'm just calling it as I see it. Go ahead.
APOC admits
yeah,
observations are more accurate when you assume Earth is globe.
No, wait.
They're actually off.
Hang on.
Whatever, go ahead.
Okay, so for the GPS, you don't have the GPS of the stars don't have anything to do with the Earth shape. So when you get want to know the GP
I agree. Actually, go ahead.
Okay, so there's no bias that I'm inserting there. So if you want to know, for example, what just a second, if you want to know the GP of Saturn right now, Let's say it gives you a certain pair of latitude and longitude. So if that's the location of a city, for example, and someone on that city looks up, Saturn is going to be overhead, right?
Right.
That's not something. That's not a globe assumption. That's a reality thing. It doesn't have anything to do with the globe.
Okay.
That's what I'm inputting. So that's not inserting a bias. It's just reality.
So look. It's no different than if we were in a large warehouse, okay, and we put up 1,000 different lights up in the ceiling, and then everybody got a number, and there's like 1,000 people, one person per light, right? And then all we have to say is, who's under Jupiter? And number 39 is like, I am. Okay, we can calculate using the lot lat. We're going to calculate that position of that GP because that person's right under it, right? And we can get that data, plug it into a software, and then we can say, okay, who is under, I don't know, whatever, name a star. And that person's like, right here, I am. Okay, then we have that position. And then we're able to take that and then calculate your position according to where you are, just like knowing your surroundings. Okay, I'm this far away from that person, I'm that far away from this person, then I'm over here. And then knowing your position on this grid, we can leave yours blank. And then you will know by who said accordingly, you can actually come up with your position by knowing where you're at based upon those places. And then guess what? That whole floor was flat. It wasn't a ball. But when you ran it through software, it created, let's put these on a ball now, but it's going to be the same calculations.
No, it doesn't work like that.
That's all it is, bro. That's all it is.
No, it doesn't work like that. It seems you're suggesting that if we plug in the same math we use, assuming a globe, and the Earth was flat, you're still gonna get answers to where you are, and it would work just the same. That's just not the case. Like if you have a lot of points over the same plane, and you want to work out an unknown point based on your distance to known points, which is what navigation does. There's different methods if you're dealing with all those points being on a flat surface versus they being on a curved surface. The math changes, and if you do what you're suggesting, like if I do make that happen on a flat surface and assume a sphere, what happens is if I do the same method twice, I get different answers. So the method doesn't become consistent if you got the wrong shape. It gives you a different answer all the time. But if you got the right shape, you start getting consistent answers. That's what the globe gives you.
Well, hold on though. It makes sense that if you did the measurement another day at the same time, it makes sense that you will get a different answer because the stars are moving day to or night to night. They're in a different position throughout the year. They are not always exactly in that position. Matter of fact, as the sun is going its speed in its circuit and the stars are going around in its speed and its circuit, it's going to give us a different map every night. Let me ask something, Bacon. In the almanac, let me ask, you're saying that the stars are the same every single night throughout the year? Come on, Bacon, be better.
No,
better.
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what I just said. But that's exactly what I just said, and you said no, they don't.
That doesn't change your answer of your coordinates. So like if you do slash navigation with angles right now,
though.
And then you wait, it would if you got the wrong method. That's why that's exactly what happens if you try to assume that those points are all on the same plane. If you do it now and you do it in 2 hours, you get a complete different answer. Correct. And they diverge by like hundreds of miles. If you do assuming a globe, you get the same answer every time.
This is
within a very tight margin.
This is why I was going to ask you, Bacon, but you kind of cut me off before I was going to ask you because you jumped into. You said no, it isn't. But what I was going to ask you is, in the almanac, is there a time and date for when you're checking a GP?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think, Bacon, that the reason why they would have to include that is because they understand that if you were to take that measurement at 5 p.m. and then took it at 10 p.m., they understood that the GPs move? Yes or no?
course.
Okay. Okay. So when you have a different calculation, when you try to do it again, of course it's going to be different. And I would actually argue, Bacon, it probably will be the same at that time, not until next year, when they're actually back exactly at that time during that specific, time and day of the month or year, whenever you set out to do it. I'm just saying, every day after that one time you take it, it's not going to be in that same position again until a year later. Would you agree? Yes or
No,
no?
it will.
Okay.
No, it will
And the
be.
reason why, okay, and
it will be
and the
the same.
reason,
In the next day,
go
it's
ahead.
going to be the same. 23.93 hours after you did the first time. It's going to be exact same spot if you're doing the stars.
Wait, but it's gonna but you're gonna have to minus a second, right? And then every day you'll be minusing, right? Yes or no?
Not if you're waiting 23.93 hours. You don't have to minus anything. That's how long it takes for the stars to get to their same spot.
Okay. But let's say every day at 5 p.m. Oh no, let's a little bit later. Let's say like 9 p.m. I want to go out and I want to take a photo of the stars. Okay, on the first day, right exactly at 9, I got my camera. It's pointed with the azimuth elevation, perfectly set. I don't touch it. Every day at 9 p.m. Would you agree, Bacon, that it's going to look like they're moving if I time lapsed it?
Of course.
Okay, the reason why is because the next day at 9 p.m., that GP would be now a little bit to the right, because that's the way it would be in my perspective. And then the next day, a little bit more. The next day, a little bit more. And so then if I went to go calculate it, again, this has nothing to do with the ground at this point. It has to do with the fact that the things in the sky are moving and we have to angle ourselves to them and get our positions accordingly.
Yeah, that's corrected for.
And okay,
which is why the answer won't change if you do it now or if you do it tomorrow or if you do in between.
As long as you do it correctly, right? As long as you get it correctly and you're
you have to compensate for the when you're figuring out the GP where the GP is, you're compensating for the time that you're taking a measurement. So you know where the GP is at that time.
Absolutely. You have to.
But I'm saying that therefore if you're doing the correct method, you're still gonna get consistent answers. And you do if you're treating Earth as a sphere. But you don't if you treat the Earth as a flat surface.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Bacon. In the world before the globe was the known world, okay? Let's rewind the tape.
Mm-hmm.
And people were traveling by land and sea using Celeste Salnav, and all they were doing was exactly what you're doing today. But
no, it's not.
They were just taking angles to stars, were they not? Wouldn't that be technically exactly
the methods? No, the methods were different. So, if you're talking about something more than 200 years ago, you didn't have accurate clocks you could carry around. So you didn't have the time factor to account for.
Okay. Oh yeah. You're right. They didn't have it like all logged out. Okay, I get what you're saying. They didn't have that. Okay, I get what you're saying. But essentially, though, they were able to get where they were going using that technique, although it might be a little bit different because obviously we've tweaked it and we've gotten way better at how we come up with these things. But here's my question to you, Bacon. If they were able to do it back then without the assumption of a globe, then why in today's world do so many globers say we can't do this navigation using the stars without the measurements of the globe? When you yourself just said that they did do it, it was just a different way. Obviously, they're not using the globe. But if they could do it, and they did do it for many, many, many years, that's the way they probably got all of our maps got together, right? Like that's probably how they know it to begin with.
Wait,
but
you realize that they did use the assumption it was a globe back then?
No, they didn't though. They didn't.
Oh,
that's the point.
Or maybe the Polynesians didn't, for example. So I'll grant you that. Okay, so the question is if they could do that supposedly without knowing Earth as a globe, why then we say our method nowadays requires Earth to be a globe? Well, it's because first of all, it's not the same method. The method that we do
I
use right now.
was just gonna correct you because I didn't say that in today's method. No, obviously today's method you have to use the globe because that's in the calculation of it. But the real question, Bacon, was why do Globers say that you can only do celestial navigation using the globe? And let me say it again.
Because they were referring to modern methods.
Okay, well, maybe they're using a few sentences. They're leaving them out. That's fine. I just would like to hear it from you because you're an honest dude, and you already said, no, yeah. If you talk about Polynesians, you're right. They didn't use the globe. They were using just the stars. And yeah. I get what you're saying, but at least somebody's honest in this on your side of the game when they come in here and they just spew lies and say, no, celestial navigation, you have to use the globe. We always use it as a globe.
Yeah, let me explain that. So if you take angles to 3 stars and you give a Polynesian, now, of course not a modern Polynesian from that time, and say where was this observer taking those angles from, he would be clueless trying to answer you. There was no way to answer that question. The only way to answer that question, like if you start with 3 angles to stars and want to know the location of the observer that took those angles, you do need the globe. But that's not what they were doing. They were just figuring out, for example, their latitude, not their longitude, just their latitude. For that, you don't really need the globe. That's why you can't do navigation without the globe. However, there's a lot of things you cannot do. No, not using today's method. Today's method, like with today's method, at any random time, you can pick 3 stars or 3 any celestial bodies at any random time.
Yes,
and
using today's method. Yes.
Yeah, and then get your location. There's no method, ancient method that could do that. What the ancients have to rely on at that time was, for example, taking known sites or waiting for stars to get as high as they could in the sky to have an idea of their latitude, so they could follow along the same line of latitude when they were sailing, and then they wouldn't get too off course. So you can still do navigation, but there's a lot more limited stuff you can do. The things we do say you need the globe to do, you actually do need the globe to do that, and that's not something the ancients could do.
Yeah. So if there is a system today that is saying they're using a globe system, a latitude, longitude system or coordinate system based off that, and then you find out that to create that system, you're creating it from a baseline, from a plane, and all you're doing is wrapping it like as a model. You're taking like a spider web, if you will, and then curving it around a ball, and then you're having all these discrepancies at the south, which makes sense because you just take a model and you kind of made it different. You're saying that there's not anomalies in the south when it comes to navigation.
Not in my experience. I live in the south.
Okay.
No, magnetic declination is a thing for both hemispheres, and celestial navigation doesn't rely on it.
No, I know. I wasn't saying that the cell nav relies on these things. I'm just saying that there's these anomalies when you go past the equator. For some reason, if you talk to people that are like shipmasters, these guys that they're on a vessel for 6 months of their life and they know the seas, and they've been interviewed by Mark Sargent and by all these other podcast guys who are really digging deep into it, and they're talking to people that are saying, yeah, there is actually we sail the north different than we sail the south. And the question is, well, why is that? Why isn't it a mirror, if you will? Because technically in a basketball, in a globe, Earth, what's going on in the north should be equivalent to what's going on in the south, because on a sphere it should make sense. If all the lat longs are a certain way on the tilted Earth at 23.4 degrees, then everything should mirror itself. But when they talk to these people and interview them, they are finding discrepancies when they are south of the equator. That's all I'm saying. A lot more to look into.
Yeah. In my experience, that never happened. So, as I said, I live in the southern hemisphere. I've done celestial navigation from my backyard. I didn't find any different thing I had to do because I'm in the southern hemisphere.
Well, maybe.
I also.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I also worked with some readings from Tiny Captain, which is a sailor, and sometimes he's in the southern hemisphere, and his readings also worked fine when they were from the southern hemisphere. So I don't think there's any discrepancy, at least when it comes to Celestial navigation, between the two hemispheres. It seems to work the same.
Right. Well, I'm just letting you know. Maybe check out the interviews, see what they say. I'm not even.
Sure.
I'm not even saying exactly what they're saying. I just remember in the interviews, they are saying there's discrepancies. There is a difference. Not saying that things don't work down the south and however you're doing them. I'm just saying that they aren't. They don't mirror the north. They're not exactly like the north. There's different things you have to do in the north compared to the south. That's all I'm saying. And these shipmasters are obviously guys that are traveling through both sides of that equator. So they have the knowledge and experience to tell you when they're traveling up towards, the canals or through the ocean up towards the north. Like, let's say they're off the coast of Europe, then they're having to travel all the way down towards Africa or even across to South America. Whatever it may be, just check out the interviews. I think it's under Mark Sargent, and then he has some links to other ones. But
right, yeah. If you can find the link, then DM to me. I'm curious about that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm curious too. If you can just say that. It's
Yeah.
always
No.
good to have
For sure.
the details
I
behind
understand
these broad claims, right?
I understand, and that's why I'm gonna find it's on Mark Sargent's website. Let me look for it. He texted me. He has like a list of interviews. He actually texted me. It'd be easier if I find it.
Is he your hero?
What was that?
Is Mark Sargent your hero?
No. Your mama is.
Oh,
hold
okay.
on. Let me
Sorry.
see her. Yeah. No. I love her. Don't worry. She's good.
All right.
She's
all right.
great.
At least you love her, man.
Yeah. Don't worry. I take care of her. Oh, here it is right here. Here, let me see. I'm gonna post it, and I believe this is hold on. Let me. I might have to double check it anyways, but I'll post it. In this, there's a lot of different, really good the testimony shows, the subject matter experts. So if you click on it, you have all these different like U.S. Navy missile instructor, U.S. Army master gunner, U.S. Army artillery radar, submarine, surveyor. There's somewhere on here. I believe he has a international shipping expert. There you go. The routes. So this is an hour and 51 minutes. Here I'll grab it, and so that way someone that's just listening or whatever doesn't want to take the time to look at the list. Here's that actual one. Here's the expert, international shipping expert. These interviews, and that's just one of many, by the way. Check it out, look into it. There's a lot of discrepancies that I don't think are being accounted for, or even you might not even know about them, never even thought about them. But Bacon, you haven't been around as long as a lot of us. And we've heard it all, bro. We've been through it all. I know sometimes we talk like we're brand new to this because we're so frustrated with the same ass old arguments. But dude, we've argued the same thing probably 100 times over, bro. But
I might not be in this flat earth discussion as much as you guys have, but I think I've been in the flat earth discussion since Celestial navigation started being. Because I'm here for like 3.5 years.
Yeah,
and that's around when Celestial navigation was brought up. So I don't think I'm missing anything on the Celestial navigation topic.
Just to correct you, it actually came up way before that, but it just never was like as argued as much. It never was as argued. It has come up a long time ago, years ago. Actually, I think Nathan Oakley had. I think it was Brian that brought up the celestial navigation, or was it Brian, or was it? I forgot who it was. That was a long time ago, though. But you're right, though, in regards to like it wasn't like everybody was talking about it and everybody was arguing. You're right. That was. It kind of came and went. Like there's a lot of things that are like that. There's a lot of things that were spoken about briefly. Like somebody brought it up. Like, oh, hey, what about this? Because I think originally, like Eric Dubé talked about it, like way back then in his 200 proofs that Earth's flat. Like, and then he had a revised one, and he talked about it. So, like, there's a lot of points that were brought up years ago, but they weren't as like heavily argued. Like, I believe what you're saying. Like, you're right. Maybe like 3 years ago, maybe even 4 years ago now. 2020, probably. Yeah, because then that's when everybody started coming around more because of COVID. There was a lot more people in these rooms, or these discussions, if you will. Not just. I mean, I don't even. I wasn't here that long in this server, politics server. I wasn't.
I want to talk about how Jenna thinks that if something's beyond the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see it at all, even if it's like 50 meters tall. That's pretty interesting. I don't know how she got to that conclusion.
Well, if it's a certain distance away, you shouldn't see it at all.
Jenna's claiming if it's 50 meters tall and 3.1 miles away, you shouldn't be able to see it. I think that's
Okay. So what's on a Earth curvature calculator? What is the amount of hidden of this object would it be at 3 miles?
depends on observer height, but it would most definitely not be 50 meters.
What if you're laying down on the ground? How far can you see out?
You'd still be able to see it.
Okay, so if you're laying down on the ground, looking, like if your eyeballs on the floor, how far should you be able to see? Isn't it only like what, a mile? No, not even that.
Yeah, but the thing's 50 meters tall, right?
No, I get it. But
yeah, so at 1 foot.
I get that.
Observer height. At 1 foot observer height, the target 3.1 miles away will only have 70 centimeters of obstruction.
Okay, so 70 centimeters of obstruction, you said?
Yep.
Okay. So what do you think about in regards of the vanishing line?
The vanishing line? What do you
mean? Do you think, even I understand how high it is, but do you think that if you were to take something that's 50 meters tall and pushed it out 3 miles away from you, do you think that the size of it will squish down to where you won't even be able to resolve it?
Angular resolution does not make things disappear bottom up, though.
No. I didn't talk about what position it got disappeared from. I'm just saying in general, when you send something far away from your eyes, it's going to compress to that vanishing point. You right? You agree to that, right?
No, I don't agree.
No? Okay. So how tall are some of these boats that they like the Royal Cruise or the Royal Caribbean? How tall are they? They're like 10 stories, right? What's that, 100?
Yeah,
100 feet?
They're pretty high, yeah.
That's like 100 feet. And 50 meters is like almost 200 feet.
3 feet. Yeah,
it's about 200 feet. How high? How high?
A meter is like 3.3 feet.
3.3 feet. So you're looking at about within always close to 200 feet then, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. So if you had something 200 feet tall and just even in maybe you guys could do it in Blender or something, and you just pushed it away from you, and it's eventually going to have an angle of resolution it's gonna be too small for you to make out that 200-foot building, and that's just across the checkerboard. I'm not even gonna jump into if I put it on a globe and now it's going downwards. No, just in a checkerboard, it's going to just compress, and eventually it will disappear. And I'll tell you where I learned that from. I learned that from a grade school art class.
Yeah, so things just appear to vanish, but they don't, or something like. So that's what I don't get. Like, this compression of things doesn't make any sense. Like that wouldn't cause bottom up obstruction. So like, I don't get why it's even used. Like,
well, the thing is that when you say that it wouldn't cause bottom up obstruction, but the reality is things do tend to disappear starting at the bottom, simply because the amount of data in that small angle that you have to make out to your eyes is compressed so much that it slowly starts to disappear. And even though you can see the top of it still, but that's still getting squished downwards while the bottom part's getting squished upwards. But the amount of data from your from your position, from your eyes of the ground going up, you have a lot more of that image being compressed on the low side of it. That's why things disappear, or they look like they're disappearing, but all they're doing is they're just no longer resolvable. It's very simple, dude. I don't know. It's super simple.
Is there a demonstration of this?
Yeah, actually, somebody did. Let me see here. Okay, hold on, Bacon. I'll look for it. It might even be the wrong one. Just look at that list, and he's interviewed quite a few different shipmasters, and you might even have to go to his other YouTube where he has it on a different one. I don't know. If you like, I could just like message him and just ask him for that specific one. That's fair too. Let me find that example for you, Trig. Let me see. I believe Sky Free has a really good video on that. I suggest you actually just check out Sky Free if you want to learn a lot about what we talk about in regards to perspective. Wow, they're like, okay, there we go. There is here, I'm going to share their account with you. I suggest you just go watch all their videos, bro, like for reals. There's so many good videos, and then you'll understand why our arguments are the way they are. It's very easy, bro. It's like super, and it clicks. It makes perfect sense. They have this one where they show the boat. Let me find that one specific for you. Let me do the legwork for you. It's a cool video, and they show the way of a boat is going to disappear bottom up, and they show you like with horizontal lines and like drawings, like showing you how it's disappearing in the distance. Let me see here. I just got to find it. I might have skipped it already, but let me see. Is it? Oh, this is like a compilation of them. This is the wrong one though. Is this it?
Jenna, I thought after all the time of you using that formula, you would know how to use it. Yeah, 0.7 meters of obstruction for an object that's 3.1 miles away. I mean, that's pretty sad that you think it would be a 50-meter object would be completely hidden. Baby Flurf can't flurf.
Maybe this is it.
Matt, are you here? Bible. Do you know that? Do you know the original image of the Black Swan? Because the Black Swan is edited.
You said someone in here was saying that you shouldn't be able to see what now?
Oh, you shouldn't be able to see a 50 meter tall object if you're 3.1 miles away from it.
Okay. You shouldn't be able to see the bottom of it.
Oh, yeah, of course the bottom, but she thinks it should be
I
completely.
know. Where is she at? What's her name?
Jenna
Right,
Macy
so
Fluffer.
yeah, so Jenna, the bottom starts to disappear at that height because the sea or the floor is the limit. But the top's not going to disappear at the height because the sky's the limit. So if you go further and further and further away, eventually it's going to disappear due to perspective and many other things. But that's where things start to disappear at. You have any questions about that? Nope. All right.
Is Henry the Brit the what's his name? David Attenborough?
So
I don't
they
know his
say.
name.
Oh hell yeah.
How you doing, Henry?
Yeah, okay.
Apparently you got fans in here, bro.
David Attenborough.
Ah,
destroyed
that's
Flat Earthers.
nice.
David Attenborough.
I'm your fan in a way. You seem to always handle yourself like a mature person, but judging by the sound of your voice, that's probably not too much of a feat.
Oh no, it's years of experience.
Yeah. But maturity is what I do admire. You don't seem to flip out a whole lot. Do
No,
you?
because I always think before I open my mouth.
Imagine that. Old school.
Oh yes.
So you think before you open your mouth. I want you to think about this. What must I do to make the globe falsifiable? Because we keep hearing that, it's scientifically proven, like on Wikipedia, and other globe earthers and anti-flat earthers say, this is science. But according to Karl Popper, in order for it to be science, it has to be falsifiable. So, Henry, what must I do to falsify the globe? Or another way to ask the same question is, what scientific evidence do you have against the null hypothesis?
What about what the astronauts have seen? When they've gone up and gone around the Earth, they've seen it completely circular. As they've gone round it, it hasn't turned into a disc.
So, in an honorable court
Widened
of
out into a round.
so in a court of law, as an honorable judge in your district, going to consider hearsay or what do they call it? Anecdotal evidence. Are they going to consider that like high-end evidence?
It depends if they've had that debate before in previous cases.
If they've heard that debate before.
Which they can refer to before they make a judgment. It's all there in the archives.
I don't really know if that's, falsifiability. Because a couple of Masons went to the moon and they looked back and they saw the Earth as, a sphere. I don't know if I'd consider that falsifiability.
I would say that it is falsifiable because you can make some long distance observations and take the weather data, plug them into some refraction formulas. Then, if what you see exceeds what you would expect to see on the globe, including refraction, then you would have falsified it.
Well, the thing about that is that we've seen Mount Conahu from 273 miles away. It wasn't even a flat earther who did it. It was just Guinness Book of World Records long distance photography winner. And if he holds the record 273 miles, how far would we have to see something away in order for the refraction not to be, unfalsifiable? Because what I'm claiming is that this refraction has made your model unfalsifiable and also at the same time unverifiable, because no matter what you see, you could just say refraction. That we're seeing it because of refraction, because before 2019 and the Black Swan came out, all the anti-flat earthers and globe earthers said that, well, it's, disappearing because of the horizon, is geometric Earth curve causing horizon. And then after that, everybody said that, well, when you see too far, it's due to refraction. Well, that works both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too. After you eat your cake, it turns into a turd. You no longer have your cake.
Yeah, again, I wouldn't say that you can just apply refraction to every observation. I would say that you have to collect the data, the atmospheric data, either that or to take it from some source. And then after that, you can check if refraction from this is enough to see that.
Well, I've got a video of this guy. He's out at the water and he's looking across and he's measuring the temperature, and the temperature is the same everywhere. It's the same in the water, same in the air, but yet when he's looking across, there's all this like extreme refraction and mirage and all kinds of stuff that you see in that video, but all the temperatures are the same. So at what point is there going to be no refraction?
There will never be no refraction. For no refraction, the atmosphere at every height would have to be the exact same, all of the properties like humidity, like pressure, temperature, which isn't really possible in reality.
Right, so that makes it unfalsifiable. Your claim that what we see here on Earth is because the Earth is curved. It's not falsifiable, it's not verifiable, it's not empirical, because there's always refraction.
It is falsifiable because, again, refraction has limits. It isn't like when you make any observation, the globe side can just declare refraction. I would say that's
exactly what they do.
Yeah, this applies if you have some observation that didn't really get any like readings of what are the atmospheric conditions, because in that case the position about this is completely neutral. Like you can't either prove that the conditions of refraction were enough or that they weren't enough. So logically, there's a possibility that indeed refraction was enough to cause that. That's why the globe side does that in most of the cases, because flat earthers don't really take these readings, even though this should be the standard of evidence in the first place.
Okay, so if we've got a mountain from 273 miles, what would we need to do, like 500 miles? And then when we do that, are you guys going to say refraction? And then when we do 600 miles, are you guys going to say refraction? Because I'm saying Professor Dave agrees with Neil deGrasse Tyson when they both said that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth. So that means if they're correct, because you're too small and the Earth is too big, and it always appears locally flat, then the only way you'll be able to see the Earth as a globe is if you go halfway to the moon like the astronauts did when they turned around and saw the Earth as a sphere. You can't do that, so you can never prove the Earth as a sphere. That's what I'm saying. It's unfalsifiable and unverifiable.
Again, you can do that using long distance observations. While I'm saying that in most of the cases they aren't conclusive, is because for now the standard of evidence in community, at least for most people, is so they don't even have to take these readings, these atmospheric readings, even though this should be this is essential data if you want to falsify the globe model. It's like analogous. I think we can at this point both agree that the observer height, even if you ignore refraction, is...
Wait, what was the last thing you said? At this point we can what?
Yeah, I was trying to make an analogy that even if you ignore refraction and deny its impact on the observations, I think we can both agree that the observer height is an essential information to analyze if something debunks or proves the globe, right? So I would say that refraction is as essential as the observer height. That's why these observations aren't conclusive if you don't take these readings, because it would be the same thing as if you took something and without even knowing your observation height. So then when someone asks you what is the observation height, because this is something essential for how far you can see, then this would be just dismissed. But this isn't because the globe is unfalsifiable. It was because the person didn't care to collect information that is essential for analysis.
Okay, so yeah, I agree. We should take as much data as possible and calculate all of it together equally. But without even calculating the data, when QE started showing people the black swan image, the globe earthers, without even having that data, automatically started saying refraction. So what you're saying is the globe earthers were incorrect by saying refraction at this point because they didn't have all the data. So every time a globe earther says refraction, in order to say that, he needs all the data, right?
I would say that it would be unconclusive for either side. They are right when they say refraction in the meaning that as a counter-argument to an argument that this 100% proves a flat Earth. But I wouldn't either say that this can prove the globe Earth, because for that you would also need the atmospheric conditions. So it's simply just a rebuttal to one side claiming this proves something, not an evidence of the opposite position.
Well, I mean, if the globers are claiming refraction, that would be the claim, right? Because the flat earthers are making the claim, hey, we can see too far, according to, many of globe Earth proponents. They say 8 inches per mile squared. When we debunked that thoroughly, that's when they started saying, oh, well, you forgot about refraction. Okay, so the burden of proof is on the globe earther making the claim of refraction. He has to demonstrate that this is what's happening, and Earth curve refraction is possible to claim that, because what they're claiming is the light is bending down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared, and that's what makes it look flat. But if it is bending at 7 inches per mile squared, the light is going to go over the observer's head, and they're never going to see it, making the bottom disappear bottom up. And then if it's 9 inches per mile squared, the curvature rate is a sharper, more acute angle, then it's going to splash down into the water, making the object appear to disappear from the bottom up. So if this kind of refraction is going on, just because something is disappearing from the bottom up doesn't mean that it's due to curvature. It could just be that the light is bending too much or too little, causing it to disappear from the bottom up.
Yes, I agree. That's why I would say that for some long distance observations to be even conclusive for both sides, you would need to take these readings. So we just should push this as some kind of new standard for evidence for both of the sides.
Well, I know when I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, right next to the USS Lexington, and I saw Ingleside on the Bay. It was 3 days and 3 nights I was there, and every time I looked over there, I could see it. Now, granted, I wasn't there 72 hours awake watching that one spot, but every time I was at the ocean, I was fixated on that spot. After the first day I went, I was like, that looks like the farthest thing that I could see. Okay, let me see, what is that? And then I'll look on the Google map, and I'm like, okay, that's 10 miles away. So I expected it to kind of wave in and out. Like sometimes I'll be able to see it and sometimes I couldn't. Because the 4th of July is really hot in Texas. Like there's going to be all kinds of refraction because the temperature is going to be, high during the day and pretty low during the night. It's not exactly a desert, but it does fluctuate.
You're probably going to catch some crazy stuff if you hit record.
Well, I just saw the street lamps during the night and the beach houses during the day. And they weren't beach houses on a cliff. Like, if you go to Ingleside on the Bay and you go to the street view on the Google Earth thing, and you look at where the docks are, like the docks are basically in the backyard right there on the beach. Like their beach houses are right there on the beach.
Is that because everything's getting compressed?
No, because the beach houses are built right there on the beach on Ingleside on the Bay.
Oh, I thought you meant that optically they're looking shifted in the heat. That's what I thought you were doing.
No. Like on the street view on the Google Earth,
Oh, okay.
Like if you walk around that little neighborhood right there that I was looking at, like you can see the beach houses are like right there, and the street lamps are like right there. They're not like on a cliff. There's no 6-story buildings.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Because I was in the water. The water was up to my armpits, and I'm looking at something 10 miles away. Right, assuming 1 foot waves, there should have been 66.6 feet of curvature. And they're saying refraction will bring that obstructed object, say a street lamp, back 20, 30, 40 feet up in the air for me to be able to see it.
Excuse me, but what is this maths based on?
A globe with a radius of 3,959 feet.
No, I mean,
Sorry,
what
miles.
is what is the formula?
I just went over all of it. If you would have been listening, you could have wrote down what I said. 10 miles away, 1 foot above the surface of the water, beach houses and street lamps.
Yeah, they'll do is they'll just dismiss whatever logic you're trying to introduce and say, "Oh, the lights were refracted over the curve of the Earth," because we know that we just slide a refraction bar and you could probably see it from 20 miles. Like, isn't that crazy, bro? Like, you could have said like I was 30 miles out, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, you just got to slide the refraction bar more. You can see light as far as you have to see it, according to my sliding bar."
It's just like the dark matter. Wherever the anomaly is with gravity, that's where they put the dark matter. And
Exactly.
wherever you can see too far, that's where the refraction happened.
Yeah, how
Sounds like an
convenient.
excuse to me.
Yeah, it's a convenience for them in the argument to where they don't have to defend a falsehood that you're trying to prove out is, because to them, oh, no, it's facts right here. We got the math, bro. Trust us.
Yeah, the dog ate my homework. I can't prove the refraction, but trust us.
Exactly. I'll be back.
I'll wait.
So, are there any globe earthers in here?
I'm always with you.
Any globers?
Yeah.
I'm always with you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question, Larry.
Go for it.
All right. Is there such thing as a flat Earth high school reunion?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just made sure.
Is there a globe Earth high school reunion?
Yeah, they happen all the time.
Really? Show me. Cite your source.
I don't know, like any high school reunion ever.
It's a globe Earth high school reunion.
Yeah, because they're globe earthers. They're not flat earthers.
No. You said there's a globe.
Hello? Cooper, are you here?
I'm here.
Oh, Larry just
We
DC'd, I
lost
guess.
Larry.
Lost Larry in the fit of rage because I made a joke. Oh, he's back.
My computer glitched out. I've been having troubles. So, can you cite your source for globe?
It was a joke, man.
That was a joke. Okay. All right. I'll let that go. Yeah, I'm just wondering, are there any skeptics in here that are globe earthers? And if you are a true skeptic,
Yeah, Matt Nuclear was telling me that he's not sure that the Earth is a globe anymore.
I don't care. Are you a skeptic?
Me?
Yeah.
Skeptic in what sense?
Are you skeptical when people tell you things?
I would say so, yeah.
What is it about the heliocentric model or the standard model of cosmology that you're skeptical about?
I'm skeptical of the crisis in cosmology.
Yeah? Why's that?
I mean, there has to be something that we're missing, right? And I don't. I think the hand wavium dark matter is very BS, right?
The hand waving of dark matter. So you think the people that question whether or not that 80-something% of the universe is not directly measurable, you think questioning that claim is skepticism?
And I'm saying that like I'm skeptical of the current model that we have. Yeah.
Oh, so you're skeptical of dark matter?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Because the first thing that I said, if you would have said yeah to that, like you would have lost like 10 points on your street cred in here, bro. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I've been skeptical about dark matter since about 2016. I think is about when I started talking about it. And people that were on the globe side, they would call in their higher ups and they would get Red's rhetoric in there, and he would come in there and say, "All right, who's lying?" And they would be like, "Larry's lying."
It's
He'd be like,
him.
"What'd you say?" And I would say, well, they would say Hank is lying because they called me Hank back then. And I would say that if dark matter doesn't exist, that means gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. And then him and Rocket Man, someone who allegedly worked for NASA, they both said, actually, that's correct. If there is no dark matter, gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. And
Yeah.
they were all like, oh.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I wasn't even saying whether or not dark matter existed. It was just a hypothetical. The math won't work if this doesn't exist.
I mean, I still think something has to be going on. Gravity is the only way you can explain it. So, I don't
Well,
know.
you're in a box.
What do you
Gravity
mean?
is the only way you can explain it.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
limited. I don't think that's how scientists and skeptics work. I think, skeptics and scientists are open-minded, and what normal people say that are educated that I've talked to, like people with degrees and claiming to be cosmologists and astronomers and whatever, physicists or, undergrad physicists, they say, quote, it's incomplete. Gravity is incomplete. Like, we don't know everything. We don't know what dark matter is. And they used to say it's the cutting edge of science, but really, I think it's just postulation.
You justify your philosophical position about needing an explanation? Because we have evidence, right? But you're like, well, we have an we need an explanation. Gives a shit about the explanation. What about the evidence?
I don't know. You should talk to ITIR about this.
I was talking to him last night. I think I broke his heart.
You broke ITIR's heart?
Yeah, because I was basically telling him what he does is fucking useless.
Wow.
And that if, like, 2,000 years ago, if they caught him staring at the stars while everybody was scraping by trying to make a living and feed themselves, they'd run him out of the tribe. He's like, no, man, but I'm trying to figure out what the stars are. Like, we're fucking starving over here.
Yeah, I don't think saying that, hunter gatherers are exactly the pinnacle of human capability. And
so can you give me some good that astronomy has done for humanity? Other than your explanations.
Good for humanity. I don't know. It gives people
In a practical sense. Cool pictures to look at.
Yeah. I mean, for the vast majority of people,
Oh,
of
that's
course
the
it's gonna
pinnacle
happen.
of civilization. Like we've made it. We know we've made it. We have cool pictures to look at.
Basically, yeah. I mean, that's kind of true in a way. Like, we literally got to a point where we don't even need we don't need a hunter-owned food anymore. We just like grow it, and we can look at cool pictures all day. That's pretty.
Well, they've also brought us vast wonderment.
We is.
In practical sense, I would say all of the satellite systems, for example, GPS, is probably the most practical use for like everyday people.
I mean,
knowledge from
that's not
astronomy.
astronomy, though. I would say.
Yeah, but in order to take them into orbit, you need formulas that are a part of astronomy. Like, it isn't an astronomy in the meaning of researching like natural bodies that already exist there, but you're applying the same mechanics that rule them
Well, what
to
ITAR does
artificial
is
satellites.
analyze brightness curves of stars. So
Yeah.
I don't know what you need orbits for that.
Yeah, he just looks for dip. I mean, yeah, it's not very. Anyone could really do his job.
Hey, Indio, Mr. Thrive and Survive's on YouTube right now. If you want to go see him, I gave you the link the other day.
Yeah, I saw. I just don't like the subject matter. I don't care about Biden.
I know he ain't talking about him too much.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, is that actually what ITIR does? Does he actually just look at brightness curves to look for exoplanets?
Yeah, that's pretty much what they do on like a practical basis. He's an observational. Because we talked about this last night. He's an experimental. Well, he calls himself observational. I call him an observationalist instead of experimentalist. He said that I do observations, and that's what he does, as opposed to theoretics.
That star was twinkling, therefore gas giants and diamond planets.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, no matter what story they make up, and no matter how sure they are of themselves and how convinced they are of their conclusions, they can never actually prove it. Because within their worldview, they can't get there.
Right.
Everything they think could be wrong because there's fucking a gazillion fucking light years between there and here.
That's why I've been asking for the past week, the Globers, how can I falsify the globe if there's refraction? How can I verify it to be true?
Do something impossible on a globe, like, I don't know, reach the ice wall, not circumnavigate. That would be
How would
pretty.
the ice wall? There can't be an ice wall on a globe.
Oh yeah, that was all right. Circumnavigate. How about that? Come back to where you started.
That's easy.
That would
How long
disprove
have you
a
been in
globe?
this conversation? Holy shit, dude!
That would disprove a globe if we could circumnavigate?
No, if you couldn't circumnavigate. If I could just head in a straight line on the flat pizza land and come back to the same place I arrived in.
But what's a straight line?
I don't know. Ask the flat earthers that, right? They're the ones with the flat map. They don't have any great circles.
Is a great circle a straight line?
No.
So can you go in one direction on a globe and come back to the same point? So I'm asking what a straight line is because this is actually a problem, right? This is a problem like Euclid's fifth postulate. That's why we call spherical geometry non-Euclidean. Because in spherical geometry, there's no such thing as a straight line. Can't be. It's impossible within the coordinate system.
So, spheres are non-Euclidean.
Yeah, spherical geometry is non-Euclidean geometry. You didn't know that? So you're a trigonometry man.
I mean,
He's Euclidean trigonometry man.
Yeah.
He's Euclidean trigonometry, not non-Euclidean trigonometry. I guess he doesn't do spherical trigonometry.
Yeah, I don't know about spherical trigonometry. Come on. Should I change my name to Euclidean trigonometry man? That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, with a name like that, you're gonna need to.
All right.
What's the word? punch at your weight.
Well, I'll give you what a straight line is in Euclidean geometry. If you have a point in a line, right? There's another line and only one other line that will not intersect that line, right? That runs through that point, right? So if I have a point, or I have a line, and a point that's not on the line, there's one other line that I can run through that point will not intersect that line.
That's the parallel postulate, isn't it?
Yes, that is directly related to like straight lines.
Yeah, parallel postulate defines the Euclidean geometry, so it doesn't apply to non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, I just said that. Did you just get here?
No, I'm here for a couple minutes.
Yeah, he's been listening. He doesn't want to admit that he's skeptical about gravity and dark matter.
Oh, it's not that I'm skeptical, I just don't care much about that.
So you're not a skeptic, you just believe with blind faith? Got it.
I didn't say I believe that, I just said I don't care much about that. Like I couldn't care less if that's fake or just a big mistake of astrophysicists.
Huge mistake.
Yeah,
Almost as if Einstein was
Huge.
right about his constant being his greatest blunder.
As I said, don't care much about that.
Yeah, because like I was just saying, it don't mean a fucking thing. He could have blundered, not blundered. It doesn't matter. No one's ever going to know or care. It's never going to affect anybody's life, even one iota. Just going to change the bullshit that will be posted in fucking Popular Science and fucking New Scientist and Phys.org. That's about the only effect it's going to have in the world. People will think about it. That's literally, it only exists in the mind. A lot of these things, the globe, only exist in the mind. Just freaking mental constructs.
Is that true?
Yeah, it is true. When you think of the Earth, do you think of like what you see when you go outside, or do you think of like some third person point of view from outside the Earth? Right? Some viewpoint that you've never seen, right? So that's totally constructed in your mind.
Yeah, you only see the globe on TV or in your mind's eye. When you go outside, you don't ever see the globe. So when we say the Earth and you picture that blue marble floating in space, that's because you've been thoroughly programmed by the United States government and other governments across the world.
God, calm down, Larry, bro.
Am I
What
not
if they
calm?
showed you something else and said that was the Earth? What if they showed like a green marble?
I'm sure that's what I
You'd
would
think the Earth was green, and if they showed a brown marble, you would think the Earth was brown. And they
I
could literally
would,
show you anything, and you would think that that's what the Earth looks like from space.
Well, if they showed purple seas and purple grass, I would probably be a little bit.
Well, they could just say that there's a plasma surrounding the fucking, the Earth that changes the color of everything, and you'd be like, okay, you're NASA, I trust you.
Would I though?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would, because like Bacon said, he doesn't care about things like dark matter and whether or not Einstein was right. He's just going to accept it. You're just
Oh, I
like
didn't
Bacon.
say that. You're putting. I specifically said I don't necessarily accept it. I just don't care. It could be fake. I couldn't care less. That's what I said. I didn't say accept.
Okay. So you don't care if it could be fake. That's what makes someone like you different than I. Like, I want to know what the truth is. Like, I want to spread truth as much as possible.
We're doing a pretty bad job at it.
No, I just think it's worth.
Am I?
It's more worth. Like it's more
Larry,
worth spending the time.
Larry, how long have you been a flat earther?
It depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
Larry
How
was
long
on
have
the
you been
fence
a
for a
flat
while.
earther?
I was on the fence for about a year and a half. And Indio and the 24/7 put up with me for a long time. So when you guys say that, we're like a cult and whatever, like I was challenging them from time to time.
And we didn't
like a
push it
year and
on
a
him
half.
either. We weren't like, Larry, come on, pick a
Yeah.
side. Take our side. Come on, Larry, be in our club.
Yeah, it wasn't like that. They just allowed me to take my time and like John said, or QE, he said, you're a Berean. And I had to look that up because I couldn't remember what that meant. But yeah, I guess I was for a while.
I still don't know what that means.
So I guess I've been a flat earther since about 2019.
But he's been involved in this topic for longer than that. He
Yeah.
didn't make up his mind.
I started debating flat earth in 2015. Made a YouTube channel and got invited to what we call Google Hangouts back then. And I was debating flat earth before I even believed in it. I just wanted to hear the debate because that guy who showed up on Stephen Molyneux, bless his soul, he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about and had to be coached.
Oh, I remember that.
And I was like, I can do better than this.
I think that ended like Stephen Molyneux. After that, I haven't heard anything about him. He was kind of like semi-famous. I mean, internet famous.
I think the realism is what we got. Stephen Molyneux.
What'd you say?
Yeah, he's your fellow
I think
Canadian.
the race realism is just the shit that get him blasted off the internet.
Why? Because he's made a video called "The Truth About the Slave Trade."
No, well, I don't know that specifically, but
Hey, Cooper, did you know there were people that were enslaved that had pale skin?
yeah, slavery's been like the staple of humanity since like people picked up rocks and sticks for the first time. Yeah,
I don't think they taught me that in school.
Oh.
Like when they taught us that in school, they were talking about black people. They didn't teach us about Anthony Johnson, the first slave owner, and how he was a black guy. They didn't teach us any of that stuff.
yeah. Like in elementary school, you mostly go over like American history, not so much deep diving into world history. So you get a lot of black-white slavery stuff if you grow up in America.
Well, we didn't learn about Texas history, the war being about Texas wanting slaves to pick the cotton, and the Catholic Church ruling over Mexico didn't want it. So that, there's two sides to that. But they didn't want black slaves, they just wanted slaves. They didn't care what color they were.
Yeah.
Sure, that makes it so much better.
Well,
at least they're not racist, right? They're not racist. So
yeah, it was the Mexicans and the white people that wanted slaves. Because most people don't think about
Sure,
this.
I
but
mean,
Cherokee,
if
Cherokee owned slaves.
if that's the morality hill you want to die on, I mean,
Whoa! Just because I'm talking about Texas history doesn't mean that I'm endorsing it. Is that what you're insinuating?
I don't know what you're bringing this up in relation to. Like, what, as if it
Well,
was like, as if it's some crime to not bring this up in, like, I don't understand the point.
Well, there's three different ways to lie.
It's an interesting bit of like American history, but or like Texas history, I guess.
There's three different ways to lie. Because in the court, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So lie by omission and lie by addition are still lies, right?
Okay.
Is that right? If I tell you half truth,
Yeah, but I
that's a
believe
lie,
that's
right?
correct.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true in the court of law, but in general, yeah.
Well, yeah. If you tell a half truth in a court,
hey, I'm no legal scholar, right? Let's just keep it.
I'm not either, but
sense.
I don't recommend that you tell a half truth after you put your hand on the Bible, or affirm to tell the truth in a court of law, because pretty sure that's a crime. But ask a lawyer if just bending over and signing the plea deal is right for you. Well, back to the topic. They,
hold on. I want to bring something up.
Go for it.
Is it immoral to sell yourself into slavery?
No.
See, then how can slavery be immoral? Because almost everybody in slavery was in slavery because some ancestor pledged themselves into slavery.
Well, the thing is that
slavery passed hereditarily.
Slavery implies involuntary servitude, not me saying I'll work for no pay.
that's see, there's another lie by omission. It wasn't involuntary. It's completely
not
voluntary.
a lie. That's like tautological.
No, it's a lie
Yeah,
because
it's like
people sold
all
it.
murder
Listen,
is bad because it's it's like the unjustified killing. All slavery is bad because it's the involuntary capture of someone's labor.
it's not involuntary though. That's the problem. Slavery is a legal status. You have a master and a slave. That's a legal relationship between two people.
That's property.
The slave put themselves under the what would you call it?
You are owned as property. Property does not have
Yeah,
rights.
yeah. Hold on.
This is
But at one point they did have rights and they waived their rights, often because they were in war and their other choice was to die.
or totally involuntary and by no choice of their own.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, but like,
Well, I mean, you can technically say that under the agreement under duress is invalid, and they were making it under duress. But the fact remains is that what would happen is they would be at war, and they would sell them slaves into slavery, or they would sell you know, a father would sell one of his 20 kids into slavery.
Well,
Are
India,
you not a slave right now to the man?
Right, but let's not forget about the indentured, right? Indenturement is a contract. So they contracted their labor for money, because back in the day, how are you going to pay? Well, you either pay with gold and silver or labor. So if you had no gold and silver and you injured someone, the court ordered you to pay and you didn't have anything to pay with, you paid with your body. You entered into a contract with servitude to pay what you owed.
There's
That's just
a
the
lot
way
of
the world
stories
worked.
that
I'm not endorsing this, by the way. It's just the way the world worked.
there's a lot of stories that I think even our school system kind of stayed away from and didn't allow the books to be in libraries. Like for children, obviously. But there's a lot of stories that they talk about how like there's a lot of slaves that did learn how to read and write, and they would write like how they admired the person that they called like that's our master of the field or whatever. And there was like a personal relationship, and they were treated like family, and they were brought in like they were like treated
Like the
way
family pet,
different.
the prize
They were
dog
they were
brought in,
they were
fed from
they
the
were treated.
table, you know?
Cooper, slow down, because
Don't interrupt.
that's the kind of talk that keeps racism alive. So like there's this there's people that
He's been propagandized. You don't even realize it. He's a fucking dumbass.
there's people that are that in that day, in that time, that they would like encourage people to come and like it's such a good life, and our master's so good to us, and all we have to do is just like work, but look at the beautiful home, and we're fed, and we're clothed, and we're taken care of. So it was like an agreement. And it was like obviously, like obviously there's horror stories. I get it. There's a lot of horror stories too. I'm not saying it was like all, unicorns and sorry, rainbows and butterflies and all perfect, but there's a lot of stories that aren't talked about and they're not mentioned in regards to how during that time there was a lot of love and respect, and they weren't slaves where like they were trapped, like you watch the movies of like chains on their ankles at the end of the day. Like no, they could, hey, you want to leave, then leave, but you're not gonna be, I'm not gonna take care of you no more.
You're
So
not
I
gonna
don't
make it
know.
very
Modern
far.
slavery. Go ahead, Cooper.
I would say I would ask just like in general your gut feeling. I'm curious on what do you think the percentage like between like loving, caring family type master and like a not so great chattel slavery? Like, what percentage do you think the slaves probably
Well,
fall
depends on who
into
did it.
each
Are we
category?
talking about Englishmen, or are we talking about
No, we're talking about
Portuguese?
America, the only country that matters.
Wow.
Well, wait a minute. In early America, you were talking about immigrants. So are you talking about Portuguese Americans, or are you talking about English Americans? Because I
Talking
would say
about slavery in America. You can
I
include whatever
know,
races you want.
but different, not races. Those are countries, right? Those are kinfolk, right?
Nationalities.
Nationalities, yeah. So I think the Portuguese were pretty harsh on their slaves. I think that they treated them poorly, and I think that there were other people who treated them a little bit better.
If I were just gonna make like a gut guess, like I'm asking like Apocryphal to do, I would say it's probably like I think I could safely say that 80% of slaves were probably not super thrilled with their situation. I would say that's probably a pretty generous guess.
Well, if it got me out of the UK, which I thought was a shithole at the time, and all I had to do was pledge 7 years, I would think I would have done it. But there are people who still do that today.
Yeah, and I kind
There
of
are. Hold on. Let me
like to
finish.
talk
Hold
about
on.
the
Hold on.
chattel slavery of
Hold
America.
on. There are still indentured servants today. I heard recently of a woman who was pregnant and she was having complications with her pregnancy. So she committed a crime so that she could go to jail and get like full health care, like premium health care for her child. So people commit crimes to make themselves 13th Amendment slaves because they want the benefits and privileges of being someone's property.
Compare that to like pre-Civil War slavery, I think is a pretty far cry. I think those are pretty different things, right?
If you trade your rights for benefits and privileges, there's no difference in trading your rights for benefits and privileges.
Is a trade at the barrel of a gun?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who signed an indentured servitude contract. I'm not talking about
Yeah, but
Cherokee coming
we
up
don't
to
call that.
some other nation of natives and stealing the men that they could and stealing the children and the women.
So just to clarify, when I say slave, I mean like colloquial slave, like no, like that wasn't their
Talking about
choice.
man stealing.
I'm talking about slave, like chattel slavery, like in America,
Man
normal
stealing
slave,
is what you're
like
talking about.
sure. When you say slave, it seems like you're talking about like a voluntary indentured servant.
Well, they were both.
I think it was important to distinguish between the two, don't you?
Yeah, let's do that real fast. So
One,
let's say that I got a slave. He's worth $60,000, right? And then I have an indentured servant. And he's got 1 more year left on his contract, so he's worth like maybe $500, $600, $700 because I only have 1 year left. I have a really dangerous job. I don't want to send my slave up there because if he dies, I'm out 60 grand. So I send the indentured servant up there, and if he dies, well, I guess I don't have to give him his land and whatever I promised on the other end of that contract. So it's actually beneficial for the indentured servitude to die climbing that cliff to save my cattle or whatever's up there. If he dies, I win. But the actual slave, if he dies, there's no slave insurance. I'm just out 60 grand.
yeah, I mean the slave just has to keep on, being a slave.
So check this out. This is how you like. I was going to ask you just a question. Now, say I'm a slave. So say I'm just like a person, right? And someone goes to the sheriff and says, "That guy over there, he's my slave. He escaped. Lock him up, put him back under bondage, right, and bring him to my house." How would I fight that? What would the court use to determine whether I was a slave or not? What would their standard
I
be?
suppose
How are
that
they going
would
to
be
decide whether this man is a slave of that man?
I think that would probably depend on the court, wouldn't it?
Well, there's common law court, right? So we're all in a common law country. I don't know what they're going to do in China or any other place like that, but I know what we did here.
Well, I think that even the
You look
rules
at
on
their
what would happen
lineage.
were pretty different between the North and the South, even in America. So
No,
I think it depends on the court.
it's a rule that goes back to the Romans.
Okay, well, I
It
don't
goes
know
back
much
to the
about
it goes back to the Roman
I don't
civil
know
law.
much about Roman civil law, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it was incorporated into the common law, but it's like the Roman civil law was pretty much what was practiced. We practice it now, right? So, like, I don't know if you have it in Canada, but if you go to like the Registry of Deeds, you'll see the shit in Roman letters, and the shit will have columns, right? So we practice the Roman civil law when it comes to certain things. Depends on in certain contexts we practice. So municipal law is basically the Roman civil law, but it was also kind of incorporated into the law of nations. We practice it to a degree internationally as private international law. But I don't want to go way down that thing, what they would do is they would look at the lineage of that person. And they would find out where in this lineage is the person that committed themselves into slavery. Okay? But the burden of proof would be on the other person to prove that they're a slave. And like, because when you would buy a person, you would get a document. I think it was called a manumit or something, a manumission. And it would say who they're from, and then it would have their lineage on it of where they came from. So it had nothing to do with race. It had nothing to do with anything. It had to do with whether some forefather of yours, or technically a foremother, or because it passes matrilineally, right? So, but they would find out whether, or try to find out whether, you know, one of your female ancestors was a slave. And then that would determine whether you were a slave, whether that person had legal ownership of you. The whole idea of what slavery is and was is it's just subject to propaganda. It's just bullshit they teach in school that has nothing to do with reality. Because people challenged their slavery. It's not like there was just like people just like running around like, oh yes, I'm a slave, poor me, can't do anything about it. And you're like, hey officer, this guy's holding me as a slave and he shouldn't be. And they're like, go fuck yourself, slave. No, it didn't work like that. Everybody had redress in court. So you could go to court and challenge your indentured servitude.
Yeah, you have any examples of like working out well, or like before pre-Civil War, where they were like a guy, like an African slave was able to overturn his captivity?
Well, just the
Like his
Summerfield
captivity?
case, but that was in the United Kingdom. But the United Kingdom held that slavery is outlawed in England generally. So this is where the rub is that in England, slavery was unlawful. It's against the common law. But if you were an English citizen in a foreign land, you could hold a slave. So that's why if you were an English citizen or English subject and you were in America and you had a slave, you could enforce that slavery through British courts in America. But if you tried to bring your slave back to England, all that shit evaporated.
So I guess in general, I would agree with your general point that slavery is slavery, when we look at it from a global perspective, basically has nothing to do with race, except usually it's one race enslaving another race, but not necessarily true.
Well, the way the Christians looked at it was they were enslaving heathens. It didn't really matter. Well, hold on. It wasn't their race. They didn't even talk about race prior to like I think it was 1563 or something. I think it was called Bacon's Rebellion. So they had a rebellion where they started this race basis. But before that, the basis of slavery, Christians could hold slaves if they were heathens, if they were non-Christians. But it didn't matter if they were like what they were. It didn't matter if they were black, white, anything. They didn't even have concepts of that.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. But again, so in general, race not an important thing to like slavery on a global level. But when you talk about America specifically, like race absolutely has a huge
No, it
part
wasn't
in
a factor.
the history of slavery.
It actually wasn't. It wasn't a factor.
No,
it wasn't like you're black, you're a slave.
Yes, it was.
No,
Yes,
it wasn't.
It was.
You're
In a lot
misinformed.
in the South, it absolutely was. Yes.
No, you're misinformed.
And a lot of early on before the
Okay,
they had
so dude, I literally posted something, right? It's not the quantum of blood in the veins that can determine the condition of the offspring.
So do you?
The condition of the mother does determine the question, and they quote the Roman civil law that it is basis of heredity, has nothing to do with race. Nothing, literally nothing. It's not like if you go to court, it's not going to be evidence. This dude's a
On a
fucking
legal
black
level,
dude.
sure,
He's a slave.
You wouldn't argue it from race, sure, if you're in a courtroom.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with race, and it's not going to be enforced that way. Now, some jurisdictions might have made a presumption of slavery or something, right? Oh, if you find just like a black person running down the road, you can presume they're a frickin' slave that escaped, right? And lock them up. They might have something like that. But as far as like the actual determination of whether they're a slave or had slave status, their race would not be a piece of evidence. It would not be like, oh, they're black, they're a slave. And they're like, okay, jury's like, yes, black slave, guilty. You know, they didn't do it like that. But why? But the thing is, you and this Sanjay guy and a lot of other people, believe me, the vast majority of people in North America, think that it had something to do with race. But in a practical matter, if you look at the historical record of the time when there were slaves, the courts weren't determining slavery using race as a factor. They were determining slavery by using the heredity of the person. It's a retroactive history because they had to justify the Civil War, you know, which was the killing of like something like 300,000 Americans. So they had to justify that. So how can you justify it? Well, you can't say the real reason, right? Federal seizure of power over states' rights. You can't say that. You have to say it's about the slaves. You have to make it a moral cause because you can't just make it like a legal financial reason. No one's gonna think that that's morally justified.
What? So our history
The
is wrong, or
bodies of
what?
liberty. No, so you're actually just straight up wrong. So the bodies of liberty in 1641, Massachusetts passed a law that legalized enslavement of Africans, Native American, and mixed race people. The law is allowed for bond slavery in certain circumstances when captives
Yeah,
of war
read me
were
the actual
taken,
law.
when people were sold themselves.
Yeah, dude, a news article don't mean anything. I go by what the courts say. I don't go by fucking some interpretation from some idiot journalist. I go by what the courts say the law is. Okay, because that's how. Listen, what do courts do? They interpret what the law is. Okay, so when there's a case, they decide what the law is and then they apply it. Not some fucking journalist that don't know shit, that never read a court case in his entire life. So they have something called the annotated statutes, right? So you have the statute laws that legislatures pass, and they have words there. And people will read those words and say, this is against the law. Well, that's not actually how you do it. Read the annotated statutes, because the annotated statutes are what the court says the law is. So the legislature writes laws, but they use something called the rules of statutory construction to determine what the laws actually mean in application. And then they have a case. And then that case will be decided on some legal principle. And they'll write that down in the statutes annotated that will tell you what the law actually means. This is why you can't read the statute laws and say you know what the law is. The courts decide what the law is, not you, not anybody else. And they apply this, the science of jurisprudence, and they actually consider it a science, right? They apply those rules to decide what are facts, what are evidence, what are things like that. Like, you can't use like a layman's idea of what should or should not be in evaluating what the fuck's going on. You have to know like how the legal system actually works, what's evidence, what's not evidence, you know, all this crap.
So slavery was not the cause of the Civil War, one of the major reasons.
Well, the South said it wasn't. They would know, right?
South said
So
it
what
was.
was happening is
They
is
said
what
it.
was happening.
The South said it was about slavery.
The
No,
South
it was
absolutely said it was
okay.
about
So you had
slavery.
the 3/5 compromise. You know what that is? The 3/5 compromise.
The Missouri Compromise is what I remember.
No, so there's a 3/5 compromise in the Constitution. So to have the House of Representatives, right? You had slaves counted as 3/5 a person. So
Oh, yeah.
how many seats you have in Congress is based upon what your population is, and slaves got 3/5. So what was happening was there was federal territories that weren't states yet, but they passed a federal law that said passed a federal law that made slavery illegal. And then when a federal territory became a state, the laws of that were incorporated by the federal government at the time would become the state's laws. So if the federal government said it was illegal and then that territory became a state, now slavery is illegal in that state, right? So now you're getting a disadvantage. Now you just got two more people in the Senate, right, of a non-slave state, and then you got freaking all the people from the state, their population, that they're going to be represented in the House, right? So what was happening is the southern states were slowly losing representative power,
That was
right?
also something else. Yeah.
So, well, this is what they said was like what kicked it off. Like it was
I
I
don't
can't
think
remember
so.
it. I can't remember what the case was. It was some fairy case about fucking the waterways and application of the Admiralty. I mean, there was multiple causes. There was there was problems with economic activity and taxation and trade and like a lot of there was huge tariffs on the South and all that money was going to the North and they were pissed about that. So there was a lot of things, but it like slavery was like the excuse, but it wasn't like. But that was like because to kill people you need a moral freaking cause to get people to go to war. This is like they always say that the other side's evil and immoral, and we're fucking good and moral. Go kill
I
them.
mean, or the South really made their money from slavery, and they weren't as industrialized as the North. That's also a possibility.
We're talking about cause and
Yeah,
effect.
but they had higher trade volumes and they made a lot more money than the North because
Jefferson
And also, I
people in
mean,
other countries
Jefferson
wanted their
Davis,
product.
the president of the Confederacy, said the slavery was the primary cause of the war in his book.
interesting.
He could say whatever he wants.
He's the president of the
He was the
Confederacy. I mean,
president of the Confederacy. I think he has some authority to stand on.
Well,
yeah.
but I go by what they were saying when it happened, not ex post facto.
And also,
not rewriting
what about
history.
and what about Abraham Lincoln being elected as president? That's really when the war kicked off, right?
Well, Abraham Lincoln was a
Immediately
fucking tyrant.
afterwards.
Well, he was a crazy tyrant.
Oh my God.
You don't think Lincoln was a tyrant? Well, but tell me, how many newspapers, journalists, and newspaper editors were arrested during the Civil War? But actually, before the Civil War, leading up to the Civil War. You have any clue? It's over 10,000 people. He was a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, swatting journalists
Many
is not cool.
American citizens were killed in
What
the
did you
Civil
guys think
War.
about Boots? I want the thoughts of India. What are your thoughts on Boots?
Doesn't matter what you think about it. Like literally, I don't care what you think about it because I'm telling you historical fact. I'm not telling you my opinion of what happened. You can go argue with the documents. You don't have to argue with me. You can argue with the people that wrote the document. So that's the funny thing with you guys. You guys think everything is subjective opinions, man. No, like historical events, they happen, and people write things down of what happened, and I go by what they said at the time that they wrote it down. Because, like I was saying about court, so if you have any type of record or business record, it's to be given more credibility the closer it's written to the actual event happening. And this is the way. And so it's really weird that they figured this out when we know that's actually how memory works. So if you like recount, if you experience something and you write down right away what you experienced, as opposed to writing it down 2 weeks later, it's going to be more accurate, your initial memory of what happened. Somehow they figured this out before science figured this out. I wonder how they
Are you
did
telling
that.
me if I have an email that says, "Hey, I'm gonna murder Bobby," and from 10 years ago, and they find it, that's gonna outweigh like an email they find from a year ago, or like that's not like like an email they find sooner is
No,
gonna like
we're talking about
outweigh that
recollection
evidence.
of no, dude. We're talking about
Recollection
recollection of events.
vis-a-vis written documents.
Recollection of events. Talking about memory of events.
Mm-hmm.
So, I went and took a piss at 10 o'clock. Write that down immediately. I have to take a piss at 10 o'clock. As opposed to writing it down a month later. What time did I take a piss a fucking month ago? Maybe it was 10 o'clock. Maybe it's fucking 12:30. I don't know. So, people they were literate. They did write things down. We know what they said. And of course, they are writing it down from their viewpoint, but there are governmental records on what was done. And it was a shit show. We have all the tax records and all the import duties and export duties and all this stuff and what everybody was paying back then, what the North contributed to the government versus what the South contributed. We know what everybody did. There's a historical record. And the South, the North was being fleeced by the South, or the South was being fleeced by the North. They were basically getting shit at us at discount. So they passed a federal law that made it more expensive to export to a foreign country than it did to fucking send it to the North. So they basically had to send it to the North to be processed like cotton, things like that, to be made into textiles. Then it would be to like send it to frickin' England, who we were going to pay top dollar for that shit. Right? And then those tax dollars, if they did export it at that higher price, to those tariff revenue, they'd go to the North. So basically, the South was getting fucked. I don't have a dog in this fight because I don't fucking like the government either way. Like it doesn't matter to me. I'm just telling you what the facts are. I'm just telling you what the facts are. Like it's facts like these which make me fucking not like the government.
Fuck the North and the South, the Democrats and the Republicans.
Yeah, dude. Like
It's funny,
shitloads of
back
people
then it
died
was
for no
switched
reason.
around, right? The Republicans were the Democrats and the Democrats
No,
were the
that's not
Republicans.
true.
That's not true?
Who told you that lie?
That's not true.
So what
So
happened
Abraham
was
Lincoln,
the
Abraham
Democrats
Lincoln
did
is
a whole
not
bunch
a
of
you wouldn't consider Abraham Lincoln like a Democrat nowadays?
He was a Democrat, wasn't he?
No, he's a
he was a
Republican.
He was a
Republican.
Republican, sorry. But he
Come
was
on,
very
Larry.
communist. Oh, wait a minute. Just because someone says they're Republican doesn't mean they're actually conservative and want to keep the old
That's why I
ways.
told you it was flipped back then.
I don't think it was.
Well, it was, man. I mean, I took history.
There was probably like religious connotations to it too. I wouldn't doubt because the South had different like evangelical Southern Baptist type worship. In the North was kind of white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, which is more like Presbyterian, maybe Methodist and shit like that. So I'm sure there was differences there, like
Lincoln was considered, or is considered, the best president ever by a lot of people.
That's what? I don't know why.
Yeah, he is actually, believe it or not. He's ranked the best.
I'd say by whom? By fools?
By people online, I guess.
I know there's been more books written about Lincoln than any other president. I consider him the worst president. Quite honestly,
was a
Yeah, so if you look it up on Google, at least, there's been multiple surveys
he
done.
ended slavery by making everyone slaves. That's what he did.
Abraham Lincoln has the highest ranking in each survey, and George Washington, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and Theodore Roosevelt have always ranked in the top 5.
Well, I mean, that doesn't surprise me because, Lincoln started federalism at the level that he started it at in the 14th Amendment, and the debt and people subject, the debt of the United States shall not be questioned.
Yeah, he also created the Secret Service, did he not?
I think that started under McKinley.
Did he? Sure, it was Lincoln.
After McKinley was shot.
I mean, if he had a Secret Service,
Well, he created at the time, if I remember my historical context correctly, at the time, the Secret Service was really meant to stop people that were counterfeiting. So it was a little bit different. Yeah, it was Lincoln. Well, it was indeed Lincoln. I just looked it up. I just checked it. It was Lincoln.
What would they be counterfeiting? I don't think the United States had paper. Well, they had U.S. notes, but I don't think those were in wide circulation.
They had the greenbacks.
Oh,
Funny how
yeah.
The guy that created the Secret Service was shot in the back of the head. Had that one security guard. They were really stupid back then, man. Dude, president just has one security guard. At a fucking civil war that killed 500,000 people. Like, come on, dude.
I just want to throw out there that he is right about it switched once upon a time.
Yeah, back then. Man, I was the top of my class in history.
So what, they just all agreed, like, hey, let's just like rename ourselves to confuse everybody?
No,
it genuinely was like that back then. Like the liberals were the Republicans and the conservatives were the Democrats. Like it genuinely was that way.
I mean, if I correctly, it was a long time ago when I was in class, but if I remember correctly, it was after what's his name got killed, Abraham Lincoln, and then the party slowly started to change because remember how the whole point of his, like, he was saying, we're gonna help the enslaved and give them rights, and then it started turning to where the Republicans that were once liberal and the Democrats were conservative, then all of a sudden the Republicans started focusing on like civil rights and giving people freedoms, and then like all of a sudden like the tables slowly turned, not like overnight, but like they slowly turned to when then like the Republicans started being like for the people, and then the Democrats started being what they hated once upon a time, which was the they didn't like that how they didn't like that the central government. They didn't like that. They were against that. But then they ended up becoming like what they didn't like. So it's really weird how they flipped the script. But nowadays
That's why.
Republicans. Go ahead.
Because none of these people actually ever had any principles, and they're just trying to take power. That's really what it is. Whatever the way the wind is, the way they're going to go.
Yeah.
That's why it's stupid when people call themselves Lincoln Republicans or something like that. It was flipped at the time, so it really doesn't count.
Yeah, you'll be like, oh, so you're
I'm a
more
Lincoln
liberal
Republican, so I'm still a Republican.
You're not talking about log cabin Republicans, are you?
Yes, probably.
I'm talking about.
Do you know what log cabin Republicans?
I thought that was the gay Republican branch.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, they were the liberals. That's why a bunch of liberals
They're
are
not
gay.
in the closet. They're in the log cabin.
They're in the cabin. They're not in the closet. That's funny. They came out the cabin.
It's like a rumor that Lincoln had a homosexual relationship with another man. No, I'm dead serious.
Yeah, no, he's right. You're right. You're right. Hey,
dude, I don't talk.
Is this actually like a thing? Is this actually a theory? Or?
That's real. That's real. Indio. Matter of fact, like I think like a year or two ago, they came out with a new Abraham Lincoln movie, and they kind of touched on his homosexuality, and a lot of people didn't like that because they like, yeah, dude, like look at the latest movie. There was some controversy around it because they kind of hinted on his homosexuality, and like a lot of people were like, "Hey, oh, you get me talking about that." Yeah, it was in one of the latest Abraham.
There's a Wikipedia entry on the sexuality of Abraham Lincoln. Okay, bro.
Yeah, it's real. They found him to be a liberal. He was a liberal Republican. That's why the liberals are all the fruitcakes, bro.
And like his wife Mary was like completely batshit crazy. So like it was like they think that he married into that like relationship because her father had money and it helped, and he was very poor, and it helped kind of like stabilize his life so that he could, you know what I mean? Because if you have a weak foundation,
wow. That's weird because I see something here, even in the Wikipedia article that you just posted. It said Lincoln's stepmother, Sarah Bush Lincoln, commented that he never took much interest in the girls. That's weird.
Because he was gay.
Your stepmother to say your stepmother at that too. That's weird. That is weird.
Don't be gay.
I don't know. Maybe he was gay. I mean, maybe Lincoln just rolled that way, guys.
I don't care if he was gay or not. I care more about that 14th Amendment bullshit.
Right?
Because what he did is, like, people don't realize is that, like, people were citizens of states. They weren't citizens of the United States. Right. So you're like the citizen of New Hampshire, the citizen of Georgia, the citizen of wherever. You weren't a citizen of states, but when they passed this 14th Amendment, they put everybody under this citizens of the United States. So what they did was they brought slaves up and they lowered everybody else to like another level. So right, to make them equal, they didn't just like lift the slaves up to everybody else's level. They also dragged everybody else down.
That's
because
why
once let me finish. Once you became a federal citizen, you end up losing the state citizenship rights and things you could rights that you had outside of the federal government. Like being able to be prosecuted for crimes against the United States, they couldn't do that unless you're in a federal territory. You couldn't be prosecuted for violation of a federal law in a state.
But then they changed it.
And then they changed it with the 14th Amendment citizenship. Then you became a U.S. citizen, and now you're subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Okay, whereas before you were not subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Well, I mean, at least you still did something good, guys. I mean, Emancipation Proclamation.
Wait, he turned everybody into a slave, and that's good by Matthew?
Yeah,
hey guys,
he created
freed the slaves. That's what they taught us, man.
Well, hold on though. He freed the slaves in a sense, but then he through this new legislation,
he then created and gave birth to the new form of slave, the modern slave, and then all of a sudden we're now under and born into the corporation of United States, not the United States. They changed it back then. It's really weird.
And wasn't it weird? It was weird because his vice president, the vice president wasn't the one you selected back then. It was like the guy that was second on the other party or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
that's
It
how
was
they
a
used
little
to
bit
do
weird.
it. Yeah, and senators were appointed. Like you didn't vote for senator.
They
So,
just picked them.
yeah, they just picked them.
Oh,
You actually have no right to vote in federal elections. Did you know that? The states themselves allow you to vote in them, but they don't have to.
Yeah,
They do it by choice.
Well,
Yep.
Abraham
states
Lincoln's vice president was Andrew. Wait, who was it? Was it Andrew Johnson? Yeah, it was Andrew Johnson, that guy. And he was they said he was racist and stuff. Apparently, I don't know. He was a
Yeah, he
Southerner
was
guy.
probably a Democrat then.
Southerner.
He was a Democrat.
Yeah, the Democratic
you, man,
Party
it
is
was
from the
switched like
South,
that.
which is where a lot of the racism was from. That's why it's really weird when, in today's world, they're like, oh, the Republicans are the racists now. But
He made
I
it
don't
very
know.
easy on the South after he was president. Pretty sure he was what's it called? What was the plan or something? I forgot. But they made it really easy on the South, where they let Southerners vote as long as they declared America or something like that. It was really easy for them.
Yeah,
He became
as
president.
long as they agreed to the union, the unification. As
Yeah,
long
I
as they
agreed to the union and stuff.
right.
And it wasn't like most of their population. It could have been like I forget what percentage of the population had to agree for it to be a state or a part of the union, but it was really, really low. Like they set the standards that low as well.
So you want to prove that you're a slave under the 14th Amendment? If you leave the United States and go to China, France, Russia, Canada, wherever you want to go, and you make an income, you have to pay income tax on that to the United States of America.
Really? That's weird.
Yeah, really.
If you're an American citizen,
Leave America, but you still got to pay it.
That's right.
or
Even
you
if
want to
you're not
retain your
here.
citizenship, yeah,
That's
Yeah,
weird.
what's
that makes
crazy?
sense though.
Yeah, what's
That's
crazy?
the cost of being a citizen.
Yeah, I
And
have
all the
I have a
rights that
The
buddy.
cost
along
of
with
being a
that.
citizen. Did
Hey,
anybody ask
Yeah.
me? Did anybody ask me if I wanted to be a citizen in the United States?
You can always forswear it, man. You can always give it up.
And then do what? And then what happens?
Go to a different
Do I gotta
country. I
leave?
don't know. Find someone to take you in.
Oh, I
don't
gotta
know.
leave.
I
They
don't know,
own
man.
this shit?
I'm gonna be
give up
honest.
Why do I
You
gotta
don't-
leave?
I don't
No,
think
tell me. Why do I have to leave? Why do I have to leave?
Why do you have?
Because
I
you're
don't
no
want to
longer
be in
on
their
government
club
land.
and I have to leave. Like, why is that?
Do you have? I don't think you would have to leave. I don't think you would have to leave unless you got like picked up for a crime or something. Would you?
No, why would I have to leave at all? Like, this is a bunch of land, right? The United States is a body politic. If I don't want to be in it, why do I have to leave the land? The United States is not the
because
territory,
this
right?
land is under the jurisdiction of the United
No.
States government.
United
There's a
States is a foreign
territorial
vessel on dry dock.
Yes, this is our United States territory. They claim
There's
it
a
as a
there's a
matter of
territorial
international law.
jurisdiction. But well, there's a territorial jurisdiction, but that only says the limits of where they'll enforce the law territorially. Doesn't mean they have law over or they have jurisdiction over that land per se. Territory, because a government like the United States, Canada,
I think the United
wherever,
States would
they're
disagree
called.
with you on that.
It doesn't. No, well, agree or disagree. I'm going by what the court says. I already told you that. I don't go by what agree or disagree.
How do
I go
those
by what
sovereign citizens case hold up in court?
There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. That's an
So
oxymoron.
you can't just opt out of
How can you be a
being
sovereign
part
and a
of America.
citizen? That's like saying I'm the master slave.
It's like it is an oxymoron, but it's like saying how can I like opt out of being a part of the government that the land is on? Doesn't really make sense. Like you can't. Like they're both the same thing, pretty much.
No, if they're not, the courts have
As
held
far
they're
as
not the same thing. The courts have held they're not the same thing. It's not my opinion. The United States is not the territory. The United States is a body politic.
has
It is a
jurisdiction
creation
over
of
a
man.
territory.
It is jurisdiction over United States citizens.
Right. It's
And the
corporation.
territory that they claim.
So I'll give you the case. The case is called Dura versus Reno. Dura versus Reno Supreme Court case. So the case was an Indian of one tribe went to another reservation, killed somebody. United States went to the Supreme Court. Court said, well, because this Indian is not part of your body politic, you have no jurisdiction over what he does.
They changed that real quick.
No, it's still the same, and that hasn't changed.
No,
They might
what
have.
they
Hold
use,
on, they
I
might
like
have.
how, I like how Indio says that though. I don't go by what they say. I go by courts.
what they
Well, that's the courts tell you what the law is. That's what that is your only
Yeah,
job.
that is true.
Now,
That
when
is
you
true. There's a lot of interesting cases. Yeah.
in today's world, there's been quite a few cases that have actually had to climb high in the Supreme Court, because now a lot of federal officers, like U.S. Marshals and federal officers, are going onto territories that technically they do not have jurisdiction on there. But for whatever reason, there is a loophole somewhere, probably created in the Patriot Act. But now they can go on reservations and arrest you, when technically they're not supposed to be doing that. That's supposed to be like sovereign land, like not your territory. You cannot make an arrest. You have no authority. But something happened in the past couple decades where that is no longer the case. I don't know what happened exactly. I haven't looked into it, but I've heard about it. Like there's reservations that they have like U.S. Marshals that go on there, and they'll go grab somebody. It's kind of weird.
So for a court to have jurisdiction, it has to establish two things. It has to establish that you have minimum sufficient contacts for which it to exercise its jurisdiction. So a particular little scam people like to do is, because California is one of those states where it's 50-50 split, people will try, oh, honey, let's take a vacation to California, then serve them with divorce papers. Right. So the courts have said, no, this ain't no good. You have no contact with the state. Just being in the territory of the state is not enough to confer jurisdiction. The principle that you can look it up is called minimum sufficient contacts. So that means you have to put your either your person or property under some benefit or something that the state is giving out, right? You have to
So like
enjoin
using
some protection.
roads, the electric grid, power.
Yeah, but the state don't own the
rail
roads.
service.
Yeah,
the state don't own the roads. That's a
Getting mail there would probably be one of the items.
Yeah.
Roads are easements.
Want to hear a real strange jurisdiction problem? The guy was being chased by the local police. So what he did was he jumped on top of a mailbox. Police couldn't touch him until they got a federal warrant for his arrest.
That's kind of funny.
That's
hilarious.
hilarious.
Is that real? Is that is that hypothetical or is that a real thing?
That's gotta be a joke.
Absolutely real. You'd be
So wait,
surprised.
the cops
but,
were chasing this guy in a high-speed cage. They're like, wait, hold on, guys. He's on federal property. Slow down.
It's literally against the law for the cops to go into a post office with their firearm, unless the post office has a contract with the local police department or sheriff's office,
yeah,
allowing
usually
them to
it's
have
the sheriff's
jurisdiction.
office. Because you know that most sheriff's jurisdiction is within a certain area of every single post office.
What I tripped out on, I heard you say it earlier, Indio, talking about how when I think you said it, how you want to know how you know you're a slave. You said something like that, and it reminded me of like
when you go to another country and you still have to pay taxes. That's how you know you're a slave. Like,
yeah,
I
I was just gonna say.
my money.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we have a friend that she actually is in the Discord, and she went to, I think, Italy, somewhere in Europe. I think it was Italy, and she lived there for a while, and she even got a job there. And then she found out that all the money she made there, she had to pay taxes here on. I was like, what? That makes zero sense. Like, that's your property, bro.
And
You
pay
are
taxes there, here and there.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. She had to report that income and then pay taxes on it. Like, what?
So, Cooper, let me tell you the problem these so-called sovereign citizens actually have. It's because they try to claim that the state's rules don't apply to them while enjoying benefits of the state. That shit don't work. You can't play both sides of the coin. You can't be collecting welfare, Social Security, enjoying all the benefits of the state and citizenship or being a subject or all those things. And then when it comes time to you obey the rules, go, oh, that shit don't apply to me. Well, then why did you fill out all those forms that said you're a citizen? Why did you fill those out and check that box?
I agree, but I think that extends to the federal government as well.
Well, often people volunteer for that, right? So, like, the birth certificate has no biologically identifiable information on it. So how do you know any particular birth certificate goes with any particular human body? You have to voluntarily go into the freaking register of births and say, give me my birth certificate, and then use it to get IDs and shit like that. And they have to check boxes that say, yes, I'm a U.S. citizen. Yes, I'm a U.S. national. Yes. So they volunteer for all this shit. Nobody held a gun to their head and said, go out and do all this stuff. They volunteer. But then when it comes time to pay the piper because they want to smoke weed all day, they're like, no, the rules don't apply to me anymore. No, it don't work that way.
I agree.
You have conflict completely. But then you still have to follow the regular rules, right? You can't. So the other thing about jurisdiction, they can enforce jurisdiction in any territory, like they do with the income tax, if you've declared yourself as a U.S. citizen. So it's like being part of like a club, like it's almost like you know how they have behavior clauses in professional sports. Like you can't do certain things, you have to behave a certain way as long as you sign a contract, or they can just release you. It's kind of like that. If you're declaring yourself a citizen, you're agreeing that you're going to abide by the laws of the United States, right?
Yep.
You enforce laws that way. So that way they have laws which are called mal prohibita. Those are laws which are, they're not intrinsically, like whatever act you do isn't intrinsically bad. It's bad by prohibition. So the government has prohibited you from doing that. So those types of laws wouldn't apply to you. The laws that would apply to you would be laws that are called mal in se, meaning they're bad within themselves. So like that would be like the 7 Commonwealth felonies, which are like rape, murder, you know, trespassing, things like that, right? So you still have to do the, you know, but it's also under strict liability, which a lot of people don't like because that can involve things like getting your hands cut off and shit. So, you know, so a lot of these, like when we appeal to these like statute laws, we use them because the punishments aren't as harsh as what the common law punishment would be, right? We've limited our liability. So if I kill someone accidentally, right?
Yeah, they used to hang horse thieves.
Yeah, exactly. So instead, I've limited my liability by like appealing to the statute laws, and now I just get to go to jail. But because I just get to go to jail and not be hung, I have to follow all these other laws. I have to follow the rules, pay my taxes, all this shit. So it's always a trade-off, dude. There's no free lunch, man.
Yeah, going to jail is also a service
sounds
you're
a whole lot
providing.
like not slavery and a trade instead.
It's voluntarily slavery. I already told you, slavery is voluntary.
Voluntary slavery is not a thing.
It is a thing, dude. The only one that could ever make a claim that it's not voluntary. What does that even mean?
That means it's baked in. It's like saying like all murder is wrong. Like there's no such thing as a good murder. Like all slavery is bad. It's just baked in. All right. You would call voluntary slavery indentured servitude. It's just a different term.
Yeah, but no one can be a slave unless they volunteer
No, that is not true. A child does not volunteer to slavery just because his dad.
Child can't consent to anything.
Different things.
Non-minors are property.
Yeah, of their parents, not their parents' owner.
Look, but if their parents is a slave, then all their brood is a slave.
Okay, if you think
They're
that's
like a
how it
dog.
should be, I mean, it's a weird argument to make, but you go, bro.
Because they're like a dog. It's not what this isn't a judgment. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying the way it is.
I'll say it's wrong. I'll make a moral judgment on that and go ahead and say it's wrong.
Well, like
it's wrong for somebody to say, "Hey, man, I don't want to starve to death. I'm going to put myself into slavery so I can feed my
kids."
kids."
To say, "Hey, this guy I own had a kid, and now I own his kid." That's wrong. That's bad. We shouldn't do that as a society. It shouldn't be allowed.
But I think there's a great trick.
Can you make a moral argument why that's bad?
Oh, it's bad because it violates consent.
But the child can't consent. So whose consent is being violated?
The child, because they can't.
No,
consent.
even hypothetically, even if the child could consent, they can't.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's bad. They can't.
They're non-compos mentis.
Yeah, I agree.
They don't have the capability to consent or not consent. Okay, so let's have the child. The child consents. we asked the child, let's have a cutoff age, 4 years old. At 4 years old, we go, you consent to be a slave. The kid's like, fuck that shit. Okay, bye. Now what? Now what?
Yeah, I don't know. Now you got yourself a tricky
There's
situation.
the 4-year-old wandering in the woods.
This dog.
Is that
It's almost
better?
like this dog shit system of slavery is like bound to have all sorts of horrible moral ramifications.
No, there's just no moral ramification. The kid's just in there with nature. That's not good or bad, right? It's just nature.
I mean, an
Wolves
unattended
need to eat
child
too.
is likely to die. Yeah, I mean, if
Wolves,
the
wolves need
protection
to
of
eat.
human children isn't a part of your moral equation, I guess it's not a bad thing. I don't know. I find that to be a value, like a good thing. Like human children should be protected from wolves.
But what about the wolves, man?
What about the wolves, man?
Why should human children be protected from wolves?
Oh, because I value their lives more than wolves.
In what sense? What is the
In a
value?
human supremacist way. They're more like me. I can like get along with other humans. I can't really get along with other wolves. I could yell at them all day, but I'm never really gonna like be able to trade meat for
man.
bread with them.
Maybe you're just not like wearing the red cologne. Maybe you can get along with some wolves, man.
I mean, if you want to try it, I'm willing to be proven
Nah,
wrong.
you can try it. I'm not into that. Not into the bestiality thing. But seriously, like, yes, this is the way it is, right? The parents own the children, right, as property because they're in charge of them, right? So
yeah, but their parents' owner doesn't, though, right? So probably shouldn't like be able to
no,
like, sell the kid
because
off away from
like,
the parents.
look, if you own a dog and the dog has puppies, do you own the puppies?
Yeah, because that's a dog, not a human. We treat those two things differently.
No, when you're a slave, we don't treat them differently. That's the point. We don't treat them differently because that person.
Slave, yeah.
This is what you don't understand. A lot of the people that put themselves into slavery were going to die.
And I understand that indentured
Okay, so what's
servitude
better,
had its
dead
place.
or alive as a slave? Which is better?
As without the choice to be a slave, but if I'm not given the choice, death. If like
yeah, that's why there were so many slaves. Why didn't they all just fucking commit suicide? They thought the same way.
I don't know.
Because
it's
in
amazing what humans
reality,
can get used to.
Well, yeah, because you have a pie in the sky notion of fucking how people want, like how they'll cling to life. They would rather be slaves than die. And if people are given the choice, slave or die, they say, well, I'll die while I'll live and I'll be a slave. And well, maybe I'll have kids and those kids will end up also being slaves. But at least there'll be kids that are slaves and alive as opposed to never existing.
I don't consider a trade like that made at the barrel of a gun to be voluntary.
Well,
do you understand that? Like that, they may be making that choice between that and death, but that's not like a voluntary choice. Like that's like if I put a gun to your head and say, "Hey, have sex with me," you have sex with me? Are you voluntarily choosing to have sex with me? Or am I raping you at gunpoint?
This is a little different because your life continues on. So this is like really at the borderline of like human experience, right? So death is like the borderline, birth and death, like at the bookends of human experience. And if you're like, dude, this is either the end of this experience, or I can keep putting another coin and keep playing. People put in another coin and keep playing.
Yeah, most people are not gonna choose the bullet to the head. They're gonna but that doesn't like indicate consent.
Yeah, but you can go at the end of the story and like, well, I was thinking about taking the slave thing, but because I'm under duress and I can't voluntarily consent, I'm gonna just have to like no. And like, if you kill me,
you would choose
I'm gonna
life.
bring
It
you to
just
court.
violates like a major moral principle. That's all. It just makes
Which one?
Disgusting. Like
Which moral
the consent one, like humans consent.
That's like a legal principle, really. It's not really a moral principle.
Oh, sure. So like the golden rule, then that's like a good moral principle. Like do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Like,
well, I mean, I'm not trying to make the argument. I'm just trying to give you the rationale.
Right?
Listen, I'm just trying to give you the rationale of the people.
I understand the rationale. It makes a lot of sense to me why you would choose slavery over dying. I don't want to die. I would probably
even from the other side. But I'm giving you even from the other side. So you have the side of the slave and the side of the frickin' people that are doing the enslaving.
Yeah, free
Right.
labor's awesome. I get it. It's fucking tight. It's great.
Is it?
Yeah.
You want to be responsible for taking care of somebody?
Yeah, sure. If all I have to do in like an agricultural system is just maintain the human, and I don't have to like pay them
They got to be
anything
profitable.
extra,
But they got to be profitable.
they just got to pull shit out of the ground.
No, but they
right?
got to be profitable. What if it costs more to feed them than the shit they pull out of the ground?
Oh, then you're bad at running a farm.
Oh, you think it's easy? Think
No,
it's
I
just like
don't.
no breeze?
No, you have to know what you're doing. But like human capital back that that is why the big part of the reason why we don't like care about slavery that much anymore in the modern world is because mechanization has like removed the need for most of it. Like we don't need mass like agricultural like low wage teams anymore for most agricultural goods. Like you have like 4 guys in a combine and you're done with 100 acres. Like
Look, all I'm saying is taking someone into in slavery is a risk, right? It's not just like some scot-free thing. Hey, I got a slave. It's not like it's free money, right? There's
it's a
risk. You
risk
have to
in the
you got to
same
keep the
it's in the
person
same
alive.
way that buying like any piece of farm equipment is a risk. Like yes, like if this
Human beings are a bit more
doesn't work
complex than a
out,
piece of farm equipment.
like it's like a basic break-even accounting analysis is like, okay, this slave can pick X amount of acres, whereas I have this much land, I need this amount of slaves to pick this much thing, and I have to pay overtime like taskmasters to watch the slaves and make them each. It's like it's just a basic economic thing. Like there's a risk
Yeah.
involved, you're right, but like the reason it was so popular is because it was really economically viable to get free labor and just maintain people and not to give them anything extra.
Or maybe they kind of had no choice.
Yeah, like it's kind of like imagine you move to the city and
Till
you're
the
like,
cotton gin was invented, the only thing that would do the cotton is a bunch of people. They had no choice.
so if
Okay,
you
let's not
so
let's
if you
not
move
just
in,
cap though. Like I mean,
hold,
the Atlantic
oh my
slave
God.
trade was a thing, right?
Yeah, the Atlantic slave trade. So was the frickin' Middle Eastern slave trade. So was the Chinese slave
That
trade
one
and
happened too. I
frickin'
don't deny
slaves and
those.
the
I mean,
Aborigines.
yeah.
Humans love
But
slaves,
look,
okay?
I don't
No
think
one's denying
downplaying
that.
any slavery is good though. I don't think we should downplay any of it. I mean, it happened for sure.
No, but
Look,
if
I'm
the
not a
slave,
fan myself. I'm just saying, given the circumstances at the time, without our modern conveniences, nature doesn't give a fuck about your moral code at some point. You know what I mean? It just doesn't.
Why are we still trying to forgive the past then? Can't we just admit and say, yeah, the South, like the South in early America, that what we did
but that's
to our slaves was awful, and that
but it
should never
wasn't
be
but it
repeated.
wasn't as awful as they say it was
But
though.
it
That's
was
the whole point.
awful, though. It
Bro,
was
people were
No,
thrown
no.
overboard,
It wasn't.
bro.
May not have been.
That's where
You might
you're
not think
wrong,
it's as
bro.
awful as
It
you
wasn't.
think,
Listen,
but
you've been watching too many movies, bro. You've been watching way too many movies. It wasn't like
The
that fucking.
Amistad is a work of fiction, and so is The
All
Color
right.
Purple, right? Those are works of fiction.
So India wasn't born in the 1800s or was around in that time. Apocryphon wasn't. So where's the historical evidence that it wasn't that bad?
Okay, well,
The
again,
Happy Families, where's it at?
if you read a lot of the books and a lot of like the old I guess diaries or whatever that they've compiled, and there are many
Give me some
stories.
historical evidence.
Okay, dude.
Okay.
Go to a library. Go
The
to a library.
historical evidence is the number of people, the number of ex-slaves that kept picking fucking cotton after the Civil War.
Yeah, right. Hey, do you know how many slaves like said, "No, I'm gonna stay here and fight with you, master, because you take care of me, and I this is my family here, so I'm gonna stay here and fight with you." You know how many slaves did that, dude? You think they gave all the slaves guns and said, "Here, go fight for your freedom"? Don't you think they just would have turned around and shot all their masters? Like, bro, get out of Hollywood, bro. Get out of Hollywood.
Sharecropping?
Yeah, bro.
You heard of sharecropping?
I used to live down south. Yes, I've heard of it. Still exists now.
Basically 2.0 slavery right after the Civil War, where the black people were still being manipulated by the whites, basically.
Okay, so
sharecropping as well.
Oh yeah.
Just to be clear, hold on.
But I mean, Apocryphon. If you have any
Everyone's a
historical
victim,
evidence,
dude.
give it
This
to me.
victim
It seems like
mentality
you're
is
just saying
retarded.
Apocryphon.
When I said that American slavery was awful, and you guys fought back against, just to be clear, the bar I'm setting for what awful is like the children of slaves being like being born into slavery. That like on its that stands on its own is awful. That is an awful thing, and was regular practice in American slavery.
As
So
opposed to what, though? You have to compare it against something.
no, as
Yeah, you
opposed
do.
to them being born free
Okay,
and
so they're
being the
born into slavery
responsibility
where they're
of
fed,
and
clothed,
being
and
the
housed.
responsibility of the master of the slave's owner.
Okay, so check this out. They're born into slavery where they're fed, clothed, and housed, as opposed to just being born to fend for themselves, which the chances of starvation and death are much higher. Their life's going to be much harder. They're going
Why
to be
wouldn't
working
they
for
be?
themselves and
Why
not some
wouldn't they be
master.
treated like anybody else born in
Or
America
listen,
and be given
or I'm
citizenship and given
suggesting,
an education and
There
rights?
was no such thing as U.S.
yeah, that was
citizenship
true.
at the time. Didn't even exist.
State citizenship.
Well, I mean, most people didn't have state citizenship. I mean, it was a tricky business. You had to be a landowner and shit, and that was like
Well,
not
okay,
most
so
people.
why not just some neutral foreign visiting status? Why, bam, into slavery? You're a slave now.
I mean,
So that's the
I
comparison.
told you
There are
why. I
thousands
told you
of
why it
reasons.
happened. I told you mechanically,
The
descriptively why it
morally
happened.
right thing would be is they're born into freedom, and then the owner of the slave
Yeah, but
is responsible for taking care of them.
hey, I accept that you're saying this would be more morally right, but like, what metric are we deciding morally right? Is it outcomes? Is it the outcome? Because if it's is it to alleviate suffering? There's no guarantee they're not going to suffer more than not being slaves. In fact, it's higher chance they're going to suffer much more being on their own because they don't have the collective, right? So they don't have a collective unit that's going to, house, feed, and all this stuff I already
These
mentioned,
are all
right?
negative things that stem from the slavery itself. Like this is all like downstream from the slavery.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, and you can write a little fantasy book about how it should be, but we're talking about people at the time, what they actually had to experience, as opposed to our pie in the sky notions of a fucking utopia.
I don't know why. I don't know. Never mind.
I'm just being a realist. Like, I try to judge people by the times that they lived in, not freaking our modern notions of what's right and wrong. They had to deal with shit.
To be clear, I don't really judge people of the South like morally for slavery. Like it's what people did for most of humanity, but we know it's wrong now.
I mean, I guess maybe it is. I think the jury's still out.
Bro said maybe.
Just maybe, huh? Maybe.
Yeah, just
slavery is
maybe.
wrong.
Yeah, because we need to like morally.
Jeez, Mister, there's
I don't know
no
about the
moral
morally.
truth. Jeez, where do you need to pick up a Bible, son?
Who said there's no moral truth? I didn't say that.
Oh, isn't slavery in the Bible, or am I tripping?
Yeah, it's in the Bible.
Just like it's in history books, because the Bible
Of course,
is
it's in the Bible.
a history book. Yeah.
The Bible
They don't
even
try to.
promotes
They
slavery a
don't
little bit.
justify slavery in
I'll
the
tell you.
Bible. They just talk about it, right? It's just, you guys like.
They're like,
There's
yeah, they're like, and
justifications
go
of
get yourself
actions,
some
and then there was
slaves.
just describing, right? There's just describing the way it is. And I'm trying to just describe it the way
Yeah,
it is
sort
without
of.
making a moral
Yeah,
judgment.
sort of.
And if I'm going to make a judgment, I need
Sort of.
something to compare it against. Like, what is the alternative? What's our alternative of, like, slavery never existed? What's the alternative? Are we still freaking, like, scratching around in the dirt? Like,
And
I
that's
don't
why
know.
when people use Christianity or a religion to, get objective truth, they're just wrong, because they're even when you're mentioning the Bible and you're like, well, at the time it was okay. Well, at the time there were these standards. At the time it was like that. That just proves moral relativism. That's all it really proves, that morality is relative to its time and the circumstances.
Well, they might have thought it was immoral and did it anyway. You ever think of that?
Well, that's also possible. It doesn't really matter what they thought.
People
that much
do
of it,
things that they know are wrong all the time. It's human. It's
the Bible.
human
The
thought.
Bible didn't go against it.
It didn't
said,
say.
go get yourself
It didn't
some
make a
slaves.
statement one way or another. Doesn't actually make a
It
judgment about
said, go
slavery.
get yourself some slaves.
Who said that? What book is that?
You want the verse? You want the verse?
Yeah, to go get some slaves verse. I want the original Hebrew. I don't even know if that fucking have those words in here.
Not go get some slaves for us, but I'm
You
a
don't
little
really touch on
exaggerating.
slavery in the New
Hold on.
In the New Testament to me. Although slavery shit is old school shit, right? I think the best slavery references you get in the New Testament are like Jesus like hanging out with slaves or
All right, let's
or
get
like
'em.
speaking to weary
I,
travelers or whatever.
I wish Trigonometry Man was still here so I could ask him how ITARs, astrophysics, exoplanets solved the problem of slavery, or if it ever could.
What?
Yeah, what?
Yeah. No,
A
we were
trip to
talking about
fucking exoplanets.
astrophysics and
What?
how useless it is as a human endeavor. Yeah, it's like cosmology, astrophysics, astronomy are just useless human endeavors. Like, we're talking about things that really happened in history where people suffered, died, lived, etc. None of those fuckers are thinking about astronomy. Like, not
Can't
a
you just
single one.
study stuff because it's neat? Like, isn't that just
Well, to be fair,
isn't it just
I don't
It's
think
not
any of the
neat. It's
slave
a big
owners were
light
looking up at
bright.
this.
It's a light bright that's ugly.
Well, to be fair, I don't think any of the slave owners or the slaves were looking up at the stars and giving a shit. To be honest, I think their lives were here
That's what
on
I'm
Earth.
saying.
But
And even if they did, it wouldn't mean a fucking thing. Just wouldn't
well, it
matter.
says here slaves. It also says here slaves obey your earthly masters and everything and do it not only when their eye is on you and to carry their favor and all this other shit here. Obey your earthly masters with respect and fear. Yeah, there's a lot of
What's
verses.
wrong with
There's
that?
a bunch of them here.
Would you be happy if it said slaves rebel against your masters and kill them dead? Would that make you feel better?
Yeah, probably it'd be more patriotic. I'd say that. Yeah, for sure.
Ugh.
Bible isn't a moral objective code, dude. It's also relative because the people that were writing it, the men that were writing it back then, were dealing with the circumstances they had. Objective
Well, that's
morality there.
historically
And
accurate.
you can't have objective morality when everything keeps changing over like thousands of years. All sorts of crazy shit happened back then. You
Well,
think the people back in BC gave a shit about what we think is cool now? People were fucking marrying 12-year-olds. People were doing all sorts of shit.
yeah, that's because the life expectancy was fucking 3 days. You had to get it in while you could.
3 days.
Dude, we were living like freaking goddamn fruit flies, like mayflies. Only alive for a month.
Life expectancy was fucking 3 days.
I mean, for a female, yeah, man, and like they would die in childbirth a lot, so you got that problem.
Oh shit.
Actually, life expectancy was actually normal. What throws off the statistics is the infant mortality because that was so high, it drags down all the old people, like the average. It drags down the average.
They said Mr. Muhammad, whatever his name was, married a 5-year-old or whatever it was.
Yeah, but he didn't have sex with her.
Hey, now Aisha was 9. All right.
Yeah, but he didn't have sex with her.
Better.
Yeah, until she was 9. She married him at 6.
That's rude, man.
Well, how do we fucking know? How do we know he didn't have sex with her?
Because
We don't know that.
Because they would have wrote it in the Quran that everyone heard her pelvis crack.
I'm pretty sure in the Hadith it does mention the age of consummation.
Oh.
As 9.
It's alright to marry 9-year-olds. As long as you don't fuck them, you're good.
Yeah, I think you have to have your cycle for can consummate marriage like that. So technically, they're not married. Oh, marriage has always been like you have to live together, hold yourself as man and wife, and consummate the marriage. They didn't used to have like marriage ceremonies and frickin' marriage certificates and marriage licenses. Those are all modern inventions. They're secular bullshit.
You couldn't get anyone older or what?
Yeah, the marriage license was made so that whites wouldn't marry blacks and so forth.
Oh, here we go. Right back in it.
Well, I mean, now it's a
good
normal
example.
Thing, dude. Anyone marries whoever the fuck they want, I guess.
Look, Aisha was just one of his wives. He had other wives. But, you know, he might have married her at the behest of the parents because the parents couldn't take care of the child. So you can be married, right? And she's your wife. Doesn't mean you have to have sex with her. Right? So basically, she's basically like She's under your care and protection. You feed her, clothe her, all that stuff, and then she just runs around like, I don't know, rubbing the toilet.
That's also a possibility. Right.
But then the benefit that she gets is gets taken care of. Doesn't have to worry about being dominated by, crazy freaking men out there in the world, right? She gets protection. Except for her husband. She's married, so.
I mean, she's a child, so.
Well, I mean, there's no evidence that they had any type of intercourse whatsoever.
Except
for, I get that, and that's
written in the Hadith. But
I mean, she might have been 9, but I mean,
when did they have intercourse? How old is she?
Pretty sure it says. Hold on, let me find it.
You think it specifically says how old? Yeah, man, they humped at age 9. That's what it says. I don't.
I mean,
think
no,
they
I get
go
it though.
into detail.
I mean, I get where Indiel's coming from. I mean, back then everything was a little different, and maybe that circumstance, I can kind of see why you married her. If the parents couldn't take care of her, and legally something had to happen, or I don't know, maybe something.
I mean,
like that's also
like why like child prostitution is so crazy. Like in places like Thailand and stuff, they sell like they got 11 kids. They'll sell 3 of the kids to support the other 8, right? Because they don't want their other 8 to starve to death. So that might seem like a moral dilemma to us. How could you sell your fucking children? Yeah, well, I threw away 3 kids to save 8. That's a pretty good trade-off. Well, I'm serious, man. Like, there's a realities. It's not like, I'm going to use my pie in the sky notions of the way the world should be and let everybody die.
Okay, I found it. So the Ibn Hashim is one of the hadiths, and in this hadith, it says it gives the age of consummation to be 9 in his biography of Muhammad, and suggests that she may have been 10 years old at consummation. Sorry, excuse me, 10.
How do they define consummation?
Penis goes in vagina.
Are you sure that's how they define it in Islamic law?
In Arabic, I don't speak Arabic, unfortunately, so
Well,
I
I mean,
won't be able to.
well, Islamic
give you a
law.
direct translation.
So, like, they could have been married but not live together, and consummation could just be living together, not actual.
Consummation generally means sex.
Yeah, in the common law countries, yes.
Yeah, but
I
if
don't
they're
know.
translating it
different
from
rules,
Arabic
man.
to English, they're going to put it in the right context, right? So, like,
Maybe.
if Arabic has a word
I
that
wouldn't
means
guarantee
live
that.
together, Arabic has a word that means live together. When you're translating that, you probably wouldn't translate it to consummate. You translate it to, like, lives together.
Well, first of all, Arabic's a made-up fucking language, first of all.
All languages are made up.
No, I don't mean it like that. I mean, it's made up contemporarily, meaning it was made up in the late mid 18th century. Standard Arabic. It's a made up language. So Arabic is like a bunch of dialects. You're freaking from Sudan and you go to fucking Syria, you won't even be able to talk to them. There's a whole history of like the modern Hebrew and modern Arabic. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, I'm not.
All I'm saying is don't fuck 9-year-olds. Just don't do it. All right, man.
Yeah, I know. It's probably like I don't know why you would want to. Look, first of all, if you can even get excited over a 9-year-old, your problems start way before being with a 9-year-old. Like you have issues right off the rip. Because that should not excite you. There's nothing even remotely. I mean, I don't know, man. It's disgusting.
By being so Islamophobic, right? Shouldn't talk so much shit about Muhammad.
I don't give a shit about Muhammad. Islamophobic. What is it like? Anything you don't just add phobic after the name. Why are you spinach? Why are you spinach phobic? Why are you onion phobic? Why are you blue phobic?
Because my favorite color is red. They're blue phobic. Stupid. We're becoming a joke, dude. We're like a caricature of ourselves in the West. I don't like that word. Let's redefine it. So we need something else. You know, they redefine misogyny. Couldn't believe it, dude. Used to mean hatred of women. Now it just means thinking you're better than women or criticizing women. It's crazy.
If I needed another excuse to hate women, am I right, guys? Come
What do you
on.
think happens after we die, India?
Who's we? I know it's going to happen to me. I don't know about you.
Well, all of us. Shit. I mean,
I'm going to the
what's gonna
afterlife.
happen to you?
I'm going to heaven.
Oh, so you're a Christian then?
I hope you're right.
I am right. Anyway, so I'm a Christian. I don't like calling myself that. I don't like that word.
Like that word.
No, I don't like that word. It's fucking.
You deny the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Gregory doesn't
No,
like it
I do
either.
not deny the
Gregory
resurrection
doesn't
of
like
Jesus
it.
Christ. I affirm it.
Then
But
you're a Christian. Congratulations. Welcome to the club.
no, Christian was a particular part of like early Christianity. There's a group that called themselves Christians, but that's a different thing.
What would you say the core thing of Christianity is?
Core thing of Christianity is God is Jesus rose from the dead. That's the core thing.
Yep. So if you take
I don't
that
know,
to be
man.
true,
I'm
you
not.
probably fall under the Christian umbrella.
I mean, that's what we call it now. I guess you could say, "Hey, yeah, I'm a Christian" in the modern colloquial sense, but in the fucking
Gregory
absolute
doesn't like
sense
that
of
word either.
where that Christian comes from, that whole.
Wait,
Well, I
yeah,
mean,
did Gregory get permabanned or something? What the fuck?
He did.
For
Apparently,
was
he
it
got permabanned.
was it a threat, or I was here when he got banned, but I didn't really see what he said.
He was banned when I was here when he was perma-banned again. AI banned him again, perma-banned. I forgot the reason why he was perma-banned, but I mean I don't know, he's all over the place, man.
He's a spicy boy, that's for sure.
Yeah, like I was saying, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if we have reason to believe that after we die and the living things in our body die with us, that we're gonna go to some magical place. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if
Not
that's
everything is
a
based
guarantee.
upon reason. You can't prove reason is the highest form of knowledge using reason. So
I don't know.
no, you can't. It's
So
self-referential. You
we go
can't
to
use
heaven or hell.
logic
We're
to
the
prove logic, right? You need something axiomatic always in the beginning, some presupposition which you start from has to exist.
So
I think
we
therefore
die,
I
we go to
am.
heaven or hell.
That's
Where
my
did the animals go?
presupposition.
Where did the animals go?
Who fucking cares? They're animals.
What?
Where did the bacteria go?
They're still beings.
I
They're
fucking
still
sprayed
living.
Lysol all over my counter. I killed gazillions, 99.999% of bacteria. That's what it says on the can. Did I just commit fucking genocide?
Yeah, you did actually to the bacteria.
No, that's
you
not the
did.
definition of genocide according to the Geneva Convention.
Germicide.
I'm saying to the bacteria.
Well,
dude.
they invaded and they freaking raped my fucking toenail or something. So I can gas them out of existence with Lysol.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you don't believe in evolution, India?
What's evolution?
Come on, we both know what evolution is.
No, define it. What is it? Evolution's
You don't
not
believe that
falsifiable. It's pseudoscience. It's bullshit.
So you don't believe in it, basically.
Why would I? I don't believe it for lots of reasons. Did I talk to you about this?
How old do you think
Evolution
the
is
Earth
totally
is, India?
falsifiable.
It's not falsifiable. There's no
Yeah, of course it
experiment
is.
you can.
You could just find
experiment.
You would be able to find. You should find a species that changes over time to that doesn't help it suit the environment and still
What does that even mean?
survives.
Then it wouldn't be alive, right?
No, that's the kind of the point, isn't it?
That makes it unfalsifiable, retard.
That is the falsification. If you could find
No, it
you
isn't.
could find contrary evidence, then it would be falsifiable, wouldn't it?
No. No matter what evidence you have, listen, Cooper, no matter what evidence you
I
find.
know, it's a circular argument. I know. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, so like that's the point of evolution because it's all a just so story, and no matter what, they just say, well, you just didn't wait long enough. You just need a couple billion years.
Look,
like the experiment, right? So we could do it.
My Clabcross are coming in. I can feel them. You just got to give it me a couple million years, all right? Then you'll know you're wrong.
You just need a couple billion years.
Just give me a while. I'm working on the exoskeleton. I can feel it, baby.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many problems with evolution.
Are you a young Earth creationist then?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. I've never really thought about it, analyzed it. I know there's problems with the billions of years. I know there's problems with that because of the variability of radioactive decay and that it makes a shitty clock. But you know,
yeah, the billions of years, huh?
Yeah, 4.5 billion years, all that stuff. I mean,
I don't know, man. Maybe the Earth is that old, though.
I mean, maybe it's 500 times that old. Who fucking knows? They're never gonna know. Look, I find it funny that a lot of these human endeavors of things we claim such certainty and like deride people that don't believe in them, like they're never gonna actually know for certain whether their cockamamie theory is actually true or not. All they're gonna do is like be more convinced of it, or get a whole bunch of other people that are convinced of it, and maybe it'll make it into the culture of the world as a so-called commonly accepted fact. But that's all it'll ever be. It'll just only exist in the minds of humans. Nobody knows what was happening frickin', at the location that's, 9 stories under me 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Nobody knows what was going on here. No one fucking knows. That's the fact of the matter. And no one's ever going to know. The thing is, no one's ever going to know no matter what.
A lot of Christians believe you can have evolution and the Bible is a creation. They believe that God guided evolution and guided all the fucking Neanderthals or some shit. I don't know.
Evolution's not going to stand it. No, it's not going to stand the test of time. I think they'll eventually make it change into something like sudden spontaneous mutations or something, right? So there'll be some stressor in the environment, and I think they're going to find out that like you can mutate a lot faster than previously thought, right? That it doesn't take thousands of generations. That's spontaneous.
Yeah,
nearly
maybe.
Spontaneous, not instantaneous, right?
I don't think you can have it both ways, though. I don't believe you can just say, well, God didn't really mean what he said in Genesis, and he guided evolution. He guided us towards the billions of years, and he killed off the Neanderthals and let us live. I don't think that. I think that's stupid.
Neanderthals are humans.
Specifically, they're Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yeah.
Humans that were like 4 feet tall, basically.
Oh, what? We can have sex with them and have babies. That means they're humans.
Anthropology is interesting, man.
Would you have sex with a freaking? Would you have sex with a Neanderthal?
Me? I don't know, man. I'd have to see. I'd have to take a.
How big of an ass does she have?
Go back.
Well, judging by
like a really well manicured unibrow.
Dude, listen. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I'd have to see if they
What is their
look good
hip
enough
to
have
waist
sex.
ratio?
Yeah, hip to rate. Yeah, exactly. The
What's
waist
your
ratio,
unibrow?
yeah.
What's your unibrow to frickin' shoulder ratio? I mean, maybe like the Fibonacci freaking sequence is a part of another part of her body. Maybe.
I mean, would you have sex with a Neanderthal? I mean,
how much beer you got?
Well, I don't think you guys would have a choice because what I understand about the Neanderthals is they were a little bit shorter, but they were way more stockier and stronger.
they're strong.
Dense.
Look, a Neanderthal's going to
The
want
woman
to
couldn't
have
have been that
sex with
strong,
me,
though. The
okay?
woman couldn't have been that strong.
They're gonna want to have sex with me. Don't worry about it. That's not an issue.
The problem with being short and
No,
stocky is that you
seriously though,
can't
Quan.
throw
I mean,
things
I'd have
as
to have a
hard.
look. Seriously. I mean, you got to check it out, man. Who God knows? I mean, we had the skeletons of them and stuff, and they were pretty short. But I mean,
Maybe they
I don't
were
know,
just like
man.
a European version of pygmies. Ever think of that? What if like Europe was a rainforest, and like a lot of indigenous people that live in rainforests are very short. Kind of like a common thing. Any
I mean,
rainforest you look in, the
they
people are
were
short.
send some more pictures of them. They were a little bit weird looking. They were like dwarfs, you know, little dwarfs walking around. Indio smashing though. Guys, remember that he's smashing.
Yeah,
Them.
man. Use some of that honey mead, man. Some beer. Beauty's only a light switch away.
Woman didn't have beards though, right?
No, I said beer, not beard. I don't want no bearded lady. Dude, I'd want to live in this generation for that. And that's like go down the street now.
I was about to say, man, hold on, India.
Nobody
He's
wants the
talking about
California
some
girls
beard.
anymore.
Beauty's only a light switch away. it's only a light year away, right? It's only a light year away.
When Indio was a young man, you know, he probably wanted the California girls, but he probably passed nowadays.
Oh yeah.
And Indio was a Rizzler
Big
back
pass.
in his day.
Rizzler.
Yeah.
All I know is I came back
got to
listening
rizz them
and I
up,
hear the
man.
weirdest shit.
I don't
I
got to
was like,
rizz
what's
chicks
going
up,
on?
man.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
They talk themselves out of
Indio
their own
just has
panties.
unmatched. Indio has unmatched aura. You know, he walks in the room and the panties are wet.
Yeah. I'll neither confirm nor deny that accusation. I didn't have any problem getting girls. It was never a problem. The problem is like getting rid of them. That's the problem.
Oh, the getting rid of them, yeah.
Fucking, I tracked psycho hose beasts. I tracked like stalker chicks that fucking pop your tires and shit.
Did you ever learn?
No, I did not. Dude, when I get to the pearly gates, St. Peter's like, you dumb motherfucker. That's what they're going to say to me. That's what they're going to say. They're going to show me my life, and they're going to show all the girls I've ever been with, and they're going to be like, you dumb son of a bitch. What the hell's wrong with you? That saying, like, never stick your dick in crazy, man. I just never can't listen to that. Problem. I mean, I'm good at it now. I'm not like on the market or anything like that, so I'm not trying to get involved with women.
Hey, you got to say apocryphal. Monkeys do share a lot with us, though, right? They look like us. I mean, they don't look like us that much, right? But they share some human.
Are you
like,
racist? Racist. Monkeys
Hey,
look
man,
like
they look
us.
like us a
Racist.
little bit.
Yeah, but I
Sort
think
of
it's a
look like
false
us.
equivalence.
You're in the wrong club.
Nah,
If the
dude, they got
monkeys are
lips.
looking
They
like the
got some of
people.
them got mouths. I mean, all of them got mouths.
Don't say pretty mouth,
come on,
right?
dude.
They
Have you
got
seen their
eyes,
six
they
pack?
got
Have you seen the
ears.
gorilla six pack, dude? Have you
They
seen their
have a
six
heart.
pack? They got crazy six packs. I mean, they got it all, man.
Can they like eat bananas with their feet?
Yeah,
They can do that too, man. Everyone can do that. I mean, that's be a little freaky if I did that, but you know what I mean.
Yo, legit. When I was a kid, I was young. I was probably like 9 or 10 years old. I went to like the public pool, and there was a kid with no arms. This kid was like eating like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with his feet, dude. Like standing up on one leg because he had no arms, man.
He was like doing all this weird shit with his feet that I couldn't believe he could do, man. It almost made me want to chop my arms off so I could do it too. There's a weird birth defect.
Sucks that it happens, though.
Yeah, it was just weird. Like his.
I'd hate to be that one guy who's just born with no arms. Like, fuck, why me, man?
Like, dude, but imagine him in a Taekwondo class, dude. He'd be like kicking people so goddamn hard.
Yeah.
You see that guy that has no arms and no legs, and he schools and he gives inspirational speeches. And he teaches kids like don't
I've seen
give
that
up.
guy. I've seen a guy that has no arms.
That's uplifting,
or
bro.
He
That's
has no legs and he wrestles.
Whoa.
He's a bodybuilder. The guy's more ripped than all of us in here, and he has
He's
no
stronger
fucking
than all of
legs.
us, bro. He's got
Yeah,
strength of 10
dude's
men, bro.
ripped, dude. His biceps are crazy.
So, has anybody got any way that I could falsify the globe? Is there any way that I could
And fuck the
verify it?
globe, dude. Fuck the flat Earth.
I think it's unfalsifiable, this globe thing. The only way we can see the globe is if we go to space. I mean, that doesn't sound like science. Not
No,
empirical science.
show that all verticals are parallel. Done deal. Go for it, man.
What?
Demonstrate that all verticals are parallel.
That's not my claim.
You said any way you can falsify the globe. That's a way to falsify the globe. Show that all verticals are parallel.
Okay, so give us how would that falsify the globe?
Because it would.
Here we go.
Yeah, tell us how.
Right after you let all plumb blobs go to the center of the Earth.
Because in our model, verticals cannot be parallel. Show that they are, and you falsify it. You ask for a way to falsify it. That's the way.
In your model, you don't even have verticals. You have curved plumb lines.
That's verticals. That's what we call verticals. And so if you can show that those things are not parallel, you will falsify the globe.
Show me horizontals.
Yeah, show that they are parallel. Sorry, show that they are parallel.
Show me horizontals laid out for many miles that are curving. Show me that.
No. Larry asked for a way to falsify the globe.
No, you
I
don't wanna
gave
do
him
that.
one. Don't tell me other stuff. I gave him the thing. Go out and do it.
and I'm
Falsify the
falsifying you
globe.
right now.
And end this forever.
Let's specify. How many parallels? How far apart do they have to be? How many? Like, what's our sample size?
Just show that the verticals are
Yeah,
parallel.
how many? Because I don't want to do 1,000, and then you're like, well, do 10,000.
Do two.
Two.
Yeah.
That's it.
Two verticals. Show their
Shit,
parallel.
I can show they're diverging with two.
I know. That shows the globe.
Diverging, dude. Diverging. As in not pointing to the center. Pointing away. Diverging.
Yeah,
plumb
diverging
lines.
plumb bobs. Exactly what you would see.
Not diverging above the surface. Diverging within the surface.
Okay, go show that. Let's see it.
Yeah, I've already posted this and you've seen it. This means you don't read shit.
No, you didn't do it though, right?
What does that mean?
Did you
I mean,
do
I
it?
didn't do it.
Did you do it?
I don't. Why do I have to do it?
Well, you always say we have to do it.
I never say that shit. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
maybe you don't, but everybody else does.
Listen.
versus
I will
flat
say,
Earth.
did you do it yourself? If the claim is extraordinary, it depends on the nature of the claim. If you're making some crazy Bigfoot claim, yeah, dude, I need more than just my word.
So, how do you determine which claims are extraordinary, which are ordinary?
Whether I guess I'd say whether within the realm of normal human experience.
And so, when I watch a sunset every day of my life, is that within the range of human experience, the normal range?
Watching a sunset is a normal human experience. If you
Okay.
say, "Hey, I watched the sunset," that would not be a crazy claim. And you wouldn't have to do it yourself if you said, "Hey, Scott watched the sunset." I wouldn't need a signed affidavit that Scott watched the sunset.
And so, if I make the claim that every day I see the sunset, it goes below 0 degrees elevation, is that a normal or extraordinary?
Yeah, that's a conclusion, though. That's different than your observation.
No, that is the observation. The observation, it goes below 0 degrees elevation.
What is 0 degree? Elevation is not in degrees.
Sure, it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure elevation is in
feet or meters or something, whatever
Oh,
units.
come on, you know there are different understandings of elevation.
You
Oh, you
said
mean
you've never
elevation?
measured it, though,
And
Scott.
there's an
You said
angle of
it just
elevation.
looks
Right.
like it goes
Angle of
below the
elevation above
horizon.
what?
Not above anything. Angle of elevation from me.
Yeah. So it's not an elevation that's above something. So it's not
We
elevated from something else?
we can determine 0 degrees angle of elevation with the water level, can't we?
With a
What,
what?
on the horizon?
Can we determine 0 degrees elevation with a water level? Yes or no?
On the horizon?
Why can't you guys just ever answer a really, really, really
It's a
simple
retarded
question?
question.
This is yes or no.
Here's the answer to your
no.
here's
Okay,
the
why
answer to your
not?
question. Here, I have an answer for your question. When you establish with the plumb bob a vertical, right? And then you're
I
like,
didn't
okay,
do that. I did a water level. Stick to the thing.
hold on. Just
Why
You
you
can
got
do
to
a
answer
water
my
level,
question
though,
that
why
I
are you
asked
cutting me off
Todd?
while I'm answering your question, Scott?
Because you're answering a different question than the one I asked. That's
Okay,
why.
you said to show that plumb bobs are not all parallel. So let me tell you how we know they are all parallel. Okay, so when you establish a vertical with the plumb bob, and then you can take a horizontal line from that position, then when you take that line straight across to another column, which also is vertical and plumb, and then you take that horizontal and you transfer the line, and then you transfer the line, and then you transfer the line. And when you're 17 columns down the row, still making them plumb in vertical position, then you're going to still have the same horizontal line. My question to you is, how many straight lines does it take to make a curved ball?
None.
Get wrecked.
No, because you're just wrong. I mean, I don't have to say.
You're just wrong,
Nuh-uh.
man. You're just wrong.
Nuh-uh. That was a big nuh-uh. I just proved it. I just
No,
answered
you
your
said
question.
words. You proved
Next.
nothing. You said words.
Next. Any
You said words.
other way to verify it other than your bunk claim that I just disproved? Go ahead.
Yeah. Except you didn't. You just said things that you haven't verified, that you can't back up with any evidence
God,
or data.
you haven't verified that the sun goes below zero because you said you've never measured it.
Yes, but you can go out and see for yourself any day of the year. Well,
And
any
what's
it's not
zero?
cloudy.
What's zero?
0 to get yourself a water level. Real easy to make if you don't have like all you got to do is get a clear hose, right?
From what height though?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter what height.
You can be on the beach and the horizon will be slightly below. it'll be very, very tiny bit below. Go to any hill you got next to.
Do you understand why that position away from you is lower if you're higher than the ground? If you're at that zero, right? You're at that perfect. You're at the shoreline. Okay, that's zero. Then you can.
That's
It's
using
safe to
zero as eye
assume.
level.
It's safe to assume. Yeah, they could be
0
that
is eye
too.
level. That's the definition of it.
It could exactly. So if you're looking out over and you've established a horizontal parallel to the surface of the water, then of course your eye level is going to be higher than the horizon, and it should be lower. Although there are optical effects to where sometimes it does rise up and look higher in the distance, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the reason why it's lower is because technically you are higher than the ground or the surface of where you're taking your a horizontal position to establish that. You're obviously clearly taller and higher than the surface of which you're measuring. Like, what don't you get, bro?
I understand that. I don't understand why you don't understand the sun below that.
But the sun
Below that?
doesn't go below that.
It
It
does.
goes.
Ever seen it?
Oh my god.
Have you
It
ever
does every
seen
day.
it below it? Have you ever seen
Below
it below
my
the...
eye line, yes.
Yeah, where?
Every time I've ever watched it sunset.
From a height?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
And I've seen that many times.
Problem solved.
So
how's that problem solved? What did you solve? I'm just No, don't
Well,
laugh.
you said
Don't
okay. So
think
you
that
said
you've shown something.
okay.
Tell me what
You
you showed.
said okay. I'm about to tell you if you shut the fuck up.
Okay.
All right. So
Mhm.
you said you're from an elevation, right? You said your 0 is eye level, so your eye level is elevated, and then convergence shows us that things converge to a point. So it will appear that the sun looks like it's below your eye level, correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay, so what is it then?
When do they converge to a point?
No. What is it then? You explain what it is then.
I'm sorry. Explain what is. What's the it?
Your claim.
That the sun's below 0 degrees elevation, angle of elevation?
Yes, because I said it converges into a convergence point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it appears to be below your eye level because you're elevated. Yeah. So you said no. So you must have an answer for no.
Wait, what point do you think that sun is going to converge to based on perspective?
Well, it always converges down, doesn't it?
No, of course not.
Oh, it doesn't.
No, things below you move up.
And things above you move down.
Yes.
Yes. So no.
But at what point?
You're not going to have refraction there or anything like that. You're just going to
Not
now
enough
it's
to
a
matter.
straight line of sight.
Not enough to
Now
matter.
it's a straight line of sight, is it?
What, do you want the answer to the question, or you just want to do a rhetorical question?
Well,
Yeah,
yes, you're claiming
answer.
you're claiming it's a straight line of sight. Then you're seeing exactly what is there, which is the sun. Is that right?
Correct. It's a straight enough line of sight. Yes.
Straight line of sight. So
Straight
you've got
enough.
a straight line of sight with no curving light.
No, it's not curving enough to matter.
How do you know that?
How do I know that?
Yes.
Because we have no reasonable explanation for why the
We have
sun
what?
I was about to finish. We have no reasonable explanation for why the sun would
Who's
appear to
we?
be lower than it is.
Appear to be lower. Why not? Things appear to be where they are, wherever they are. That's the whole meaning of apparent.
No, because apparent, with the
Apparent is
refraction.
not an actual position, yeah?
Correct.
So is
Apparent
the sun in that position or not?
No, it's always slightly. It always appears slightly higher than what it really is.
How do you know where it should be then?
We know it appears slightly higher, so there's no explanation for why it's
So it is
lower.
an apparent position, not a real position.
You're not even listening to my answers, are you? You don't even
No,
care.
I'm not, because you
I know.
claim you have
That's
to
sad.
claim that you have to claim that refraction's there, yeah. So
And what
if
does refraction do?
if refraction is bending light around a ball, then on a flat
Okay.
surface, it can also bend the light down to underneath your viewer.
No, it can't.
Yeah. So
That's
if you move,
the problem.
yeah,
No,
it
it
can.
can't.
You showed me you fucking liar. You showed me a fucking graph, and what you did was you tilted the vision up to make it look like it was going over a curve. I said, okay, put that light straight. What would the light do? It would dip down into the water below the observer's eyes. Now, what would that do? That would obscure the bottom of something, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. You're a fucking liar, mate.
No, I can show you that too.
We went over this when there was 4 people in the room,
I
right?
know. Yep.
Now you're going back on what you said
No,
because
I'm not, man.
You
shouldn't do that.
Because it doesn't work now. Now
No,
you say,
you-
now your claim doesn't work because what we spoke about, you agreed on, and now it doesn't work.
No, either you misunderstood
Because you have to be seeing the sun at its actual position to claim that it's going down below 0. Don't you?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay, so it's not where it is, but that is where it is. Explain
No.
that, Scott.
No, my claim is that the refraction will always make the sun appear to be higher than it is,
How do you know that?
because that's the way the light bends. The light always bends.
Okay, and what
towards
about on
the more
a flat
dense.
surface? What would it do on a flat surface? What would the refraction do on a flat surface?
If it was the same type of refraction, it would always appear higher.
Why would it appear higher? Because you want to tilt it up like it's going around a globe. What if it's coming out the light's coming out flat from the object, right? And then as it curves around on a flat surface down below your feet, you move into it, you can only see the light that's coming to you from the middle section of whatever the object is.
Wait, can you repeat that?
What?
Think about it. You're the one that showed me the fucking graph.
I have thought about it. I thought about it a lot.
You showed me the lines of sight, and now you're going to deny that we had that conversation.
No, I'm not denying we had a conversation. I know exactly the conversation you're talking about.
You know the conversation, so now you're going to deny what you did on that graph, yeah?
I'm not denying. What I'm saying is you misunderstood what I said. If you think that's what I said.
What Scott had a flat surface. He said, "I'll show you how refraction works." He had a flat surface, right? One object and one observer. What he did was, from the object and the observer, from the object he tilted the light up, so it arced over to the observer. So he just turned it into a ball and said, "Look, this is how refraction works." I said, "Why the fuck's the light going up? Why don't you put the light going flat, straight out, and then dip and then make it refract down to the surface?" And then what you would see was, if the observer is outside of the arc of the light, then they're not going to see the bottom of the object. Now, if you move into where the light is refracting down to the surface, then you're going to see the bottom of the object. Folks, disappearing over the horizon. Sun disappearing over the horizon.
We weren't talking about that, though. We were
man.
talking about the sun being below 0 degrees angle of elevation.
Yes, apparently, yeah?
Yes, and how does that happen?
Yeah, you've never measured it, Scott.
Well, but are we back to that now, whether I measured it or not? Because you can go out and see
You
yourself.
said it's measurable, and now you're saying you haven't measured it. So how do you know it's below 0?
No, but see, this is where we get back to ordinary and extraordinary claims, and I say it's an ordinary claim for every one of
Your extraordinary
us.
claim is the sun disappears behind a ball.
I'm not talking about the sun
How would you know
disappearing.
if it's an ordinary claim?
I'm talking about the sun seeing it, not about it disappearing, seeing it below 0 degrees angle of elevation.
Okay, so you're either saying that the Earth's a slope or it's spherical.
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it
The
doesn't
sun,
matter?
the sun, no, the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with this position of the sun
Okay,
being below 0 degrees angle of elevation.
Is it the real position of the sun, or is it not?
There is nothing in either model, flat or globe, and refraction that would drop the sun below where it appears to be.
Why not? You showed me the diagram of it. You showed me the diagram of it.
Yes, and every one of those things I showed you, the sun was actually, it appeared higher, or the dot appeared higher than what it actually was.
Surface. No,
Yes, on a flat
incorrect.
surface it appears higher.
No, it appeared higher because you arced the light up before it came down. Didn't you? Admit what you did. You did it, didn't you?
On one of the images I showed you.
I've got it recorded.
Go ahead. Yeah. You should play it back. Yeah, play it back.
So what did you do?
Let's see what I said.
I'm driving at the moment, but when I get home, I'll put it in the live stream. But
okay.
Tell everyone the truth of what you did.
If refraction is causing the sun to if refraction is causing the sun to appear below 0 elevation, then you need certain conditions in the atmosphere, and
Sorry,
you don't
I don't
have
speak
that.
to read. Sorry, I don't speak to read.
Why do you say that? Why are you just saying that?
It's true.
It's true. Yeah, I think you say it like 10 times, it becomes more true.
Yeah, you need sinking refraction, and that's not the conditions of the atmosphere.
How about, yeah, that's a cool story. How about if I post one of those little sugar water tests? I post it in the chat.
Doesn't matter. You don't have
you can actually
refraction to cause the sun to appear below 0 elevation. You don't have that condition of atmosphere.
Yeah, you're just saying that.
But anyway,
you're just saying that without evidence.
Can I just finish this one thing with Timbo real quick? Because I did promise him something in that last conversation, the one he's talking about, that I would work on a different model or representation of what refraction really does and how it really works. And I've done that, as I promised. And when you have access to your computer, you can see what I'm doing, Timbo. Ping me, and I'll show you it.
When I get home, I'll
All right, cool. All right, you guys back up. Back to the argument.
No, how it would work if you have a serving atmosphere. That's how it would work.
But that's the thing you're trying to prove, right? That the atmosphere is curving.
The irony, that's literally what flat Earth would need for these observations. You need curving sky lenses.
What are you talking about? Listen, dude, you don't have any clue how refraction works at all.
Obviously, I know more than you.
Oh, yeah? What causes refraction? Tell me, what part of Maxwell's equations causes refraction? How do we
Difference in
calculate?
medium, as light passes through different mediums.
Yeah, what determines the refractive index of that medium?
The density of the medium.
And try again. There's no density equations in Maxwell's equations. Sorry.
This is just random line of questioning. Why don't you address your
No,
curving
you don't know what you're
sky
talking about. You don't know what you're
lens?
talking
Oh,
about.
now you're shouting over me? Oh, address the curving
No,
sky
you
lens.
just don't know what you're talking about. You don't
Maybe
know what
you
you're
should get a
talking
better
about.
mic then, dude, and then he wouldn't have to shout over you.
I didn't think
Yeah,
I was
he wants
shouting.
to shout over me because he's panicking.
He wasn't shouting over
That's
you.
total
It's just you've
projection,
got a
bro.
shit mic. You got a
Okay,
shit
then
mic and
then
no one
listen
can hear
close
you.
to. Okay, cool. So listen close to what I'm saying. In order for the sun to be below zero elevation when it's setting,
Appear?
and you don't have
Appear
those
below
conditions
it?
in the atmosphere, you do in fact need like
Yeah.
magnification in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
You
you
need
do,
like
don't you?
crazy curving. Yeah, you need curving
Why is
sky
it crazy
lensing.
though? Why
Yeah,
is
okay.
it
Can you
crazy?
substantiate anything you're saying with evidence?
That's flat Earth's job.
No, I'm asking you to substantiate anything you're saying with evidence that we need crazy conditions and all this shit. You have a model?
How else does the sunset happen?
Don't ask me a question.
Okay, can you explain how the sun appears obstructed?
I don't need to explain anything. I'm asking for your evidence.
Hey, are you denying refraction, dude?
You don't understand the line of questioning.
No, I understand you're
denying
making baseless claims. That's what I understand. You're saying, oh, it just has to be this crazy fucking atmosphere for the sun to be below. Okay, cool. I believe
You
you.
don't understand why.
Substantiate it. Substantiate it.
Yeah,
Substantiate
on a
it.
flat Earth. Yeah, on a flat Earth.
So you're going to repeat your claim without the evidence. Go ahead, repeat it. Say it again. That'll make it more true.
I definitely don't have evidence of curving sky lenses causing the obstruction of the sun.
No,
I don't.
no, I don't care. Whatever condition, right? Demonstrate that the condition that you think must exist without just saying words, right? Show a model, show something, right? Show something. What conditions must exist? What should the gradient be? Should it be a temperature inversion? Should the gradient be 1 degree Celsius per freaking meter elevation?
The irony.
Like,
This is what you should be figuring out.
What
If
condition?
you
There
think
is no
Earth is
irony.
flat,
The irony is you're exposed. That's the irony.
if you think Earth is flat, this is what you need to be trying to figure out.
I don't think Earth is flat.
If you
I
think
know
the
it's
Earth is
flat.
a globe,
I just
then you must
I just
need
observe
to
it as it
figure
is.
these
I
things
don't have to
out.
think anything.
Did you get gaslighted, dude, in the background? Sorry if I hurt your feelings.
Can I bring
What's
something up
that?
real quick, gentlemen?
I
mean,
Yeah,
let's just go over the Coriolis effect in general. What do you
Oh,
guys know
boy.
about the Coriolis effect?
What do you know about the Coriolis effect?
Well, all I know is
let's
the
talk about it.
Coriolis effect is that oh my god, I'm too stoned for this, but essentially the curvature of the Earth and the rotation patterns of the Earth do impact essentially a projectile moving or something moving like that to slightly curve off of target. Usually if you're shooting something north, it'll curve to the east a little bit. Like let's say you fire something at the North Pole, it goes to the east.
Sure about that?
So in general,
Yeah,
if
okay,
you're
you got it wrong.
firing, no,
You got it wrong.
I didn't get it
No,
wrong
you
because
got
that's
no,
how
you
the
did.
Coriolis effect works.
So
because the
no,
Coriolis effect
that's
affects
not
the
how it
same-
works. No,
Okay.
it's.
Well,
I'll correct you. I'll correct you real
go ahead.
quick, dude. Just let me correct you. So the bullet's not curving. The Earth is spinning from out underneath the bullet, so it's an apparent deflection. It's a rotating reference frame, right? The bullet's in the non-inertial reference frame, and there's a rotating reference frame which you're in as the observer, and you're rotating, you're moving. The bullet is going in a straight line. Yeah, that's the Coriolis effect. It's an apparent deflection. It's not an actual deflection.
Bullets don't go in a straight line though.
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
Bullets drop. Because they lose velocity.
Bullets make an arc.
No.
Wait, who
They
thinks
make an
bullets go in a
arc.
straight line?
They go in an
my
arc.
friend.
They literally
Yeah,
go
they
in
make
an
a
arc. That's the whole
parabolic
point.
arc. Yeah, great. Yeah, they make a
Yeah,
parabolic
not a
arc.
straight
So what?
line, dude. So why'd you say they make a straight line? Yeah.
Left and right, dude. We're talking about left and right.
Yeah, you were wrong. Yeah.
No, we're talking about left and right.
And no,
Also,
they don't
it's
come
angry, you
straight because
stupid
they
little
also because
bitch.
not only that, but you do have to account for wind and other effects too.
Well, yeah, you got to count for wind, humidity, gyroscopic drift,
Yeah.
magnospec. Yeah, so yeah, we know.
But no,
We've done this before.
bullets do drop. They kind of fire in a curve.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they
not
take a
the argument,
parabolic
though,
arc.
is it?
So
The
this is called
argument
a
is
red
that the
herring.
Earth spins underneath it. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so
no.
check this out. So if Coriolis is an apparent deflection, right? It's an apparent deflection that the Earth is spinning out from underneath something, but the object is in space in its inertial reference frame going in a straight line and only appears to be deflecting from the rotating reference frame. Riddle me this. How come hurricane pictures from space don't show hurricanes going straight, but they show them circling the drain? Because they should be going straight, and then you're on Earth, you're spinning out from underneath the clouds or whatever.
Dude, those images of hurricanes were taken from satellites.
Yeah.
Sure they were. Yeah, and I just disproved them.
You can have
Yeah, and I just disproved them, dude.
aeroplanes taking photographs of fucking airplanes, Callie.
Yeah,
Calm the
weather
fuck down.
balloons as well.
Which reference frame is space in? Is it in the rotating reference frame or is it in the non-inertial reference frame?
That's a silly question.
No, tell me which
answer it
which reference frame is it in?
You said which reference frame is space in?
Yeah,
Dude, that is a silly question.
if you're in outer space, these satellites, which reference frame are the satellites in? Are they in the rotating reference frame or are they outside the rotating reference frame?
They treat Earth as a center.
What's
Oh,
that got to do
Satellites
with
treat Earth
nothing?
as the center. Yeah,
fuck's sake.
that's the reference.
Can't answer that question, dude.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Just because you said words doesn't mean you answered the question.
You replied. You didn't answer the question.
Your questions are weird anyway, and I answered it.
No, you
You're
replied.
weird, man.
I said you had two choices. You had two choices. You had in the rotating reference frame and outside. You said Earth's the center. What the fuck does that even mean? Has nothing to do with inside or outside a rotating reference frame.
I don't know why you think that has to do with anything. It really doesn't.
Because that's what the Coriolis is.
What's that? It's interesting to me. Your little giggle. Like
You're talking
it's,
about satellites being affected by Coriolis.
No.
Like,
Oh, fucking hell, straw man.
So then, what the hell are you
giggle.
talking about?
Go
That
find
one.
out and come
There it
back.
is.
Go read
Ah, there it
Wikipedia or something, your alma mater.
Are you panicking now?
No.
Dude, no, you're panicking because every time you get cornered, you try to talk about us as if that is even going to work. You guys do the same shit every
Yeah,
time. You're like
satellites treat
NPCs.
Earth as the center. Yeah, satellites treat Earth as the center. That's what they do.
Okay, where do they take pictures from? The
Space.
rotating reference frame? Okay, is space the rotating reference frame or outside the rotating reference frame? You have no idea. Okay, so I'll talk slowly because you're a sped. So if there was a merry-go-round and you're on the merry-go-round, which is the rotating reference frame, and you throw a ball, to you, it's going to look like the ball curves. But if you're above the merry-go-round, quote unquote, outer space, looking down in the merry-go-round, you're going to see that the ball goes straight. So, is space on the rotating reference frame on the merry-go-round or outside of it? In or out?
You referenced photographs of hurricanes.
Jesus fucking
ironic.
Christ,
I
dude.
thought it
Answer
was
the
ironic.
question.
Yeah, photographs of hurricanes. Who took the photo?
Yeah, do you want to answer the question though, bro? Like,
He can't. It's fatal. That's why he won't answer it. He knows it's fatal.
It's silly.
I don't even know if he's intelligent enough to know it's fatal.
Oh, you have a point.
Or intelligent enough to explain.
I'm
why he
laughing
thinks
at your
it's silly.
hostility.
Shut up.
He's got
Yeah,
that little
talks about
bitch.
us again. You already tried that trick 9 times.
Well, you know about
bitch
just answering the
laugh.
question
You
though.
have to tell us why it's silly. Can you do that at least, Callie? Why is it silly, mate?
He tried to bring up a red herring about hurricanes. And I thought it was funny because the images that we have of hurricanes, they're taken by satellites.
Yeah.
How funny
Weather
is that?
balloons.
And a hurricane
Weather
that looks
balloons are not the same as the Himawari.
So you
so
don't take photos of weather from weather balloons?
So all satellites are airplanes now? You sure about that?
No one said that. You don't. So
So what are you talking about?
Okay, so why do people send up weather balloons?
What do you think a weather balloon is?
Is it for weather?
I'm not talking about weather balloons. I'm talking about the Himawari.
Now
The
you're talking about
Himawari.
the
So where did they get
You don't know anything about that.
Where do they get the weather readings from?
Whatever.
From weather balloons?
Doesn't know.
He doesn't know
Doesn't
anything
matter.
about
He's a
Himawari either.
retard.
Irrelevant.
Doesn't matter. There's a
Not
website. It
irrelevant.
says
We're just talking
Himawari on it,
about
and
the
they show
weather.
me images. Damn it! I believe in them.
Right.
Don't take
He
away
thinks
my Santa.
Yeah, Himawari takes infrared images of the surface of the Earth, and it's a
Cool
globe.
story, bro. It doesn't have a camera on it.
You're a goof, really?
Dude, go
Well, of
read it.
course it
Hey,
I mean,
go to the Himawari
Yo, no one
website.
believed that lie. He just said the Himawari can't take pictures. Don't believe
No,
it.
I said it doesn't have a camera on it.
Okay, so what is it doing? What do you think is happening there?
Nothing. Doesn't exist.
You're a clown. That's a joke. You're a clown.
Okay, so if I post to FTP where all the images are pre-generated, going out like 5 years, right? You're gonna look at that and you're gonna concede that Himawari doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
And when you
Whatever.
look at this, nothing I could show you is even gonna matter, right? You just admitted it.
I don't even think you're a real flat earther. You're just pulling.
Yeah. Okay. Cope harder. Nice cope. So I could show you
I'm
the
literally
spec for the
laughing at
Himawari, and I can
the
show you,
subject.
according to them, it doesn't have a camera on it. According
Yeah,
to
get closer
them.
to your mic because you're freaking out. Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I'm freaking out. And we're talking about me. That's all you can do because you're fucking scared little girl. You
Well, yeah,
think
you're
there's fucking-
you are the clown today. So
Yeah, okay. So I can show
you
you
want to
that.
play this role, right? You want to be the clown, so do your thing.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, cool.
I mean, you're over
You
here
think this is
defending flat
working?
Earth and you don't even believe in it, right?
Do you
So,
actually think this is working?
pretty goofy, man?
Yeah, do you think
what's
this is
wrong
actually
with-
working?
wait.
You actually think gaslighting is
Kelly.
going to work?
I'm
Hey,
not
what's
trying
wrong
to
with you,
gaslight you.
man?
Yeah, because you can't.
Kelly.
You're incapable. You're incompetent.
See, the people in
what's
the
wrong with
background,
you,
they're
man?
getting gaslighted. See, he's upset. Hear him? He's upset.
I'm
Yeah,
not upset,
so
I'm
more,
just-
you're getting
I'm
more
asking you.
divining of my emotional state. It's just funny.
I'm just asking you what's wrong. Like, what?
He just said
what,
to him,
what's up?
Make this. Did you hear that
What's
part?
up?
Or are you too
Yeah,
busy
but why
listening?
I'm going to post it in the chat, and then you can't
Why are
argue
you
with
being
me,
such
right?
a little bitch, man?
Look, this guy's
Stop being a little bitch.
Jump in.
Just stop being a little bitch. Why don't you just have a normal conversation instead of being so patronizing and
So
a
the
fuckwit?
Himawari doesn't exist now? Is that what's going on?
Not in space.
You're like an angry little
hilarious.
bitch, man. You're
So I
fucking-
just posted a bunch of links.
Yeah,
They're
you're
FTP
so
they're-
upset. You're so triggered.
Yeah,
That's why
I
you
just
gotta
posted a bunch of links,
Don't
dude.
substantiate
I
flat
just
Earth,
I
right?
just did substantiate. Listen, I just substantiated my claim, unlike you, right? I actually provided the evidence for my claim. So go to the FTP site on the bottom. Look at all the pre-generated fucking images going out years. Okay, years, dude. Yeah, it like when they have a picture of something that didn't happen yet, it's pre-generated.
What do you think is based off of?
Computer models.
Not weather balloon data. So what did you?
No, computer models. So
That's
they're
what I
climate
thought,
models based
Because when
upon
you brought up
climate
weather
models.
balloons, that was pretty stupid, right? Yeah.
I didn't bring up weather balloons, so you
I
keep
know.
your
So
shit
why don't
straight.
you fix that guy's stupid shit? Yeah. Fix
No,
this
I'd
shit.
rather smash on you instead. You're
just
a
let
lower
Flat
hanging
Earthers be
fruit.
very incorrect. You know, he thinks that Himawari 8 needs weather balloons to get their data.
No, he said weather
no one
depends.
said that.
Weather uses weather balloons. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You were
this
talking
argument
about
would be more
hurricanes,
coherent if you weren't just interrupting.
Yeah, I know it's really incoherent. Weather balloons. Weather balloons determine the weather. But yeah, that's really incoherent. You're crazy, Timbo. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I know.
They would use weather balloons to figure out the weather.
Crazy
Yeah, that's a
Australian.
straw man. Nobody said what you
Shut
just
up,
said.
Ali. No one cares.
Yes, you did.
You said it was incoherent.
You guys are a bunch of
Yeah, go harder. Goodbye. Shut up.
If you don't like being here, then you can leave, man. Or you can come in next time, not so hot-headed, and just have a conversation. That might help.
You need Kirby where fraction of how your son goes. Yeah, okay. Tell us.
He's got no evidence for any of his claims that he makes.
His claim is the evidence for the claim.
What a weird dude.
Who was the original guy who asked the question about the Coriolis? Maybe we can have a conversation back with him.
Yeah, I
Being as
know.
he jumped in.
I'd rather deal with him. He ain't too
Dio,
much
you still
better.
there?
He's sitting there posting fuck, dude, posting Netflix shit.
Triggers people, doesn't it? Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Cully. He said, next time you try to talk to me, take the dick out your mouth. Spelt you are. I think you need a grammar lesson, buddy.
I think I said that to your mom. Not your mom, Timbo. His mom.
Yeah, I know.
He has a mom.
Doesn't sound like it.
Could just be
Sounds
a
like you
chemistry
grew up
set.
on the street.
Now he's trying to get banned from the chat. What an emotional little girl. I mean, serious, dude. You're like an emotional little girl, man. Like, what the hell? Man up.
Too many soy lattes. You know that fucks with your estrogen, Kelly. That's why you can't control your emotions.
So, Callie, instead of chat skanking, why don't you look at that like little Coriolis force thing, right? So, if it's going straight from the external reference frame, how can a hurricane pictures be curved and be caused by the Coriolis? The answer is it can't. So the people at frickin' NASA, because on the ground with our little Hurricane Hunter airplanes, we observed a hurricane circle in the drain. So they didn't really think about the Coriolis force because they're dumb fucks like you, and they just made the CGI that doesn't accurately represent what the physics would be. And now you're stuck with it. No, just explaining to it like your little child. So let's look at the little Himawari camera. I'll post that too, or its lack of camera. They don't even call it a camera. They call it an imager. The Himawari imager. Doesn't have a lens. Picture this.
Am I still on?
Roger, Roger.
I miss the old days when they would come and start debating and say the toilets prove the Coriolis effect.
Well, how like when they used to post a video of like those Kenyan scammers running back and forth across the line they drew in the dirt. Didn't that prove the Coriolis? You ever seen that video?
I don't remember that one.
Oh man, there's like a tourist that like there's like a tourist trap in like Kenya, Nairobi. So they like the Africans like drew a line in the dirt and they have two like basins, and they run back and forth. They like show them like pouring water in one basin and then running to the other basin and pouring water in it, and they circle in different directions. And then they take their dollar from the tourist. It's what I mean. And there's the basins are on each side of like the line, and the line is supposed to be the equator. It's just like such a scam. It's hilarious. But I mean, they got to do what they got to do. You know that they're taking stupid white people think there's outer space. Fucking trick them. Get $1 off these dudes.
We ought to start challenging these Globers to invest in Martian real estate. Because Elon says we're going to Mars. And he makes electric cars. And spaceships. We're going to talk about scammers. People that are selling lunar, Venetian, and Martian real estate. But that's not a scam. I don't know what is.
Galley strip spiraling in the text chat, man.
Somebody losing it?
Oh yeah, he's losing his grip.
Let's see what we got. It's not Huckleberry, it's Huckleberry. Like to bear. It's Huckleberry. It's like saying pallbearer.
Let's say it again, Callie. Why I don't think Himawari exists, because there's an FTP site that shows all the Himawari images are pre-fucking generated. And there's a problem with being in outer space in the first place.
So what, you're going to discount multispectral imaging?
Multispectral imaging? Is that what it's called?
That's what the Himawari uses, yes.
Yeah. How do they focus the image?
Focus the image? You don't focus it. You don't focus with multispectral imaging like that. No, it uses different wavelengths and ranges across different electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah, you're not teaching me anything, dude. I know
Yeah,
how it
and
works.
you're not teaching me anything, dude.
Well, to create an image, you have to focus it right, or you get ambient light from all over the place.
Yes, this instead, you're not using. It doesn't use a camera like a traditional, imaging device. A camera. It doesn't use that. It uses different ways of producing the image. It basically uses the different It uses the multispectral equipment to look at the different wavelengths essentially, and use. It's among the electromagnetic spectrum. It analyzes that and forms images for us.
Analyzes
Does that make pictures of hurricanes?
No, it does not make pictures of
It
hurricanes.
doesn't.
No.
Cool. Because he claimed that that's where we get the pictures of hurricanes.
I also said Himawari doesn't have a camera on it.
It makes a picture of the Earth. I'm sure if there's a hurricane going on, you should be able to see it if it represents it. Yeah, but what do you mean by a
Do you know
picture
how a
of
camera?
hurricane?
Do you know how a camera works?
Yes,
You have to-
how a
You have
camera
to
works?
focus. Yeah, you have to focus the image, right?
Sure, but that's assuming a traditional camera. That's like you're talking about like a fucking camera where you have to focus an image. It's like binoculars. You have to focus it because you're using a lens for
Why?
it. It's not using lenses.
Why?
Because it's
Why?
not using a lens.
Well, why do you have to focus the image? Why?
Well, because if you're using lenses to look through something, you need to make sure the lenses are in focus, and that changes based upon distance and your eye distance from the
Let's say we make a camera obscura and we just poke a hole in a fucking wall and we project it onto our back wall.
Because
we
you
don't
use-
use
you
a
don't need
lens.
to use a
What
tradition-
happens?
Because you don't need to use a fucking camera when you're analyzing a massive object like a planet.
So it's not a picture. So it's not a
I
picture?
am calm. It's just like the dude's making fucking stupid claims. That's all.
No. Look,
Yes.
we created. No.
Yes.
Settle down, kid. Okay,
I
you
mean-
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, really?
You
You don't know what you're talking about, really.
So, you know what a camera obscura is? Do you know what a camera obscura is?
You know what a camera obscura is.
Yes, I do.
Well, then what is a camera obscura?
This
Can make one. So before they invented
Go on,
lenses,
explain to me what is a
Okay,
camera obscura?
I'm
Come on,
trying
explain
to.
it
I was
me.
just talking. Like, how did your sentence begin halfway through my sentence?
I apologize.
So, what they would do is they would make a room and they would just poke a hole in like the wall, right? And there'd be a little pinhole. And through that pinhole would come the light and would project the image on the far wall. That's called camera obscura. There's no lens, but it doesn't. But because there's no lens, the light isn't focused, and it creates a blurry image. Now, how clear the image is depends on the size of the hole. But if you make the hole too small, then you'll get diffraction, and then it'll fuck up the image again. So there's a careful medium that you have to reach if you're not going to use a lens. Now, so they're not using a lens on Himawari, they're using a mirror, according to them. So I'm wondering how they focus an image to even create it. If you look on Himawari's website, they say that they do 3 layers of data processing. I don't know what that means exactly. They don't go into detail, but you can't get access to the first 2 layers of data processing, like the raw data. They only give you, and you have to be affiliated with some university. You have to be affiliated to get the 3rd layer of data that they create the image from. So it's a black box. And I'm not obligated to believe it, especially when they make pre-generated shit.
Pre-generated.
Pre-generated. I posted the FTP. Scroll up, go look at them.
Pre-generated.
Yeah, and there's even a link to the 3D frickin' software where you can wrap their little textures around a ball. This is all old stuff we dealt with like half a decade ago. Okay, so just discovering it now. It's hilarious.
You gonna say pre-generated again?
I might.
Pre-generated.
Pre-generated.
It's like Transformers. Pre-generate. Transformers.
Have you got anything?
And I'm not gonna lie,
say
pre-generate does
about
sound
that?
like some shit they would say in Star Trek or something, you know?
Yeah, maybe in the holodeck. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to regeneration training.
Regeneration training.
It never fails. People with attitude like that always have their pronouns in their bio.
Does she, he, they, them? It.
Nothing more masculine than having to put he, him in their own bio. It's gay.
Ah.
Fuck that him in their own bio.
Who's the
Weird. You should
faggot?
should just be able to talk, and then people know whether you're a male or a female, and then
Well, yeah, that's how a proper society works. But now we got a bunch of retards in here.
I'm
Well, you
laughing
gotta-
because I agree with you.
You got to mock the nonsense when you see it.
Look, I would rather there be flat earthers than motherfuckers who think you could swap genders.
Well, let's get this right. They're trying to teach you about reality when they don't even have a grip on reality. That's fucked up.
Right? Yo, it's like, yo, could you ask me to respect you when you can't even respect the real, like, your own self? Like, you can't even respect the fact that you're a man, and you're sitting here asking me to respect you.
Oh, it's worse. It's so much worse than that. I wish that was the bottom of the barrel. They'll deny reality exists at all, and they'll be not sure that they exist, that they're not brains in the jar sitting on a shelf somewhere.
Hell yeah. Hey, real quick, how many people in here think the Earth is a globe?
Hey,
Let's get a head count. What up? What up, Timbo?
I'm
And you?
99.9999% sure it's not a globe.
What's the
But
head
you
count
don't
in here
know
for
it.
everybody who thinks the Earth is a globe?
You got
Two,
one
one?
so far.
One. We
One
got
was
any
talking
confident?
before.
You know what? I'm open.
We got any confident? We got any confident Globers that think they can handle a debate?
Tez is like I'm on the fence, kind of. Talk to Tez here.
I don't trust the government, so yeah.
Well, Tez is on his way, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never talked to him before, so.
I wanted to test the metal of the guy who was speaking highly of satellites, but looks like he's skedaddled.
Oh, the Himawari guy.
That was Kelly again. Yeah.
Oh, he's not much for a debate. Kelly's a
Yeah.
pushover.
What's his name? Jesse, yeah? Jesse.
I think so.
Yeah, I saw Demock and Jesse Gordon in the Politics and Religions fair where they were the only two in there. I can only imagine what that was like. I should have went in there.
It's like a car wreck.
Dude, totally, man. Talk about a personality clash.
Yeah, the polar
I can
opposite.
see who. I can imagine who was the more dominant one.
Well, Jesse was
What's
telling
weird is that
Please
the
don't
guy
hurt
that
me,
was
Daddy.
oh my god, the guy who was talking about the Himawari, that he just admitted that they don't take pictures.
Yeah.
That was
Which would
good.
have
I
pissed all
like.
over what Kelly said. It'd been interesting to hear those two arguing amongst themselves about what the fucking Himawari did.
So we don't really have the confident Globers anymore, Jedi. We just got like the bottom of the barrel Globers coming here.
Why don't we just start like another fake space agency? I know there's a whole bunch already. Why don't we just start one? And we'll just like do everything that they do. And everybody will sit there and believe the images we create. We'll say all the stuff we sent into space. We'll just make up a bunch of lies. We're actually launching it from Borneo. Like that's why nobody sees our rocket launches, because we're there in Borneo somewhere.
You know the new dance move, right? It's throw everybody who's in any high position and that make the claim that the Earth is a globe. Throw them under the bus. Anyone and everyone, because the ones who actually know more are the advocates in this in the Discord. So the bobbleheads, the Globe Earth bobbleheads that come in here. Now they're the ones who know more than those guys who actually are propagating that information. Take that one off for size. This is weird, right? But over the past couple months, these guys have been accumulating their little brain trust. So they're been getting more and more people that come in here and they're just like, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I don't like that guy, right?
They're straight up denouncing him, man. They're ready to burn Neil deGrasse Tyson at the stake at this point. They can't stand him anymore.
Yeah. Oh, and because we were talking about Felix Baumgartner, Brenda's in here, and we were talking about Felix Baumgartner, and Brenda was saying, I believe Felix Baumgartner over Neil deGrasse Tyson. Really? Like, I mean, they're quick to just like shellac anybody in academia nowadays. Even ITR, who's studying to be an astrophysicist, who comes in here, they throw his ass under the butt. Like everybody in the high position. Yet, what the strange thing is that they believe the nonsense that the mainstream is propagating from the guys who actually they're throwing under the bus. It's kind of a weird, like, vicious cycle that they.
It's because they think they're the authority now. They think like Brandon thinks he's the authority now.
You just reminded me that Brenda once said that a dictionary is not authoritative because it doesn't come from a university. And then I was like, what do you think Cambridge Dictionary and Oxford Dictionary are from? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, dude. It's the level they're stooping to these days just to like keep the party going. It's crazy, man. I'm telling you, dudes. Like we're dealing with some. This is like some really crazy stuff now. I know it was cringe before, but we're just like, I don't know. I guess we hit rock bottom and they started to dig a hole. Like it just like there's no end.
Dude, that's why they're calling this Antarctica crap the final experiment. They're like, I can't take the L's anymore. We got to do something to end this.
Yeah.
Can't take the L's anymore.
Did you guys see the video of that pastor? Dude, he got shellacked, bro. I mean, he was spanked on there. Oh, I don't know who the guy was, but he was basically just like handling him. And he got fucking handled, dude.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I was too busy watching the 7-hour Flat Earth debunk video.
I want to say Robot Polisher on YouTube.
Oh yeah, Robot Polisher. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the latest video on that guy, and I mean, he had that smile on his face, but like after he's been ousted, like he didn't know how to handle like when you're cooking him on live. Yeah, he's just exposed, bro. And he's just talking about how the pictures from the 1972 picture from Apollo. He said Apollo 11, bro, and it's Apollo 17 that took that photo, the famous 1972 image. He got it wrong, bro, and he was all like high sounding on.
Dude, he had MC Toon come out to his church and give a lecture.
No freaking way, dude.
Yeah, dude, that was in one of Robot Power's videos, man. With a picture, it had a photograph of MC Toon standing up there in front of the congregation.
Damn. That deserves a
fucking atheist globetard preach to your congregation about how the Earth's a globe.
And man, I've heard it all. I mean, that's just like, what else are you gonna have, man? You know, like, this is crazy. How does that even happen? So cringe, bro.
Just so I don't offend any Globers, not all Globers are globetards, but MC Toon is a globetard. Just want to clarify.
Oh, he's definitely a globetard.
Yeah, he came up with the video, the 7-hour long documentary yesterday. It was beautiful.
Dude, good.
Yo. Hold on, Alpha, before you get into that. So that guy went on Flatazoid's stream today and talked to Flatazoid and a couple other guys on there. Absolutely embarrassed himself. Contradicted himself about 32 freaking times. Oh man, it's so. I actually downloaded it and clipped it. No, it wasn't McToon's video. He collaborated, as far as I can tell, with McToon, Fight the Flat Earth, and Dave McKeegan, because he has a thank you in the description to them. He said, "Thank you for talking to me about it." But his name is Veritas. He's like a Twitch streamer. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I know.
Sorry, Miggy.
That's what I was gonna say. I was just gonna say that. He's going by Veritas, but he's no Alpha. Cause like I seen like, bro.
I was a little confused when I saw his name, bro.
Yeah, dude. Like this guy's trying to steal my thunder a little bit, but I don't think it was not. That's not like he doesn't know me or anything. But check it out. But him being Veritas, dude. The video that I was watching, and I think it's the same video we're talking about, Indio. Dude, that
7
video
hours.
was
7 hours and 48 minutes.
I want to say it was like, okay, so you know how like the Globers.
You did not watch a 7-hour video. Stop, man. Come on.
No. I meant like I saw the beginning of it, but like what I'm saying is, it's like, you know, like the Globers that come in here, like the first time that they heard Flat Earth, you know, the epic spiral they go on. That's what that video is. It's like that. It's like, you know, circling the drain all the way down to the fucking bottom. Like it's just what it was like.
That's what he did. That's what he did when he went on Flatazoid's stream, dude. They were just asking him regular crap, and he was just like, it was literally, and he was like, I watched thousands of hours of debates. Well, you didn't learn a goddamn thing because you're just like a newbie Glober and they're walking in here. Like, it's crazy.
Dude, like,
It's a good documentary for as much as I watched. I only watched like an hour of it, though.
Yeah, don't watch 7 hours, dude. You're going to get fucking, it'll.
Oh, it's good, though. Gregory's in there. Fun, man.
Really? Gregory's in there?
Gregory's everyone. Like, a lot of people.
You know what? I think,
they get me? Oh, man, I hope they got me, man. No, they're not.
You know who
I'll give them a bad look, man.
You know who they have in there? I've seen him. It's what's his name? He comes in there with the little fire engine avatar. He's like a rapper / like, I don't know if he's homeless or whatever, but he kind of like, he's, you know, roams the streets. What's his name? He likes rhyming in that. What is his name, dude? Anyway, he was in there because he's showing. Basically, so what it is, it's what the Behind the Curve from Netflix. It's the same shit. It's just painting people in a bad light. It's kind of flinging. It's like politicians, right? Like they want to paint their opponent as raunchy as they can possible to make themselves look good. Like, you believe in these flat earthers? Look at them. They're all, and then they're getting little fucking clips of them saying stupid shit. You know what I mean?
Jekyll said that I was in it too, but I didn't see that. I don't know.
Yeah. So his name is Flatter-Day Saints. That I remember now. Flatter-Day Saints. Thank you, Clipcourt. Flatter-Day Saints is the guy that, because like some of these guys, APOC, and no slight to you, man, but like you guys go off the rails sometimes, and they clip that shit. Like these guys, they're not playing fair. I'm telling you that, man. They're not playing fair. So when you're speculating, when you're saying some shit that they can clip you on, they're gonna do it. And when they
Can
do
you
it,
stop yapping? Can you stop yapping, honestly?
What?
Yeah, man, we're enjoying this shit. Shut up.
Who's
No,
this?
that was a good thumbnail too. They have the little flat Earth and.
Yeah, let me talk. This guy's got a little bravado. I got like about 5 minutes though. So you think the Earth's a globe, Leopold?
Yeah, I do actually.
All right. So what is your best evidence for that?
that when you get on the airplane, you see like the Earth going
shit.
like downwards around like a globe. It don't
Oh,
like
no.
stay flat.
You know what?
for
Like,
fuck.
I'm gonna tell you this, bro. Not even the Glovers that are in here would respect that argument that you just made. None of them do that. I would be honest. None of them
Why
will
are you
respect
lying
that
on
one.
their behalf?
Go ahead. If you're a Glober in here, like, see if you can co-sign on what he just said.
I can try. If you think the Earth is flat, go get a ship and then sail your ass to the edge of the Earth and see what happens. If you fall off, the Earth is flat.
We got. Listen, check this out.
If you were
Hold up.
wrong, right? If you go right, if you
No. I wasn't talking. You're not a Glober. Hold up.
I am a Glober. I am a
You're
Glober.
not, dude. Shut up. All right, so let's talk about the real.
I'm like,
shut up, dude. You guys are.
You two came in here together, you're clowns.
Check this out. Check this out.
Wow,
You're bottom. You guys
what?
are. Yeah. Check this out, clowns. You're bottom tier. You got to actually work your way up in the debate room. You guys have no game whatsoever. Like in here, you guys will get.
slam you in a debate, buddy.
Listen, you guys will get fucking smashed in here, dude. There's no contest for you guys to be in here. Like, listen to the other Glovers that are in here. Maybe you can learn something. But the arguments that you just listen, the argument you just spit out is cringe as fuck, dude. Nobody even like signs off on that shit. Your buddy who came in here was signing off on it doesn't understand shit. He just got up to another argument. He didn't solidify the point that you just made. He didn't back you up. I want to hear a Glober that backs that shit you set up.
He just did. You just mad because he was siding with me. That's all.
No, he just got up to another point. He didn't stay on the point and actually validated what you just said.
Did. You just muted him before.
All right, let me unmute him. Let me see.
No,
Look,
you talk. No. Don't unmute him. Leopold, you talked about planes. He talked about ships. How the fuck did he have backed you up?
Yeah, he said if you sailed far enough.
What?
How can he back you up? Are airplanes and ships the same thing?
Technically, yeah.
Okay, you're a fucking scrub, dude. You're a scrub, bro. You're a scrub. You're a scrub debater. You don't belong in here, man. Learn how to debate. Then come in here. You fucking scrub. You're a scrub, bro.
You're mad because I'm a globalist. You dirty flat earther. Like, what's wrong with you?
Leo, your friend said if you sailed a ship, you would sail off the end of the earth. That's not backing up your claim.
Okay. Unmute him and let him clarify.
Dude.
No, we heard him. We don't need no clarifying.
You didn't hear him. You just.
No, we did.
You misinterpreted what he said.
Hold on, everyone needs to
Stop gaslighting.
Not gaslighting. I'm trying to tell you what he said. He said if the earth was flat, you'd be able to sail a ship and fall off the edge. That's not backing up your claim of being in an aeroplane and seeing the curvature of the earth now, is it? Can you be honest and admit that?
Eventually,
can you be honest?
Okay.
Can you be
eventually,
honest?
if you sail on a boat across the earth,
man, nobody talk about a boat. Shut your dumb ass up. We're talking about a plane, you fool. You guys are rejects, dude. You're debate rejects. We don't deal with debate rejects. Come with a proper game and step it up, man. Don't be. You guys don't know how to debate, bro. That's just the point of it right now. And we just made an example of you. Everybody just showed how you guys were illogical. That's all it is. You're fucking debate scrubs. If you want to do it right, then let him back you up exactly what you said, and let's see if he can man up. I want to hear somebody co-sign the shit you said. I'm gonna do it because I'm curious. Now co-sign job. I want you to co-sign what your buddy said. Let me hear it.
Co-sign. I'm not trying to co-sign what he said. I'm trying to make my own point. If I was brutally interrupted.
Nope. Then that means, check this out, man. That means this shit is weak because you couldn't co-sign it. That's that simple. How do you like that? What's your name? Leopold? Your man just let you hanging out. He left you hanging, bro. He didn't even like dab you or nothing. He's like, fuck this guy. That's what he did. How you like that? You're hung out to dry, bro. That's it. You're done. Get your game up and then maybe come in here and try stepping it up and taking one of us on. Because right now, it ain't happening, bro.
Bro,
see, all that energy.
These guys literally muted me because they know I'm right. Like, what's wrong with you?
Man, look, all that energy you had, and you got nothing to show for it.
They unmuted me. Okay.
Yeah, all that energy you had coming in here, interrupting me, talking. Oh, you're just gish gallop, you're yapping. And then now you got nothing to say. Nothing.
I have
no argument, nothing.
You just keep on muting me like a lunatic, you loser.
Because you're a scrub, dude. Ain't nobody want to listen to you.
That's how Tom's, dude.
No, you're just a tyrant. That's what you are.
No.
You're an angry
Do you want us to
tyrant.
I'm
address
the
your
fucking
error?
man, dude. You
You
get
know
it
what
right.
happens?
Alpha
You know
Veritas.
what happens to tyrants in history? They fall
Yeah,
off
ain't nobody talking about no tyrant, bro. Get out of here.
because
You're a
I'm
debate
driving you
scrub.
off.
You're a debate scrub. Go hang with the other scrubs in the other room, man.
You are a
That's your
scrub yourself.
bro. That's
You
more
let
your
no one else
speed. Those
talk
guys
because
over
you're a
there.
moron.
Yeah, sure. You back that shit up, dude. Come at me with a debate. Bring an argument on right now. Bring an argument.
I did.
All right.
Man, that argument's
You're
stupid, man.
just
What the
too
fuck?
much of a. You're too much of a sourpuss. You can't even answer
Make
me.
your
That's
your
all.
argument again, and let's go through it if you feel like you're going to. Come on.
Stop pussyfooting, coward.
We're
Dude,
asking you to
stop
repeat your
talking and make
fucking
your
argument,
argument,
Chris.
dude.
I
Jedi's
did.
talking to you.
I did.
Dude, that cannot be your argument. Just reform it or some shit, because it's stupid as fuck.
Okay, repeat to me what I just said then.
Oh my god, dude.
Right,
I'm not
that's
gonna
what I
repeat your
thought.
dumbass argument,
Exactly what I
bro.
thought.
From what
You
I
just don't
could gather
listen.
of
You just
what
don't
you said,
listen.
Leo.
Get out of my ear.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
calm
man.
as sunshine.
Yeah.
From what I could gather from what you said,
I just made another
and I
argument.
paraphrase.
You don't listen.
I'm trying to still man your
You're
position.
stupid.
Yeah. You said if you go on an aeroplane, you can see the curvature of the Earth. In as so many words. Yes or no? Is that
He
right?
said unmute him.
Dude, I've just given you argument back to you. Do you agree with what I said?
Unmute John real quick. Unmute John. Let him speak as
No, we're
well.
just talking to you.
Oh
We're
my
talking to
god.
you, dude. Do you need someone to hold your hand? What the fuck? Be a man.
No, you're just scary. That's all. You're
Right.
just scared.
Okay, so let's try it again. You said if you go into an aeroplane and you look out the window, you can see the curvature of the Earth. Did you say
Right.
that?
Right.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah, I gotta get going, Jedi. Handle my light work, brother.
Yeah, that's why I thought you better leave, loser.
I gotta go to work, dude. Some of us gotta work.
Why he didn't like hang up?
Because he's got to go to work. He just said that. If you got a failure to comprehend.
No, that's not the point. He should like leave like Discord and like get offline.
You can listen.
Are you
Like
even a
many people.
globalist or a flat earther? Like, make up your mind, twink.
Flat earther, dude.
You're a what?
Flat earther.
Oh, why?
Because the Earth is measured to be horizontal over distances of water. There is no measurement of the Earth moving. So the Earth is not a ball that spins. It's not measured that way.
You have any evidence of that, or you just made that up?
No, I can give you the evidence if you want, or I can give that to you in laser propagation, infrared laser, UHF and VHF signal propagation. I can give you that with angle measurement devices such as the sextants with regards to celestial navigation.
Yeah.
The Earth is required to be a horizontal plane for you to measure angles from.
Yeah, okay, so send me evidence of that.
Okay, which one do you want first?
All of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to take a while for me to send all of it.
You don't have like a notepad already, or what?
No, I can go and get it for you, dude. Which one do you want? Do you want the laser test? Do you want the UHF or VHF signal frequencies? Or do you want a sextant to measure angles? Which one do you want?
I'll take all of that.
Okay, give me a couple of minutes. I'll post it in the live stream.
This is a live stream?
Yeah, I'll post it in the text room for you.
All right, can you
And
unmute
we
John?
are.
By the way, can you mute him and let him speak as well?
Are you talking about? Sorry.
Unmute Pharaoh and let him speak as well.
He's a friend of yours, is he?
No, we're just acquaintances.
Yeah,
I
fair
met
enough.
him in the last like call.
Oh shit! Oh damn!
Yeah.
Over there just being pussies and shit, meeting somebody in the middle of a damn point, kind of chicken shit is that?
I didn't understand a word you just said.
Oh, I'm unmuted. No, whatever.
Were you unmuted under popular request from your friend, or sorry, acquaintance?
So is anybody gonna refute my argument about what I said?
What
2
did you
minutes
say,
ago?
mate? What did you
I
say
said
again?
that what I said was, if you think the Earth is flat, go get a ship and sail your ass to the edge of the Earth, and if you fall off, the Earth is flat. And if you respawn,
Do I need
if you go back,
quickly?
if you go back to the
Just
same position
quickly.
that you started your sail off, then the Earth is round. That's it.
Mm,
Simple.
Right. Okay. So two things there. One, if you sail in one direction, like east, for example, and end up back where you started, that's because you went in a circle around north. Now, that doesn't require the floor that you're on to be a sphere. You can do that on a flat surface as long as you're circling around a central point. That central point in this instance is north. Now, what was this bollocks about you sailing off the edge?
So what again?
Going to be a hard conversation, dude, if you didn't understand what I just said.
Nope, I did not. And also, that doesn't answer my question.
Okay, no problem. Let's do it again then. Circumnavigation. Finishing up where you started from when you go in a direction. That direction in this instance could be east or west. East or west, though, is a circle around north. Now, a circle around a central point north can be done on a flat surface as well. Doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere. If you go in a circle, you're going to end up back where you started.
Okay. So let me give me a little. Hold on, where my papers at?
No, I don't know, mate. Do you agree to that or not?
No, I disagree. Because it's like you niggas.
Look in the chat.
Because you
Look
niggas,
at
because it seems like you niggas don't listen. Can you turn your camera in here?
Yeah, look in the chat, dude. Look in the chat. See the graphic? Yeah, look in the chat, bro.
What? Let me see.
I can't believe that you disagree that east or west is a circle around north.
So he has a compass. So he has a compass, and there's a magnet in the center, right? That's north. So compass will always point north. And if you just follow the compass, right? Follow your eastward compass heading, you'll just end up going in a circle. Nobody ever said there was an edge, and I don't know where you would get the idea from that there's an edge to the flat Earth. And like, if you fell off, where would you even fall to? Would you fall to outer space?
I don't know, but y'all believe in this shit, not me.
No. That's the flat Earth you don't believe in? That bullshit an edge that you can fall off of? We don't believe in that either.
Oh, okay. Well, my case is standing. Let me show you an example of what I mean.
Yeah, you don't have a case. You have a straw man.
Here's the picture of the Earth, right? This is the example of the Earth. Now, this is what I mean by falling off the Earth. Let's say you want to start right here. You want to sail, right? And you continue to sail. Straight in a straight line. I didn't say no damn circles. I didn't say none of that bullshit. I said go straight. Now you're on the continent. Now you just say you want to go to the continent, whatever the case may be. Keep on going. You keep on going, and boom, there you go. You fall
you
the
ran out of
fuck
paper.
off.
Crazy, man. The Earth is just like paper.
So there you go.
Yeah, the Earth is just like paper. Yeah.
So there you go. Earth is flat.
You got the mind of a 3-year-old.
No, I got the mind of a 3-year-old. It's just simple. If the Earth is flat,
no, it's not simple. It's a false equivalence. No one claimed the Earth is a piece of paper.
You sound like a goddamn idiot. I'll tell you what.
You're gonna let me start, and also the piece of paper is an example, silly.
Yeah, but no one's claiming that the Earth is an object with an edge. You're claiming that.
That's what you guys simply believe in.
No, it's not. I'm telling you explicitly that we don't.
Fine. Okay, fine. So what's under the Earth? What's under the Earth then, if it's flat?
The Earth is not in outer space. It's not floating around. It's not a space disk. We don't believe in that shit.
I didn't say you did. I'm asking you what's under the Earth.
What? Okay, so the Earth would have to be in a larger space for there to be something underneath it.
Okay, so what do you think is under the damn Earth?
Yeah, address what I just said. Instead of just asking the same thing, I did answer it.
You did not.
Your premise is false. No, your premise is false. For there to be something under the Earth, right, the Earth would have to be in an empty space because you have to go off the top part, go around into the empty space to the bottom part, right? Like your piece of paper. Sure. Yeah. We don't believe in that. There is no outside.
There's no outside, so Earth is just a flat surface.
No goddamn idiot! I'll tell you what.
Let me get this straight. The Earth is just a flat surface, and there's just an infinite loop. No matter where you go, you're gonna wind up right back onto the Earth, despite the fact it's a flat surface.
This is infantile.
It's not infantile at all. You
Yeah,
idiot,
no, it
you
is.
dumbass.
So I'm going to show you how it's infantile. In modern cosmology, says the universe is flat. Where's the edge?
There's the edge. Want me to show you another example?
No, where's the edge of the universe, of the flat universe? I want to know where the edge is, and I want to be
Who
able
the
to
hell
go
ever said
under.
the universe
And
is
I want
flat?
no, listen. I want to go underneath the universe and see what's on the bottom. See, that's how stupid you sound to us.
Well, have fun trying to do that then. Shit, that's on you. We're not talking about the universe here. We're talking about the Earth. You believe that the Earth is flat.
The Earth is the universe.
Yeah.
The Earth is not the
there's
universe.
nothing out.
You
I don't know what you don't understand. I don't know what you don't understand about. There's nothing outside.
That's a whole different argument. I'm not going to really argue about the Earth being the universe. It's a whole different argument. I don't know if you talking about.
No, that's our argument. So you want to argue about something we don't believe in? Go ahead. Go argue with yourself. Make up a flat Earth in your mind and argue about how it can't work. I don't care.
About what would happen if the Earth is really flat. I gave you an example. Want me to do it?
No, you didn't. No. Flat is not a shape. Flat is not a shape, dude.
Okay, I never said it was a shape. Motherfucker, I simply just said the Earth is flat.
So then how can you have a bottom?
If the Earth is flat, buddy. Okay, I'm asking you what's under the Earth, motherfucker. You can't see the answer to that damn question.
Because no, it's flat Earth, not
So
flat
what's
pizza
under
pie.
the Earth?
There is no under.
If there's a top, there must be an under. What do you mean?
Okay, prove it.
Yo, John, you didn't answer his question. If the universe is expanding,
he can't answer the question.
If the universe's edge is expanding, if the universe is constantly expanding, where's the edge?
I never said anything about the Earth. Excuse me.
No, that's what everyone says.
I'm not too sure. Yeah, the universe don't have an edge. What are you talking about?
Well,
yes, it does.
It's not a physical.
It's
not really
it's edgy and it's flat.
It's edgy and it's flat. Can you give me like a picture?
According to modern science, the universe has an edge and it's flat.
Okay, so can you give me like a picture? What you mean by that? Because I never heard of this argument.
A picture of what? The universe?
Yeah, the universe has in its edge or whatever. Never heard of that.
Well, I'll give you links from modern science to say it's flat and has an edge.
Okay, I want a picture though. I want a picture, but I don't want no he say she
outside the universe.
Yeah, I want a picture of what the universe will look like with an edge. Can you show
from
me
where? From where?
From whatever damn source you got.
No, from where? Where do you want the camera to be?
The camera to be? I don't. Hey, that's up to
you. Outside the universe?
Okay, give me a picture. Okay, of the universe. Okay, with the edge. Can you show me that, please?
Okay, yeah. But like when you draw a picture, it has to be from a particular viewpoint, right? So, what viewpoint do you want the picture from?
Any viewpoint. Any
viewpoint. So, outside the universe, you want a picture of the universe.
I want a picture. Okay, I want a picture of the universe. I want any point. I want any point of view. I want any point of view of the universe with the edge.
Yeah, so you can't take a picture from the whole universe from within the universe, right? You have to be outside of it, correct?
So how the hell do you know the universe got an edge then, motherfucker?
Because it's expanding, you fool.
It's not my claim.
Dude.
It's not your claim. So you got that
That's the bullshit you believe in.
So you got that claim in somebody else. You can't fully.
The same place you got the globe, man. I got that. Listen, I got the information from the same place you get the globe information from. The exact
same place. What made you think that the world is flat? Are you retarded?
Observation. Are you retarded? You go outside. Yeah, observation of the world.
Yeah, fellow to them. Okay.
You ever go to school?
Yeah, what does that got to do with anything?
You said based on observation, then you would
observation of reality, observation of the world.
Why? Because the ground you walk on is flat?
Well, I mean, what should I assume? It's curved because it's flat?
Okay.
Asking you.
No. Okay, let's see.
I'm asking you. Okay, you're going to interrupt all the time, so. What else would I assume it to be? So experience a flat Earth, I should think that it's curved? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not. Never mind, bro.
No, you're saying, did I not go to school? Yeah, I went to school. I got taught all the same shit you were taught. I went on to believe that reality was not what I experienced, but it was the things that are made up in my head. But then I actually observed the world. And said, "Hey, this ain't a ball. This is
asking you what observations have you had
live by
that led you to believe
ocean.
What did you say?
I live by the ocean.
Okay, you live by the ocean now.
The ocean,
By
the
you
ocean's
observing
flat.
the ocean, how the ocean. Okay, from your point of view, yeah, it's flat.
Okay.
Well, what other point of view do I have?
If you were to take a telescope, right, and put an object. So, okay, put it like this.
If I was to take a telescope and do what?
Look.
If you had let's say you had an extremely powerful telescope, you were to look through
Yeah.
it,
Okay.
would you see like, let's say, I don't know where you are in the world, but whatever landmass, right, would be right across from you. But you're saying, like, if the world was flat, you'd be able to see it, right?
No.
Theoretically? No. What do you mean
No.
no? Why not?
Because air's not transparent.
Angular size, the distance. Every optic has a limitation to how far it can see. The object may be too far away to have any angular resolution of that object because it's too small for you to see, even with the telescope or whatever. You understand that, right? It's quite simple. That's why we
There's
invent
already been
technology.
experiments, right, with telescopes and objects that
Yes.
there's the curvature
Yes.
of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Sorry,
show
what?
us.
Sus, is that what you said?
Show us.
All I
Show
gotta
you?
say,
I mean, you could
I
just
gotta
look at. You could look. I mean, there's plenty of document. Why do I
Yeah,
have to
go
show you?
find your evidence. No, you show us. It's your claim. Go find the evidence yourself, and then give it to us.
Okay, fine. Give me a second.
all
Yeah.
I gotta say is that Jaw Farrow was right and you're wrong.
What
whatever.
about the expanding universe and the universe having an edge? Because according to the Big Bang cosmology, the universe is expanding. That means there's an edge of expansion, and it's expanding into nothing. I don't understand how we're wrong with this. He made a claim that the universe didn't have an edge, but according to the cosmology, it most definitely does because it's expanding. Dumbass.
So, contrary to popular belief, light comes to the telescope. You don't see out. So, if you say I'm in Boston and I wanted to see Jedi over there in England, the light would have to reflect off of him and reach through thousands of miles of air and enter the telescope so I could see him. But, he'd be like the size of a fucking atom from that far away. And, the air's not transparent, so I'd never see him. The idea that you can see forever is ridiculous. I've never understood the Earth's a globe. Okay, prove it. Don't you got a telescope? The fuck does that even mean? Where's the edge? Caucasians? The fuck you calling a Caucasian?
I can't even hear that guy.
No, he's posting in the chat. He's a racist anyway, so. I mean, his buddy.
Doesn't Caucasian just mean white?
He ain't fucking white, so.
What? Just say you
Well, I
ain't
don't
white?
understand why Jar's putting things like stars are flat in quotation marks like someone said that. No one said that, you fucking idiot. So take the quotation marks out of it. That's you just making fucking claims that nobody said. Should we unmute the fool again, see if he's got anything interesting to say?
No, I just kicked him out of here.
Okay, fair enough.
He's not here to contribute anything useful. And his buddy left, so he's just trying to salvage his reputation.
So coming in
Mumbo jumbo, man. Didn't they fucking give you the telescope evidence in second grade in school? Where the hell is it?
The Horizon test?
No, you said, didn't you?
Well, it's you're
go
using
to
the
school
Horizon. That was
second
my
grade?
point. Huh?
The Horizon, what? Horizon for what? No, you said, didn't you go to school? You weren't didn't you make it through second grade?
I didn't
Everyone
say
knows
did you
there
mean
is a
you have
globe. I asked
you
you
have
for
selective
evidence,
hearing,
and
man. I didn't
no,
say
you
did you
did
make
when
it
you
through
came.
second grade. I
Yeah,
said
what did you
did
say about second grade?
I didn't say anything about second grade.
Don't lie. We
I'm
record
sure you
this.
graduated from the
Don't
second
lie
grade.
and don't lie. We record this, dude.
I didn't lie. I'm not lying. I'm saying I'm sure you graduated
You've been
past the
lying more.
second grade.
Made it way
Third grade,
farther
I'm
than
not too
second
sure
grade.
about, to be quite honest with you.
I guarantee I made it through more education than you did.
Really? How far did you go? Fourth
Oh, I
grade?
made it all the way through university.
You're
Silent.
okay.
Didn't like that, did you, Mumbo Jumbo?
What's up with this dick measuring contest thing? I bet I made it through more than you.
Well, hold on, Brandon. I haven't talked to you in a long time. How you been?
I'm good, dude. I'm real good. How are you doing, man?
I'm okay. Glad you're still alive, man. You just like vanished off the face of the earth, man. Didn't know if you were dead.
I was gone for a while. That's I'm good though.
It's good to
Yeah,
have
I
you
mean,
back.
I don't hate you, Globers. I just like smacking you around, man. You're not around to smack around. Like, what am I gonna do?
We can't all be straight.
Oh, come on. This competition thing doesn't make sense to me.
Release started it, dude. What the fuck do you want?
Well, I mean, like Mumbo Jumbo, when you were in school and they told you the Earth was a globe, why don't you just present us that evidence that they gave you then?
Second grade?
Well, whatever grade you were in when they told you, kindergarten, first grade, second grade. When they told you the Earth was a globe, I'm sure they gave you evidence for it, right? Why don't you just present us with that? Oh, because they didn't give you any evidence. Oh, yeah, I forgot. They didn't give anybody in this chat any evidence when they told them. You just said it was true.
I have a feeling you're just a contrarian.
No, don't try to divine my thoughts, emotions, motives, dude. No idea. Fucking crazy coping you guys do.
I bet you think the Earth is only a couple thousand years old too.
Can we call it the Copium Wars?
So this is what happens every time. I ask for evidence. You guys don't have any evidence, and you start talking about us. You did it. Someone else did it earlier. Someone did it before that. Someone did it before that. Someone did it before that. It happens every time. I'm on Twitter. People are doing it on Twitter, right? You guys are asked for evidence for your claims, and instead of giving the evidence, you go, "Oh, flat earthers this, flat earthers are motivated by that, flat earthers XYZ. You guys always do this." Right? You start talking about us instead of the topic. You can't deal with the topic. I just asked you for the evidence to present it to you when you started believing it. Now you're realizing they didn't actually give you any evidence. Now you've actually never had any evidence. In that their evidence was peer pressure. That if you don't believe it, you're a dumb fuck that never went to school, because that's how you came in here. Ever consider you're a dumb fuck and you did go to school?
I think I'm quite smart.
Well, that's all relative. Land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, right? I mean, you might be quite smart. Depends on how you define smart. Well, I mean, do you have evidence? Evidence?
Like,
Eratosthenes? I think ChatGPT proved the globe in, 365 BC.
ChatGPT.
Well, that's usually who we end up debating nowadays. We don't even debate. We used to debate Google, but now we debate ChatGPT because nobody knows what the evidence for their belief is. So they have to look it up on the fly while we talk to them. So they already believe it, right? They believe it already. Then we go, what's the evidence for that particular thing you believe? And they're like, hold on, I'll find it. Like, dude, you already believe it since you already know what it is. The Google generation. I don't know what I believe until Google tells me what to. No, this is just the state of things. This, the pathetic state of the West.
Wait, what do you mean
West.
the West is pathetic?
The West.
The West, the Western world, man.
Why is it pathetic?
God, where should I start?
Yo.
Yeah, man, Mr. Guy.
Hey.
Is that your music in the background? It's a little loud, man. We can hear it.
Oh, do you want me to turn it down? Sorry.
Yeah, that would be cool. You did.
My bad. Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine. I can't hear it anymore.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for telling me.
Thank you
No problem. Thank you for not turning it up.
No, you're good.
Because you know how many trolls come in here, you're like, turn the music down, and they turn it up.
Yeah, and just go. Yeah, no, I got you. No, I'm doing some Warhammer stuff, and I need to keep my brain active on something else so I don't get burnt out.
Are you getting paid to grind on Warhammer?
Nope, just doing it for fun. This is my first army. I got a couple guys from a nerd shop a couple days ago. So I'm really excited. It's my first time building them. I'm enjoying it.
I never got into Warhammer for some reason.
It's understandable. It's a hard hobby to get into.
Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer 40k?
40k. I thought about getting into Age of Sigmar or Horus Heresy because I really like the Horus Heresy minis, but then I talked to my uncle about it. And he was like, "No, Horus Heresy sucks as a game." I'm like, "That's fair." So I got just a basic box. Let me see the exact name. It's the Primaris Intercessors. The box of 10 dudes.
Yo, is the world in Warhammer flat?
I don't know. No, because there's multiple planets, and they're all. I would assume they'd be described as round. But when you play it, it's all on a flat plane, so I don't know.
How do
Good
you know
question,
it's flat? That's what I want to know. How do you know it's flat?
Whenever you play on a flat plane?
No, the Earth.
Oh, I'm not for
I want
flat.
to know how you know it's flat.
I'm not for flat Earth. I think it's round.
Oh, okay.
There are other people in the room that will answer your question. Just give them a second.
Yeah, can you answer the question? Can anyone answer the question?
Yeah, somebody will come.
What's the question?
Yeah, how do you know the Earth is flat?
What else would it be?
Not flat.
Well, why would I think it's not flat?
I just
If you're,
think it'd be more.
say nobody. Let's run this hypothetical, right? So there's nobody else in the world. There's no books. There's no TVs. There's no nothing. You're fucking born. You have your cognitive ability that you have now. You go out into the world. How would you come to the conclusion that the world's a globe based upon what you see and experience?
Well, if we look back on ancient texts, sorry, that's not my
We
question.
don't have that. We just flushed that. We flushed the ancient text.
Okay.
We're not doing any traditions. We're just trying to whether he can figure it out from himself based upon the information of his experience, as opposed to believing some shit that somebody else told him.
Okay.
Did he leave?
I don't know. I
Dude,
can.
he
I can.
ejected that quick. That's crazy.
I can pick it up for you.
Well, I mean, how would you determine it?
Well, in this hypothetical, like the only logical thing to assume would be that the Earth is flat because that's how you experience it. Saying it's only you, there's really not much you can do whenever it comes to developing technology. But if it is only you, this is assuming that, like, do we have like the same level of intelligence, or are we just like, by same level of
What does
intelligence, I
that
mean
mean?
like,
What do you mean the same
like
level of intelligence?
like do we like have the ability to like can we speak English? Can we like make stuff, or do we have to learn
Well, you wouldn't
everything
need to
on our
speak
own?
English because there'd be nobody around to talk to. But
Well, I'm just saying, like, do we have the brain that we do now, or is it just like
yeah,
caveman, or is it just caveman?
look, man, you got this. You got the information of nature presenting itself. That's what you have. You can have and you can be freaking super genius. I don't care. You have to determine like how's it like. Why would you go to the conclusion that the Earth's a globe just upon you know the information you have, just by what you experience? You'd never reach that conclusion. Nobody would.
Well, knowing me, I'm a very curious person. I have a very curious personality, so I wouldn't say I'm just sitting around, did my daily chores of gathering sticks for the day. I'll be sitting down watching the sunset. I'll be like, huh, that thing is moving. Wonder how that works.
I mean, you don't have to gather sticks,
I
man.
wouldn't.
You're like Adam, right? You have total dominion over the animals. If you're hungry, you just say lay down and die, and then it just fillets itself into a steak. Okay?
Well, now this is unrealistic.
Look, we're not concerned about your daily habits, right?
I know, but you can't say that I'm able to just control animals.
Oh, well, the fact of the matter is, you're not Dr. Doolittle, but the fact of the matter is that the idea for a globe predates the evidence.
Right.
They didn't like make observations and were like, yeah, globe. They sat there and they pondered, had concepts, daydreamed, and was like, what if it's small? Some people like that idea, specifically Plato.
I mean, they also did like crazy math and used telescopes to try to validate their reasonings.
Well, this is pre-telescope. It's pre-real modern mathematics. They didn't have algebra. They didn't even use units.
I think. Hold on. Let me double check something.
So Greeks at that time would use ratios, so they would compare like line is commensurate with that line, but they didn't have like units like this line is 12 inches, that line is 6 inches. They didn't do it that way. They didn't have like standardized units. So the way we do mathematics and kind of like the way they did mathematics is completely different. But the point is that the idea itself predates the evidence.
Well, yeah, because Plato
came out of space.
Right. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Plato was a guy that said universe was made of like particular geometric shapes, I think is what he said.
Yeah.
I think he said the Earth of cubes.
Yeah, it's like it's in the dialogues of Timaeus.
Yeah. Like, this is also you name one guy from ancient Greece.
All we have is the record, right? We have the historical record of where the idea comes from.
Right.
Like, who came up with it first? Well, the earliest record, Plato.
Right.
Fun to play with, not to eat.
What?
Plato, fun to play with, not to eat.
No, the philosopher.
No, but Plato, you know.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
He'll be here all night.
Heard Plato was packing a mash of slong.
Oh, God. Really?
Yeah.
I feel like fucking. This is like when I coach football, man, and a bunch of 11-year-olds in the huddle talking about fart jokes. Sad.
I mean, I'm also not smart. I really just came here to listen and speak on what I do know
Yeah,
stuff about.
well,
but
I mean, I understand. I'm just saying is that, like, the idea originated somewhere, and it wasn't based upon evidence. And that tells me that if I ask somebody what's the evidence, they're not going to have any because they don't present evidence
How do
to
you?
children.
Okay, you say that it wasn't based off of evidence.
No, it's based upon metaphysics. So they had metaphysical ideas about the idealized universe, but it should be based upon their metaphysical ideas. So they would try to prove things through logic, like how the universe has to be, through my rationalizations. And at some point in time, they tried to look for the evidence in the physical world to prove their metaphysics. So physics came from metaphysics, right? Because if people argue, oh, my metaphysics is better than your metaphysics, back during that time, and then one was like, well, my metaphysics is correct because I made this observation and it supports my metaphysics. So it became a battle of supporting your metaphysics with physics, of the observations of the physical world to support your ideas. And then that, like, obviously over time that snowballed into the modern scientific method. But it didn't start from just oh, we're a bunch of scientists, we're just unbiasedly inquiring into the world and just seeing what nature is. It didn't. That's like a cool narrative that's just not historically accurate.
Okay.
They had biases and ideas, and they didn't have things like confirmation bias. That wasn't a thing for them. That wasn't a problem. Or cherry picking, that wasn't a problem. Like we've changed over time, right? We've come up with we've pinpointed all the flaws in our reasoning. They didn't have the pinpointing of the flaws in their reasoning then. They probably had some, ideas about flaws, but we're better at it because we've had more time to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the compounded time of a bunch of human beings.
Right.
But all I'm saying is the globe doesn't really come from primary observation. It just it came from inside someone's head. And then they were like, hey, I have this idea in my head. What out in the world fits into this idea in my head? And we're going to cherry pick and use confirmation bias to support it. And they didn't have a problem with it. It wasn't seen as unethical or dishonest or sophist or anything like that. We just thought that's the way you do business.
Well,
Since you got a little Neanderthal in you.
What about modern science, like modern observations? Don't you think that people over time would have been like, okay, well, here's these quote observations or quote claims that people have made. Let's validate this.
Well, I mean,
because the human nature is to
they threw a lot of that. Yeah. I get that, but probably there's something called the problem of induction, and they kind of thrown the idea of actually proving things for 100% back. They threw that shit overboard because they realized a lot of things they can't prove. Just the Western science in general, because there's a limitation of what can be proven.
Yeah.
So okay, so
we don't have the technology
I want to make it. Yeah. So people say, why does something fall? Oh well, I'll give a better example. What causes an eclipse? Moon goes in front of the sun, right?
Well, what kind of eclipse? Solar or lunar?
Say solar. It doesn't matter. That's not really the point. Point isn't the type of eclipse, right? So the point is that X causes an eclipse. Okay, can we do an experiment to validate that? Oh no, the Earth is too big. The sun is too big. The moon is too big. We can't actually do the scientific experiment that we would have.
No, we can. We can do the math.
We can. No, math isn't an experiment.
It's gathering data.
Well, yeah, we can gather data and we'll make observations. Yeah, we'll make observations from our point of view, right? And we can come up with models that predict when it happens.
Yeah, but
the model is physically real because they predict. Well, did you know they don't use the globe model to predict eclipses right now?
No, they
use something. No, they don't. They use something called the Saros cycle. It's been around since 2300 BC. Yeah, so eclipses, they happen at regular intervals, and they've been charting these eclipses for a long time, and they know when there's eclipses going to happen. And they use that.
Google Gaga.
Did you say 2300 Indio? Did you say 2300 BC?
Yeah, BC.
Chaldean Babylonians.
It was before cock.
Oh, you Mongo.
You didn't know that?
Don't be a Mongo. That's not necessary.
A Mongo cock?
Could you
This
mute
is the
him?
level of intellect around
Can you
here.
mute
This
him?
is fucking crazy. Yeah, I muted him.
Fuck. I mean,
Anywho,
right here.
Sarah Cycles. Go ahead. Sarah Cycles.
I don't know anything about that. But
yeah, well, you could type in NASA Saros Cycle. It'll bring you to a web page where they show all their eclipse predictions, and it tells you how they're predicted using something called the Saros Cycle. Saros Cycle it's like these things. Celestial observations happen at regular intervals, right? They just happen like if you chart them for a long enough time, you can predict when the next one's going to happen. You don't even need a physics model at all. You don't need mass attracts mass. You don't need orbits. You don't need any of that crap.
Okay. I mean,
and if they actually use the heliocentric model, it doesn't actually work. They can't get the prediction of the eclipse. And their excuse is, well, there's so many bodies in the solar system, it perturbs the orbits and won't line up exactly. So we just use this Saros Cycle thing because it's just easier and more accurate, whatever. This is what they say. It's not what we say. So there's another example of this. It's in a planetarium. They'll show they'll project the planets on the ceiling, on the dome of the planetarium. And they use something called, it's called epicycles, right? So they know where the planets will be based upon a regular pattern of where their position is, and they don't actually do the calculation for fucking orbits or anything like that.
Okay.
But you can use the calculation for orbits and get ephemeris and do the same thing. You can do it now because you can project it digitally, but back in the day you couldn't, so they made these projectors that were actual gears, and those gears represented actually geometrically the model. So it would be like a gear within a gear within a gear, and if you just ran it, it would mimic what the motion of Mars or Venus or Jupiter would look like.
Is that the Antikythera mechanism you're talking about?
It's like that. It's like the Antikythera mechanism, but it's for planetariums, right? So it's basically basically like a giant version of the Antikythera mechanism with lights hooked up to it.
That's cool. I like it.
Yeah, there's a giant one over in the Hayden Planetarium. I don't know if they still use it, but it had like one of the gears was like 3 feet in diameter.
Dang, that's nice.
God damn it.
Anyway, the point of all this is that, yes, we can make these predictive physics models, but they don't necessarily have any bearing to reality. Because you can have multiple models that make the same predictions, and then you're like, okay, which one do I choose? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which one's reality?
It's the concave one is the reality. I don't know. Pick
and it
one,
just
man.
becomes philosophical, right?
Yeah.
Oh, do I want to adhere to the Copernican principle or don't I? Are we moving or is everything else moving? Then you have to make a philosophical choice, because from the models and the math, you can't tell the difference. Because all motion is relative.
I just fucked up my mini.
Don't do that. Hey,
do what my parents used to tell me: rub some dirt on it, and go outside.
Tape a Band-Aid and put some ice on it, man.
I mean, it's plastic glue, so it like melts the plastic at an atomic level, and it doesn't affect anything other than the specific plastic that it's made to melt. So it's like cold welding plastic.
Oh yeah.
I can't really just rub dirt on it.
Put some ice on it, man. All right. Mute up.
I thought you fucked up your knee, like your physical knee.
Mini. M-I-N.
I thought you said you fucked up your knee too.
No,
like
no,
ice on it.
Why dry Polizei?
Sorry, I thought.
Right, you're getting
I
muted.
just fucking
Where
with
you
me.
are.
No, it's
What the hell was
doing,
that?
Like I said, I'm doing Warhammer stuff.
Yeah, you go.
Well, anyway,
Anthony,
hold on.
theory
Let
of-
me just well,
Yeah,
just
go
let me
ahead, finish up.
finish like that. I'll try to finish because we were like meandering all over the place. I was trying to give him like a historical lesson on Globetardia. Anyway, back to Globetardia. So, yeah, there is modern things people can do, but they're like when we talk to people, they'll bring up the old shit. They're not like they're like Eratosthenes or whatever, right? So they're just like supposedly there's modern observations you can make, but I've never seen them. Like the best they can do is like
I can tell
I
you
don't
about
know.
an observation.
Such as
So, if I'm thinking what you're thinking for like proving the globe is round, there are many places like the Salt Lakes in Utah or like frozen lakes in Arkansas.
Yeah, we've been there.
That are about 17 feet above sea level, and they're
Yep, been
multiple
there.
miles in length or diameter, or whatever. So say you go at
20
night,
mile.
and you put every 3 miles, like 3 mile, 3 mile, 3 mile, 3 increments of 3 miles. You put metal stands that have a 1 inch in diameter hole cut out in the same spot in all of them.
A hole. Why
And then-
why don't we use retro reflectors?
Well, I want to hear it. Hold on, I want to hear this. Keep going.
You know
a
where
hole
he's
in the
going.
ice.
You
And
know
then-
where he's going.
And then you put a little laser 3 miles away from the first piece of metal, and a camera or a light detector 3 miles away from the last piece of metal.
Yep.
So that's 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 miles in distance. Am I right? No. Hold on. 15. 15 miles.
Okay.
I think. I'm not good at math. I'm
Yeah,
kind of
you know what?
I'm
Just
pretty
pick a
excited
number,
about it.
man. Just go with 10, man. 10 miles, man. Can
But
we do
I'm saying, I'm saying, no, I'm saying
Kenny,
if
is
you
this
add an increment of 3.
Hold on, let him finish. New perspective. Just let him finish what he's saying.
If you add in increments of 3, you can't get 10. Anyways.
All right. 9. Let's go 12 then. I like 12.
Okay, let's go 12. So, if it's 12, okay. So if it were a flat Earth model or flat Earth, they would be able to pick up the laser going straight through all of the holes into the little light detector or sensor or
Right.
whatever. Just a wall that could also work. But if
This
it's
is elaborate. It's elaborate.
if it is a flat Earth or a globe Earth model, it will be, I think,
I got one better.
6 feet,
I got a
6
better
feet
one.
above the projected area.
Hey, Mr.
Yeah,
Guy.
So what
I
are
got
the? Hold on. Let me just
There are experiments of people doing it on YouTube that like actually explain it better than me trying to fucking spit it out.
I got you. We got
Okay,
you, bro.
so let me give
Just to
you some.
clarify, did he bring up the Salton Sea Flats as a proof for the globe? Is that what just happened?
No, I said if you go
We
there
could use
and do
it.
this experiment,
We
that
could
can
go
work.
there and do the experiment. Guess what? We already did that.
Well,
Yeah,
not that
is my
identical
model right?
experiment, but let
Not
me tell you some of the
exactly.
problem.
But
There's problems with that.
Like what?
Practical problems.
Like what?
Lining it up.
It's honestly
How
not
are you
hard
going to
to do
line
that.
it up? How are you going to line it up over 12 miles? How are you going to line
Make
it
sure
up?
that they're all on the same.
How are you going to do that?
On the same
GPS.
X coordinate?
We're doing GPS, man. Come on,
The
India.
GPS keep them on the same X coordinate.
GPS is not accurate.
It kind of is though.
No, it's not.
But it kind of is.
No, it's not.
It is.
So you're just going to keep repeating yourself? It is.
It is.
No, it's
All right.
not. You can
Go
use
ahead.
RDX. You can use RDX, man, and it's not that accurate.
What's RDX?
It's it's the most accurate form of GPS positioning that they use in construction, and it's said to have like centimeter precision.
Yeah, I mean I do that. I work.
It's not that accurate. That's the
Anyway.
theoretical. The theoretical point is that the laser itself, right, depends on the size of the holes. Because the holes
I
you'll
said
get
1 inch in
diffraction.
diameter.
You need divergence to the late. That's even worse, man.
Not really. If it's like a laser pointer, it's a very fine point.
You have beam divergence, right? So every laser is going to spread out over distance.
Yeah.
So you got to have the beam diversions handled.
Mm-hmm.
And the holes, right? Targeting. So you have the holes themselves that you're going to pass the laser through.
Mm-hmm.
And if the hole, there's something called diffraction. So if the hole is a certain proportion compared to the laser, you'll have diffraction in the laser, and the light will spread out, and it won't make it to the other hole. Right? So you got that problem. Okay? And then you just got the general problem aiming the laser. So after 12 miles, say you're off by...
Basic math.
No, it is hard. Like we've done these...
We've done this
tests. It's hard.
It's hard to like. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying it's like you can do the math to make it less hard. I should say.
I mean, if I had NASA's budget,
just aiming the laser, right? It's 12 miles.
Yeah.
Say you're off by 2/100ths of a degree. How far do you think that's going to be off at the other end?
I don't know the math, but it's going to be pretty off.
Oh no! Yeah. Wait, he's all about the math, but he doesn't know the math.
Wait, no, I don't know how to calculate 1/200th of a degree.
Listen, if you're off by thousandths of an inch, it is compounded.
No, it would be. Wouldn't it be a linear?
Yes.
Equation.
Yeah. If you're
saying that it compounds, I don't understand why.
I'm explaining. You just shut up. If you're 1/4 inch off at 100 yards. You're 1/2 inch off at 200. You're 3/4 inch off at 300. That's what I mean by it compounds.
That's compounded.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
And you're talking about miles, 12 miles, dude. If you're off by thousandths of an inch off your level of the laser,
you're fucked.
Never mind what Geo said. Geo said it all. He already shut you down.
I mean, I'm still talking though.
Shut up.
Well, I mean,
shut you down.
It's like you're like picking the hardest possible fucking way to do it. Like, it doesn't need to be that difficult.
So
I would argue that the hardest way to do is measure by satellite. That's way fucking harder.
Measure satellite. What?
Measure by satellite. Measure the curvature through a satellite.
Okay. He has no clue what he's talking about. He has absolutely
I don't think you know how GPS works.
Hey, really. What about this experiment, man? If your friend is on the other side of a 26-mile Salt Lake, and they just say, "Hey, man, I'm going to turn on my flashlight," and we could see it from 2,600 miles away. 26 miles away.
Oh, okay.
And we could see the flashlight shore to shore at the Salt Lake, 26 miles. What do you think of that? I mean, is that possible?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Well,
how
Taboo Conspiracy did it, man.
How far off the ground is the light?
They were like 1 foot off the ground.
A foot off the ground? No.
Yeah.
No, you won't be able to see it.
Did? Okay, well, man, I'll try to drop the video here. Give me a minute. You guys carry on. Go. I'll find the video.
That's what cracks me up about his proposal is shining a laser through multiple points, several points over 12 miles. And he doesn't grasp just the point A to point B.
I think he got that from the documentary with Jeranism and that whole thing there, man. I think he got that idea.
There's a documentary about it?
That's like trying to pass a camel through the eye of a needle, man. It's crazy, man. It's like, this is a practical matter. It's nearly impossible.
Nearly.
Like, you would need like a team of fucking engineers. Like, I don't even know how you could actually do it. You probably have to use scintillators and fucking radar and surveying of fucking equipment, and like, dude, it would be a crazy project.
Wouldn't you just be able to? Wouldn't you just be able to shoot a very strong laser over the salt flats, right? And then you see, oh, well, at the other end.
Yeah, you don't even need the holes. What am I talking about? Yeah.
No, at the other. Let me finish talking, right?
Sorry.
You shoot a really strong laser over the salt flats, and at the other end of the salt flats, you build a wall to be able to catch it. And at any point of that wall catching it, you would have a straight line, or what would be assumed as a straight line, right? Everybody agree?
Yeah.
How far is it?
I just posted the video. 21 miles. I thought it was 26. There was another experiment.
I can't look right now.
Anyway, just save it for tomorrow or whatever. But check it out,
so
man.
How far across is the salt flats?
Okay.
Yeah, but okay, the salt flats, I would assume, are like several miles, right? I don't know what exactly what
Well, I
salt
mean,
flats
for
you
all I
get.
know,
I think it's like
it's
50.
miles. I don't know. I don't
50
know.
miles.
Depends on the
It might
season.
be
It
50.
depends on
Can
the lake grows and shrinks during the
yeah.
summer and winter. You know, so
Mhm.
sometimes you get a lot of rain, snow. It fills
Right.
up. It goes really big, man. It could be like 40 miles across. But
I'm
other times,
I'm
man,
simply
it's only like 2 miles across. So it's hit. That's a weird lake, man. You got to check that out. Anyway,
I'm thinking of like
I
Bonneville
don't
salt flats.
the thing
yeah.
that I'm not trying to prove like anything here. I'm just saying that you guys were saying that it's like, how do you get like instrument dotted out in a straight line? And I was like, well, you can make a straight line to begin with just like you have a starting laser, right, to make a straight line for you, and then along that laser you press and put down whatever the fuck he's saying that you need to put down as a measuring equipment.
Yeah.
Well, problem with that is globe earthers claim that the laser's going to bend around the curve of the Earth, so
I'm not
they
saying
don't.
that. I
That's
don't
not what
assume
we
that.
claim.
Okay, I'm just saying, like we have to deal with the detractors. So you have to
We don't
design every
claim that.
experiment for the detractors. Detractors, unfortunately, and we've done like these laser tests. They've been done lots of times over the past years, and like there's always complaints, right? Oh, you didn't control for
Oh,
beam
okay.
divergence. You didn't control for this. You didn't control for that. It's invalid because I heard a Glober say this FE core report is invalid because there's no
Indio.
table of contents.
I mean, Jesse
Literally.
just said that Salt Lake experiment proved the globe. Get the fuck out of here. Really? He did. He just put it in the chat.
Are you
Jesse.
cracking?
Anyway, thanks, Jesse. Yeah, it proves the globe. Great globe proof. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
He also said, "Why can't you see Mount Everest from everywhere?" Come on, dude. Come
Exactly.
on, bro.
Come on. That's Narnia, bro. That's Narnia. So yeah, I just like to call Jesse out, when he's.
I mean, I get what you're saying, debate monger. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but there's like technical limitations for that. Like the beam divergence is probably the number one thing.
Yep.
And like the light, like it doesn't the light brightness fall off. It's not a linear relationship. It's actually exponential. So like, yeah, you're fine for the first.
Yeah, but we do have lasers that can literally shoot like miles, though, right? Like we have that.
Yeah.
Not even
yeah.
we don't even have not even lasers. We have fucking flashlights that are so luminescent that they are.
Exactly.
They go for several.
Well, yeah, just 25-mile laser tests. So it's not like.
Hey, the
25 miles
military.
is pretty far.
What about military laser targeting, man? I mean, you guys have heard of military laser targeting?
Oh, yeah.
Think about it, man. They go like 100 miles.
They shoot at mirages, bro.
Sometimes they go like 1,000 miles, bro.
Really? That's fucking nuts.
It's nuts, bro. Yeah.
That's cool as shit.
What are they even shooting at? What, like spaceships?
Who knows,
God.
man?
They're shooting at God.
They're shooting at spaceships, I'm sure.
100 miles is like ridiculous, bro. I did the math, checked it out, said, hey, man, you're going to light up a laser 100 miles away from your ship to a target? Really? And shoot a missile at it? Whoa, bro. That's, what about the curvature, man?
So if they have those lasers, just scoop down.
On land, are they
we
not?
don't account for
What
it.
about putting one of those lasers on a drone? You have two drones. You have them in the distance. You're looking at it from the side. They both have their straight line laser going across to the other one. They, doesn't matter what level they're at. And then those straight lines meet. You see a straight line meet a straight line.
I love
just like the horizon, 25 miles across.
Yeah,
you
we
mean
got to do the laser.
you mean
we
like
gotta do the
having
laser
it
drone
like
test,
really high
bro.
up, like on a
I'm in.
radio tower?
Hey, radio transmissions, they've clocked in them. Some of the first radio transmissions were like 10,000 miles, bro. What? 10 straight, like point to point, bro. Point to point. They did 10,000 miles. What? Marconi.
Cool.
Marconi, bro. Check it out. 10 grand. I think it was like, I don't know, California, Australia or something. Or New York to Australia. One of those. Yeah, it was a while ago. I looked into that. 10,000 miles. A straight radio. I mean, back then they didn't have repeaters or nothing everywhere. Anyway, they didn't think it would work. They told, I think they told, it was Marconi. I think they told him it was nuts, bro. It's not going to work. He's like, yeah, well, check it out, man. I made it work.
He's like, watch me.
Watch me. And he did it. And it's documented, and I'm not making this shit up. So check me if you think I'm making it up.
I mean, humanity has done some crazy shit. So, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, they did it, man. 10,000 miles radio transmission, direct line to lines. It's in the history books, man. That's what they say they did. I wasn't there for it. I couldn't guarantee it 100%, but I know that radio waves work for sure, man. I've built my own radios over the years, and they definitely work.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
and I can transmit and receive.
Radio waves work.
What's that?
I mean, if you're able to listen to the radio waves work.
No, definitely, 100%. I had a lot of Globers come in here and tell me, man, well, even though you can't see like radio waves, do you believe they exist? I'm like, well, of course they exist because we have equipment to check it. And they're like, well, that's the reason, you can't trust your senses. I mean, I can't see radio waves, and I can't see the Earth spinning at thousands of miles an hour.
And I've also heard, to be fair, I've also heard flat Earth.
I don't see guys shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour and, traveling around the Milky Way at 500,000 miles an hour, bro. Really? You want me to buy that one? Okay. Well, that's a big pill to swallow, man. It's a big one.
Yeah. No, I remember when I was a kid, I got this space book from my grandma. Like 300 pages of just like crazy fucking space facts.
Yes, those are like $50 back then, man.
They're like $50. I've just been
like $50.
I still have it. It's so cool to just go back to it.
Book. Yeah, I've had like 20 or 30 of them. I get them at the thrift stores now for like $1.
Yeah, she got that for me when I was like 4. Yeah. So that was like what, 12 years ago. So
yeah. Those books are great, man.
Yeah, a lot of math.
I got a book from like 1980 something that showed like we were gonna have like space hotels.
Yeah,
it was stuff cool back in the 60s, man. Back in the 60s and 70s, it was old like advertisements for space hotels. Back in the early 70s, bro, they were like pitching this space hotel thing, man. And I even heard some guy today. I don't know if it was in here or somewhere else, but I was listening on YouTube, and some guy came in here and said, "Yeah, well, wait till you see. Wait till we put up a, space tourism." I think he used the term space tourism. Yeah, just you wait. Just you wait. Yeah, I've been waiting since 1972, bro. Ain't fuck all nothing, bro.
I mean,
that's a fact. You ain't fuck all nothing.
Now we're closer to it than ever.
We're closer to it than ever. That's what they said back in 72, bro. We're going to be there by 1980. 1985, man. We're going to be on the moon with like fucking, go-karts and fucking doom buggies and shit, bro. Nothing. We got nothing. Nobody's even been back to the moon since 72, bro. I mean, it's an obvious fucking scam, man. Get over it, man.
I know, but like fucking Elon Musk and
it's a money fucking scam. It's it. There's no doubt about it. You get scammed for 50 fucking plus years, when are they going to produce the goods, bro? When are they going to have a space hotel? Where's the fucking space hotel, bro? I want it. I want my fucking space hotel now.
I'm going to be honest
with you. Bringing it. They promised me that shit back in 85, man. Come on.
Going to be honest with you, Doug?
Nothing. There's nothing. Just admit it. There's nothing. Just admit there's nothing, and we'll be we can talk from now on. I promise. There's no space, nothing, tourism, space hotel, nothing. Nobody's going to space, bro. None of us are going to space.
Can I talk?
It sounds like this guy hasn't heard all the reasons that we know it's not a globe for sure, like positively, like scientifically.
Yeah, he's kind of
show you it's not a globe. It's not a spinning ball, bro. It's over. It's been over for a long time.
I
Just
haven't been
a
able
lot
to
of people haven't
talk.
found. A lot of people haven't found out
Been
about
over
it.
for like
I don't
10
know. You
years.
didn't hear?
Bro.
You didn't hear that the gold bottle's been totally debunked? It's over. I didn't know.
By
You,
who?
you sound like you haven't heard that yet.
By
Oh,
who?
well, we can tell you.
Indio, Flat Earth Dude, New Perspective, T-Dub, man. He debunked the shit out of this place. Larry, oh my God, legend. Yeah, he debunked the shit out of it.
So you're trusting
Fucking
solo
spinning
researchers
shit,
rather than
shooting through outer space.
people with funding
Ball,
and that have
man.
put satellites into space?
No, see, that's the thing. You're not. You don't. When you debunk it, you don't have to trust somebody that they debunked it. You just debunk it, and you know it's not a spinning ball. You know it's not. You don't have to believe
Okay.
anything.
Yeah. No.
You
Okay.
might still
Yeah,
believe
yeah.
it's a spinning ball, but if it's actually been debunked, like emphatically, then you should find out, right? I mean,
Right.
unless you don't
No.
want to know.
Okay.
Would you rather not know? Would you rather not find that
So
out?
you don't have to trust them that
No,
it's debunked.
honestly.
They could just say
No,
it's
honestly, I just want to know. If it has been
question.
debunked, would you want to know? Would you want to know?
Would you want to know if it's not what you thought it was?
I mean, people have
you
been
really wanna
saying
know?
the globe Earth model has been debunked for decades.
I'm saying at least
Since 2017, as far as I know.
2016, 17, 15. I mean, there's a
Yeah,
lot.
it's been debunked forever. I mean, there's never been proof for it, so it's not like it's ever been something that was ever like really provable. It was
the
just a
only
bunch of
thing
different theories slapped together.
They just come in with a lot of math and not.
That scares you, doesn't it?
Well, I like
No,
math.
it's not about the math.
I
It's
build
about
things for a
the
living.
reverse engineering
I
of the
like
math.
math
It's
a
like
lot, dude.
using transforms, so that you can get the ball to fit into what we actually observe. I just took natural observations and then you use transforms to make it seem like a spinning ball. To people that can
Spinning
just
ball for a long time, man.
It's a kinematic, just a kinematic expression of the
I
whole
need
thing.
someone here to back me
Nothing
up, man.
dynamic.
I'm too fucking dumb for this shit. I don't know what to say.
No, you're good, man.
All right.
Hey, Mongo man, Mongo guy. Hey, I love you, brother, Mr. Guy.
Wait, did he answer? Would you rather not know? Would he rather not find out?
Would you want to know or not know, man? That's all we're asking.
I mean, I'm saying like if something was debunked, I'd want to know, and then I'd do my own independent research. And
There we
say,
go,
like,
man. That's all we're
is the
asking. We're
information
not
that
trying
they
to
gathered correct? Is the study that they did like? Can that be backed by other people? Can this experiment be
That's
repeated?
it, man. Yep.
You
And
can
then
do
if
it
it can be
anytime you
repeated
want.
and they
man.
get the same results, and I'm like,
Get
okay,
in a plane, get in an airplane, and if you land safely, then you know it's stationary because that's how the pilot
That's
treats.
too heavy. That's season 9, Dave. we got to back
Well, if he
it up.
really wants to know, that's the one go-to I would have.
I mean, I know what dude.
It's something that everyone's had an experience with. I think it's a good newcomer thing.
All right, let's try it, man. All right, check this out, Mr. Guy. Go ahead, Dave. Tell him what's happening, man. Tell him what's happening.
Well, I don't know. Are you aware that all pilots are taught
first of all,
stationary?
Have you ever flown on an airplane?
What?
Shit,
all pilots are trained to treat the Earth as stationary and level. That's how they're trained.
That's not true.
That's a fact.
Okay, well, then
I have my pilot's license.
You have to accept that.
Wait a
really? You've had a pilot's license, and you were told to treat it like a spinning ball. You were told to treat the Earth like a spinning ball. Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't told to treat it like a spinning ball, but I also wasn't told to treat
that's
it like
what I'm talking about.
stationary.
Well, then what were you taught it to treat?
Yeah,
wait, it was one or the other, right? Where you say,
how to properly
were
land it,
you taught to treat it like it's kind of moving or not moving?
What?
Were you taught to treat the Earth like it's moving or not moving?
They didn't teach me anything about that. They just said, "Hey, this is how you use the plane." Like, basically that's what they said.
Well, don't you think
that's exactly what we're saying,
do you
bro.
think if the ground were moving, that they might have told you about that?
I mean, if you're moving, the stuff under you is going to also be like it's not going to be. I don't fucking know how to explain it, man.
But no, you have to explain that. We know. We talked to many pilots. They're all taught to treat it as stationary. We know how you were taught.
I know a pilot that flew for a major airline. She was a co-pilot, and she realized she was flying over a flat Earth, and she came out and said, "Hey, man, I'm flying over a flat Earth," and she got fired.
Yeah, she lost her license.
She lost her license, bro. Garrett, that's a true story, man. 100%.
That's why you don't hear most pilots that are taught to treat it as
But if you
stationary.
ask a pilot.
Hey, I was taught to treat it as stationary. It must be stationary.
I was taught from day one in my flight school training 100% to treat the Earth as flat and stationary and non-rotating.
It's like all
Period.
flight simulators. All flight simulators.
Everything you do in an
If
airplane,
it's a
you
fucking
have
flight
to treat.
simulator, yeah, it's gonna be a flat plane because it's
But
a
in reality,
simulation. It's
man.
a
Oh, okay.
video
So
game.
you're saying the flight simulator is totally different? Like the flight
Yes,
simulator
because it's
uses
a
a
video game.
stationary level. Okay, yes, not a video game. It's how they train pilots.
It's a
They train
video
pilots in flight
game.
There's differences between how they train the pilots in a video game, right? There's a simulator for people to learn how to fly.
Yes.
Do you know that? Okay, that's what I'm talking
Yes,
about. Not a video
I
game.
use it.
I'm talking about a video game. Okay, so if you use that,
Yeah, it's called the link
it's the
system.
same thing. They're not going to have you go up in the air and have it be a spinning ball when your flight simulator is making you train for a stationary level of environment.
No,
That would
it
be
runs you
ridiculous.
through
They would have
procedures.
them
It tells you
spinning.
like, okay, this
It
is what
runs you through
scenario
some
you're in.
procedures, Dave. I mean, come on. I mean, runs you through
Wait,
some
what are the procedures that include a spinning ball? Tell us about this
spinning ball.
procedure.
It
I
runs you
never
through the
said
spinning
anything
ball
about it including the
procedure.
spinning ball. I'm saying it's like
Oh,
if
well, there
it's
would
a
have to
flight
be if it
simulator,
was,
it's going
right?
to run you through like simulations. Say like a famous one that people like to do for fun is Captain Sully or Captain Sullivan like landing on the Hudson River. Like that is a
And
1
for
in
fun.
5 billion scenario that would never happen in the real world, but it happened, and people train it
Right.
for fun.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a
You know
minute.
what? That's a good example.
That was season 3, bro. I mean,
Hey, you know
you
what?
gotta
That's
go
a good
back that
example
far,
about where
really.
he had to land on that. He had to make sure that he could land on that lake or river that he landed on, right?
But
Yeah.
Now,
he
if that
wasn't
river,
trained for doing
was
that. He
moving,
just did it. He
oh,
had to do
yeah,
it. He made a split second
and if
decision.
that
And he's
river,
gonna
if that river, were,
Stationary, bro.
but if
That's
that
how
river were moving
he can pull it off.
if that river were moving independently of the plane's eastward tangential velocity, then he would have to train to make sure he could land on that river that's moving 15 degrees to the east. I mean, to the west to east. You know, if that wasn't the same tangential velocity as the plane,
I mean, if
it'd be a
the Earth
problem.
was tiny as fuck, then yeah, you'd have to train for it. But it's huge. You
Wait,
don't
no, wait.
have to worry about
Wait,
that.
all right, here we
Let
go,
me break
Dave.
down the let me
Dave,
break
Dave,
down the
Dave,
issue
Dave,
for you.
Dave, hold on. So you think the Earth is huge? I'm going to ask you like a couple of
big.
questions, and it's going to have to relate to how big the Earth actually is. Okay.
Okay.
So, do you know the radius of your globe Earth? Do you know the radius?
Not off the top of my head, but I can Google
Not
it.
off the top of your head.
What about
All
the
right.
circumference?
What about circumference?
Again, not off the top of my head, but I can
All right.
Google it.
Last
Okay,
question.
well,
Last question.
when you say
Do you
huge,
know how fast the Earth spins per hour?
I don't have to worry about that. So not off the top of my head, but I can Google
Okay.
it.
Well, so wait a minute,
well,
man.
the problem is if you were
Those
a
are three
pilot,
really important components to the globe, bro. Really, these are
well, yeah,
super.
and that's that. You wouldn't understand the problem with flights as far as the spin goes, you know, because well, you would if it was spinning, you would have to worry about that as a pilot, is what I was about to go into. But you know, it's 1,000 miles. They say about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, right? So it spins
At the
faster than
equator.
the equator.
Okay.
So I don't know where
Right.
you live, Mister, but I live in California. I think
Texas.
I'm. Where do you live?
Texas.
All right, so you're spinning at about the same speed I am, man. I think it's like 850 miles an hour. I think we're about the same.
Well, you know how the globe model says that it tapers up.
Let me put down.
Do you understand that there's like differences between the 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and like where you guys are about 800 something? Then if it tapers up, like smaller circles, like a racetrack, it goes up to the top.
Yeah.
And they say it's about 0 at the poles. Do you
The
understand that
radius
concept?
of the Earth at the equator is 3,963 miles.
No, that's
you're
wrong.
thinking kilometers.
Where the fuck did you get that bullshit, man?
Space
Are you looking at kilometers?
Maybe
Looking at kilometers?
No, it's way bigger than 3,000 kilometers.
I said miles.
Yeah.
Wait,
What are you
it's
talking
way.
about?
What do you?
You
Are
talking
you
about the
talking about
radius or
the
the circumference?
circumference or the radius, man?
No, that's just the radius of the Earth, man. That's just the radius of the Earth.
He's giving the radius in
That's just
kilometers.
the radius of the Earth. That's just the radius of the Earth.
I said miles. I said miles.
He said miles.
39.59.
I said I did not even say kilometers.
Okay, well, 39.59. Was that what you said?
No.
What'd you say?
That's what you said, dude.
I said
3,959 miles. Yeah.
3963.
No, he was off,
That's the
man.
exact, dude. Like,
Oh,
that's a
actually,
little
I think
off.
they did change it though. I think they did change it from 59 to 53 or something.
63.
It doesn't matter.
They did?
63.
I heard something about that. Is that right? Is that what it says now? 53? They took away the 9? Anyway, it used to be 39.
63. 63.
63. Oh, so they made it bigger.
60 add 3.
They made it bigger?
63, not 53. 63.
63. It got big. It got bigger, just like that guy
Did it
that
bigger?
ate the NASA shirt there in the chat.
That's what she said.
Wait,
got
math
bigger.
changes over time. You make
It's
new
3959,
observations.
dude.
You have better ways of.
Math changes over time. What did you?
I don't know.
Our
if you look at
understanding.
it.
say
our
math?
Radius at the
understanding-
equator is apparently.
Radius, when I look it up,
Our
it says
understanding.
the radius of Earth is 3,958.8 miles. That's what it says.
I see, according to NASA, Earth's
Look
radius
at
at
the bottom, though.
equator
The
is
bottom just says at the equator.
3,963
It's
miles.
not.
At
The equator is 3,963.
Oh,
I don't know.
oh, okay. It's because it bulges out at the equator, Kenny. He's talking about the bulge.
Yeah.
Oh, the bulge.
The bulge at the equator.
The
Right?
bulge. I forgot about the
Bulge
bulge.
makes it in 3963.
I forgot about
Okay,
the bulge.
so
Oh my god.
anyway, what's our friend's name here? I don't know his name.
Mr. Guy.
A fat sphere.
Mr. Guy?
Don't forget that.
Mr. Guy. So you see how they have a difference at the radius, right? That bulges out, so there's a little bit fatter measurement. They say, right? Well, okay. So it spins at a different speed as well at the equator. They say, right?
Yeah,
1,000
because you're
something at the
closer to
equator.
the whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's going to be like less and less as you go up towards the North Pole or the South Pole. Right?
You get up to all the
So
way
like
up
if you were-
to zero. All the way up to
Sure.
0 miles an hour or zero.
Right.
Zero.
So do you know like when somebody says to you like why isn't it that you heard the argument that if helicopters on the ground and the Earth spins independently of it, which is actually what the globe claims. The globe claims that the Earth is spinning independently of any projectile. That includes helicopters, planes.
It's just not
bullets,
true.
all
That's
of
just
that.
not true.
That's what the globe claims. That it
That's what the
spins
globe
independently.
claims,
That's where
bro.
the Coriolis
That's
effect
what
would be
they claim, man. We're in season
That's what the
9. We're in
Coriolis-
season 9, bro.
Yeah, they don't claim that it's not spinning. Now, if the plane was locked into only spinning with the Earth, then the plane wouldn't be able to fly against the spin. If it was locked in, right, it wouldn't be able to fly against the spin. So the problem is that if you start at a place where it's like 500 miles per hour, right, and that's conserved momentum of 500 miles an hour. Now, if you say a helicopter goes up, it was on the Earth, so it's spinning with the Earth because it was on the Earth. So it conserves that momentum, and it's still going at 500 miles per hour eastward with the rotation of the Earth. That's why we don't see, the Earth just starts spinning underneath the helicopter when
So,
it takes off.
Dave-
Are you
so
familiar with
Dave,
that
man-
concept? I want to know if he's familiar with that concept first.
Hey, Dave, man. So let me get this straight. If I took off from Toronto, Ontario, which is about 500 miles an hour spin on the globe, and I wanted to fly to, say, like, I don't know, South America on the equator, did I
Yeah,
have to?
there'd be a difference of 500 miles per hour. Yeah.
So there's a difference of 500 miles an hour spin between where I took off and where I'm going to land.
But you only have the 500 miles per hour conserved momentum where you took off from. You don't have the 1,000.
That's
right?
true. That's true.
And so how are you going to gain that extra 500, Kenny?
How are you going to gain the extra 500 miles an hour to land on the south?
Especially when you're aimed south, right? And you can go.
You're
side
aimed
to side,
south
right?
on the
But you have
flight.
to have the whole plane has to accelerate twice as fast sideways.
Sideways.
Without the pilot knowing to do that.
So
The pilot has
500.
no
I
idea
mean,
that he's supposed to
I don't
do
know if you guys have ever been 120 miles an hour in a car. I have, and I was
Mhm.
freaked out.
Yeah,
It
it's scary
freaked
as fuck.
It's scary as fuck, man. Everything comes up on you so fast. Everything comes up on you so fast. You can't believe it. A blink of an eye, and you're like, "Fuck! Oh shit! There's a car. Oh shit! There's a pole." This
Right.
shit's flying at you, bro. At speeds that you just can't fathom. Now we're talking about 500 miles an hour, which is unfathomable to most of us. I mean, nobody here has ever been
plane
above
would have to
500
be
miles
the
an hour, bro.
basic facts of it. Does a guy what's his name, Mr. Guy? You understand the concept about the conserved momentum, like why they say the helicopter isn't like having the Earth just start spinning underneath it because it was on the Earth, so it conserved that momentum. Do you understand that concept of the globe Earth?
If I read into it, I could probably understand it, but off the
So
just now hearing it,
That's
no,
what
I've
the
never
globe.
heard it.
have you,
I have to.
maybe
That's what
you've
the
never.
globe claims. Like, because they're independent. Everything's independent, right? Once you go off the Earth, right? They say that any projectile, and they also claim that also planes and anything else is separated from the Earth's spin. But the only reason that you don't see the Earth spin underneath it where it takes off from is because it was on the Earth also spinning at that rate. So they say it conserves the momentum from being on the Earth. Do you get that now? Does that even if you haven't heard that before? That's what they say. Okay. Do you understand that, at least?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not really paying attention.
He's
but
not
yes.
tracking. He's not tracking.
I'm saying
Hey,
that
man,
if the helicopter takes off
a
and it's an
helicopter
independent,
flows.
it's in a separate reference frame, right? It's a separate reference frame from the Earth's spin. But the reason the globe claims that you don't see the Earth's spin underneath the helicopter is because the helicopter was on the Earth where it was spinning at 500 miles an hour.
Okay, yeah.
So it's
I
already
can understand
automatically
that.
spinning. So it's automatically spinning with the Earth at that rate because it conserves the momentum from being on the Earth.
I can understand that.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So that's that. And so even if we let the globe Earth beg the question with that being the case, because a lot of people might argue as soon as it goes up in the air, it's going to start to lose that momentum like rapidly because you have the air, the winds, and you're going to have like resistance. Now, conserved momentum is just that everything's going to continue without resistance. If there's no resistance, then you can just assume it retains the 500. But even if we let the helicopter or plane, let's say, that's flying to the south where it's faster, it's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right? Now it needs to be in perfect unison with 1,000 miles an hour, right? Because the pilot's just taught to treat it as stationary. It's not taught to treat it on. It's not taught to land on a moving surface like an aircraft carrier pilot would be trained to do. That takes special training. When it's just drifting a little bit, they have to have an aircraft pilot has to have special training. Just a little bit of movement to the side, he needs to know that's going to be happening. So you have to be assured if you're flying to the south where it's 1,000 miles an hour rather than the 500 you took off from, that your plane is in perfect unison, a one-to-one perfect relationship with the rotation of the Earth in the city you're about to land in, right? So how does it gain the extra 500 miles per hour sideways, right? You can't add momentum. It can accelerate in that direction, but then it would have to continue accelerating even if the pilot were trained to do that to catch up to the city. That's a whole other argument. But even if the pilot were trained to, or even if somehow the atmosphere pushed it along, even though wind's going all directions, even if all of that were true, right, or could possibly be true, it would have to continue accelerating in the exact same one-to-one relationship at 1,000 miles per hour sideways as it comes to a land in a perpendicular direction. How do you explain that could be possible?
Well, it's impossible. We all know that. I mean, it's impossible. I mean,
it debunks the globe. That's what we're talking about.
It debunks. Yeah, it's done. I'm sorry. Did he leave? Did he leave, Mr.?
He probably just stopped paying attention because he'd rather believe it's a ball.
He's gone. All right, let's say hi to everybody, man. I got to go to bed here soon, but Julius J, man.
He answered our question finally. We asked him if he'd want to know, and obviously he didn't want to know. He left.
He don't want to know. I get it. It's a
He's
scary...
like, wait. In training, this is the argument they told me to run away from.
Yeah,
this is the
great.
argument I'm not supposed to get involved with.
He's a pilot, bro.
Yeah,
and he
and
left,
he's like,
dude.
well, they
Dude,
didn't train me to treat it like a spinning ball.
Dave,
they also didn't train me to treat it like a flag.
So good, dude. Dude, how many times has that happened now? You and I were talking about this, bro. And they just
I had a CERN physicist. I'll put that link. Anybody here want to listen to the link of a CERN physicist also turned into a babbling idiot with that argument?
Yeah, you got to watch this one, man, because it turns physicists into babbling idiots, bro.
That's just like
that's how good. I got the yeah. You ain't got gravity, refraction.
So funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious, bro. Dude, we did it again, bro. This is like the third
Are we
time.
gonna see a CERN pagan ritual?
Yeah, CERN pagan ritual, bro. What a fucking shit show that was. These people dancing around and we're opening the fucking.
What do you think they're finding?
I don't know what they're finding, bro. I don't even think they're actually doing anything. I think that's just a little sideshow that they
built
put
the thing.
on.
They
Like
must be
just like
scientists.
NASA, same shit, bro. It's just like they come up with some cucky shit. Yeah, we're colliding fucking particles and measure. Yeah, fuck off. You ain't measuring shit, man.
They wanted to build the Hadron Collider in the U.S. They asked
down in Texas, man. I remember
Congress asked
Yeah,
them,
I
"Are you
remember
going to
the
find
money.
God?" And they responded, "Well, we'll find the Higgs boson," and that didn't get them the funding.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a whole cuck show. I think the whole CERN thing is a cuck show.
So the scientists said that one scientist should have just said, "Yeah, we'll find God," and then they could have had the funding. They could have built it in the U.S. instead of in like Switzerland, Geneva.
Dude, I heard they had at least half the project done in Texas, and they said, "Nah, we're gonna move it to Switzerland." And it's like, what? That's
Because
kind
of that
weird.
one question: will you find God? No, we'll find the Higgs boson, and that just didn't cut it.
So the Swiss government said, "Yeah, we'll find God," and they told them that they would find God.
No, they're less
They got the-
religious out there.
They got the funding after they said, "Yeah, we'll find God. We're gonna find God through the."
No, it's not about God out there.
Yeah, I know it isn't, but that's the narrative that they're pushing.
But now we're left wondering, aren't we? What are they finding out there? With
Hey,
the Hadron
is
Collider?
real quick? I was just looking at the chat. Is percentage muted right now? Is anybody able to unmute?
Is there a tyrant in the chat muting everyone?
I don't
Percentage
see
is
him-
great.
I don't see percentages as muted, bro, at all. But
okay, good.
He's got a really long name. Shit.
He's a good one to talk to if anyone ever gets a chance.
I don't
to
have any
find out if
powers
he's still
in here, man. Oh, percentage. You got too many characters in your name, bro.
He was asking who was it that muted him. Maybe he's unmuted now.
Hold on,
Maybe
man.
that was a while back.
I don't think I can unmute him, but I can try.
That was at 10:56. So it's been an hour. Maybe someone else unmuted it.
Is flat
maybe
Earth
not listening.
ironic or is it real?
Well, without a doubt,
Ironic or real? It's ironic. It is ironic that it's flat, and we all thought it was a ball. I guess like you could call it ironic. Are you new to the conversation?
Yes.
So, how long have you been involved with hearing about the idea that we're not on
I've
a ball?
heard about it for a long time.
Have you entertained the idea or figured out that there might be a good case for the not being a spinning ball yet?
I think there's a good case for everything.
I don't know about everything. You think there's a good case that pigs are going to fly out of your ass in the next 5 seconds?
Someone with an intellect can make a good case for everything. It doesn't mean that it's right.
Oh, that's a good start right there. If you got that kind of attitude, you probably understand it's not
Dave,
a ball.
man, before I leave, man, did you just say, could you make a monkey fly out of your ass?
He said you can make a good case for anything. I said, can you make a good case that pigs are going to fly out of your ass in the next 5
Yeah,
seconds?
it was pigs. Okay. Well, I remember that scene from that movie. Jim Carrey. He's like, "What are you gonna make a monkey fly out of my ass?"
Oh, okay.
He was God. He was God, and he made the guy make a monkey fly out of his ass. And I thought that was
Morgan
funny.
Freeman, right? Morgan Freeman did that.
Yeah, he was in that movie. Yeah.
Think of a
He
scientist
played God.
who can
He played God in that movie.
a scientist who can introduce
was
an
God,
embryo
yeah.
of a baby monkey that can rapidly grow, and he inserts that embryo into his ass, and eventually a monkey will jump out of his ass. Anything's possible.
Right. Well, it's not that anything's possible as much as like, yeah, you could make things seem possible by using
If we live in a simulation,
rhetoric or
if we live in a
okay, so
simulation,
simulation.
is the Earth either round or flat?
Well, yeah, if it's a simulation, that's a simulation of a flat stationary Earth.
Brain in the jar. Brain in the
Yeah,
jar.
but if it is a simulation, the simulation is of a stationary and level Earth, because that's what we all experience.
The simulation, maybe it's neither round nor flat.
Well, it wouldn't matter if it's a simulation, so that's a cop out. You know, it's like, okay, So if it's a simulation, why even talk about anything?
Chances are we are in a simulation, though.
And that's what you think. That's a lot. That's a psyop, I think. That you think that there's a lot of people saying that have like people listening to them, and they're convincing people that most likely we're in a simulation. But you'd have to define what you mean by simulation.
That sounded like a nervous
simulation
laughter.
of what? Not at all. Why would I be nervous about that?
Because I think chances are we are in one. And I think
Well,
you know it.
dude. Oh, so you think I'm just like I'm a gatekeeper for simulation theory?
Just look at what our computers have done in the past 100 years. Think of what anyone.
Oh, so
in the
you don't think you
universe's
were
computers
born?
could do
You don't
in a
think your
million
mother
years.
actually? So
They
you don't
would
think there
have
was anything
created
organic about your birth into this life? It was
trillions
just a
of
simulation of being
universes,
born.
simulated universes. Chances are we're
So,
in one.
so wait, are you saying that your mother wasn't pregnant with you and then had you, or you just it was a simulation of a mother having a baby?
Maybe
Which was
we're
it?
all just code.
Well, that's a possibility. There's no denying that that's a possibility.
And
but
if we're
that-
all just
that's
code,
not-
is the Earth
Then-
flat or round?
Flat.
Maybe
it
it's
wouldn't
neither.
matter. If it's code, it doesn't matter.
Why not?
So then, why
whatever.
are we in this chat room right now?
It's still
talking about it.
flat.
Well, if you're totally believing it's a simulation and you're cool with that and that's good enough for you, then maybe you shouldn't be.
Whether or
Maybe you
not
should go
it's a
simulation forum,
simulation,
simulation
it's
forum, or
still
whatever.
flat. Even if we're in a simulation, it's still flat.
Yeah, it's exactly what we experience, exactly what we observe, exactly what we measure. So if you really want to know what the simulation is of, it's stationary level Earth. That's provable.
I'd say it's neither flat nor round.
Well, you just want to have all your cake and all your eating
Yeah,
it too,
you're
right? You just
trolling,
want to
dude.
eat all of it. Totally
No, I'm
true.
not trolling.
It could be anything, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's flat because it
You're
could be
trolling
anything.
the Earth truthers.
No, we get that a lot, though. We get that a lot. As soon as somebody like starts to realize it might not be a spinning ball, it's like they cling on to the whole simulation idea because then they don't have to commit. They don't have to like actualize it as a flat and stationary Earth or think about the implications of it. Then it's just like, oh, it could just be a simulation, and all of that responsibility and reality goes away anyway. So there's nothing to it. Let's just call
Yeah,
it a
then they
simulation.
don't have to
instead of
think
flat.
about the implications of the Earth being
Yeah.
flat.
It's not
Right.
have your cake and eat it too. It's eat your cake and have it too.
If you want to have it that way, you could have it that way too. You could eat it all up. We don't give a shit, dude.
But even if it is a simulation, it's still just an escape from the truth, right? By saying, "Oh, it still could be a globe." No, it can't because
Ted
all the
Kaczynski put it
Yeah,
that way.
you want to
with
include the globe in the it's a simulation, and it's a globe in the simulation, even though it seems completely stationary and flat in every way.
Ted Kaczynski's brother was able to catch him because he used the eat your cake and have it too. Well,
Oh yeah, Ted, have you read his manuscript or whatever, his
yeah.
manifest? Have you, Kaczynski? I heard of some good stuff in there.
He said you can never get bored when you're just sitting in nature.
So I imagine that I agree with that. I agree with that completely. I think bored people are boring.
He also talks a lot about transgenders in it for some reason.
What's he say about that?
He didn't like them.
That it's part of the New World Order plan and all that.
I don't know. I don't remember. I read it a long time ago.
Anyway, I don't know where we're going to go with the conversation. If you want to just talk about simulation theory and why you think that's the case, I mean, I agree with everything that makes it probable or possible or whatever. I wouldn't call it probable, but you can think of it as possible just because we can simulate things pretty amazingly at this point. So maybe we got to that point where we could simulate an Earth. And this is all just an illusion. Okay, great, could be. But let's go back to like what we are experiencing.
Where
Even
did
if
you
it is a
serve?
simulation, in the simulation, whether it's a simulation or not, are we on a stationary level Earth? Seems like it, yeah.
Because Earth truthers have heard all this shenanigans before about, oh, it's a simulation, whatever. It doesn't matter if it's a simulation. That's not relevant to the question, is the Earth, some like spinning rock or something, or is it a plane? That's kind of like whether it's a simulation or not is a little irrelevant to the argument.
It seems like people would rather just think, or maybe you wouldn't rather, or even if they do think that logically, that's where they think it actually, they've been convinced that's the case, regardless if there's no immediate proof of a simulation, like we're not digital, even though we could just think we're not digital and that's how we're programmed, sure. But it's a cop out from talking about the actual debate.
When we think about the
that's what gets
possibility
annoying
of a
about it.
simulation, we can actually start to determine if we are actually in one.
Okay, how would you go about that?
Oh, I don't know, but it's a stepping stone.
Oh, well, that would be something that you would want to at least take one step towards before you start saying, most likely we're in a simulation.
When you realize there's an outer space, we can start stepping towards reaching it.
What do you think outer space is? How do we know what it is? How do you know they've told us what they think outer space is, but it doesn't seem like it adds up.
Why doesn't it add up?
There's lots of reasons. Have you looked into this topic at all about the flat earth or anything?
Tell me.
Have you looked into like the photographs that are CGI, but they never even claim there's real photos that are all just like artist depictions?
Well, there's a theory that the photos they took on the moon or in space, the radiation from the sun messed them up. They didn't come out well, so they faked the photos. But
is that the theory? You got the defense for that already, but you haven't really looked into this topic much.
I said it's one possibility.
One possibility is that the radiation from the sun messed up so they had to fake it so they could replace the real stuff.
Maybe if they weren't at war with the Soviet Union, they wouldn't have had to fake it. They could have told the truth.
Right. But that's part of the narrative. So there's the possibility that that's the case, right? And that was all being told, on the up and up. Or they created the idea that we're at war in this space race with another country that we're already friends with, and we are running a psyop on the world with the whole space stuff, right? That's the other possibility. So now we have two possibilities.
That the West is at war with.
Just consider the
communism.
possibility.
So World War II was just.
Well, you'd have to look into it. There's lots of questions about World War II, and what we were told, and what I mean.
They were worried that they would be taken over by communism, so they went to war over it.
Wait a minute. Now, you've heard the idea that like knowledge is power, right? Heard that, right? Of course. Knowledge is power. You've heard that before?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Yeah. Right. So it's valuable, right? There's value to knowledge, right? Now, the idea that they would just give everybody the up and up straight facts, the knowledge, right? All the knowledge, right? Would just be given to the people for free. That would be great if that would be the case. But don't you think that if there were people in control of like the world, like this is the idea, the world's already been conquered, right? And all the countries are kind of at the top, like shaking hands and making deals behind the scenes, and then having wars and paying for it, by the same people on both sides. I mean, they're funded by the same people on both sides. We've learned that that's the case. It's not even like a conspiracy, right? So these things are kind of put out for like the regular public. There's a difference between esoteric knowledge and exoteric. You ever heard that idea? You've heard the word esoteric, but have you ever heard about exoteric? You heard that before, that concept? Well, esoteric knowledge is the knowledge they keep for themselves. And then they have the exoteric knowledge, which is well-devised, very complex, and very believable or plausible, or, not very probable usually, but something that they can have the public believe, right? Just like, like you already know they have, right? You already know that there's secret space programs. You probably believe in that. Or there's
Do you think
secret,
they are intended to have...
black ops? There's black ops programs. We're not privy to that knowledge, right? Well, what if that expands out even further than we thought, right? Let's just say there's an exoteric interpretation of reality that they push and they write and they make us believe because it fits the narrative that makes them stay in control, like the space race and like beating the Russians to the moon, and all the excuses of the moon landing was fake because we were just trying to win the space race. What if that's just a narrative, right? Say it's a simulation. Maybe that was written in as the narrative for this simulation, right? but it's not the truth. It's just the written in narrative. You have
Well,
to
maybe
consider
you
that
have a good narrative.
possibility. Yeah, you have to consider that possibility before you can even like get into this discussion. Is all I'm saying.
Have you considered other possibilities?
Absolutely, of course. That's what we're all about here. We've been doing this for since 2015. We've been talking about all the possibilities and what makes the most sense. Simulation theory is not at the top of most people's list.
Maybe it should be.
Maybe it should, but you'd have to have step one towards figuring out if that's the case or not. You haven't even done that.
Do you think they ever intended to have communism or capitalism take over the whole world, or did they want the two of them to combat each other the whole time?
Oh yeah, definitely. There you're getting it. Having the combative dichotomies is all of what they're about. If you could play both sides of a situation and control it without anyone knowing that you're on both sides, and just have the outcome that you want as a secret little back pocket thing that you are manipulating things towards, that would be the perfect way to run a world or a country or anywhere, right? Like if there was like three smart guys, like really like above average intelligence compared to the rest of the people that are below average at a camping site, and they're all camping, right? And they decide, you know what? There's not much food go around. I bet we could trick these guys into giving us all the food. So they go, okay, you go out in the bushes and then say you saw a bear, right? While you were taking a piss, and then you come back and tell us, right? And then one of us is going to go out. I saw it too, right? And then make some noise and make it sound like there's a bear out there. And then the third guy's in on it too, and he's like, "Oh my god, we got to get the fuck out of here!" And everyone runs into the woods, right? And then they come back, take all the food for themselves, and bury it and hide it away from everybody. And then they're like, "Oh, the bear took all our food," right? Well, it's just like that for the rest of the world, right? They do these things to make sure everyone believes something that's totally not the case. They did it to slaves. That's how they control the slaves. They would just tell them that their world is upside down, even though it seems like it's not, right? And that's confusing. It's manipulation. It's mind control. Why wouldn't they? It's not about why would they lie. It's why wouldn't they lie?
So you know about how Nathan Rothschild took control of Great Britain after the Battle of Waterloo?
Okay, that's part of the narrative. Yes. What about it?
What was the point of World War I, in your opinion?
I don't know. What's your opinion?
To remove most of the monarchies.
Okay. And how'd that work out?
It worked out pretty well for them.
What were we told? What was the public told at the time that the reason for
What's that?
What was the public told at the time what the reason for the war was? Obviously, it wasn't that, right?
It was a flashpoint assassination.
Who?
Franz Ferdinand.
Right. So that was the start of it, right? So do you think that he was killed?
I think the people who pushed his assassins were higher up than we are led to believe.
Okay. So you realize that we're led to believe something that fits a certain narrative that isn't necessarily the case, and it works towards the advantage of the people in control. So that, what are we talking about? You already realize this is the case.
Remember when Mel Gibson was pulled over for drunk driving and he told the police officer that the Jews were responsible for every major war after Napoleon?
I kind of do remember that.
So, during the Battle of Waterloo, there was an English horseman who observed the battle, and after he witnessed Napoleon losing, he personally rode to the coast, sailed over, and told an agent of Nathan Rothschild that Napoleon had lost. So the next morning, Nathan Rothschild went to the London Stock Exchange and started very subtly, very slowly selling off all of his stocks. And this is history. This is real. And so everyone in the stock exchange noticed that Nathan Rothschild, very influential person, was selling everything off. And so they started panicking. They said, uh-oh, did Napoleon win in Waterloo? Is he loose on the continent again? That would be very bad for London stocks. So everyone started selling and selling and selling. And after everyone sold off, Nathan Rothschild bought everything back up for pennies on the dollar. And after that day, he owned most of England.
I know about that story. So there you go. That's how it works. So he had the insider knowledge. He used it to his advantage. He didn't go say, "Hey, everybody, this is the truth about everything." Why would anyone do that?
If you want to confirm that, go Google Nathan Rothschild.
I've heard that.
Pillar of Exchange. But like people can see
I know the
it.
story.
So yeah, Google Pillar of Exchange.
Yeah,
Nathan
that's how he got his riches. That's part of how he got his riches. Yeah.
And that's how they conquered the world, because Britain was the leader of the world at the time, and that's how the Rothschilds conquered it.
And we just ignore all the other historical evidence that doesn't fit that paradigm, huh? All right. Read one article.
Okay, yeah. Historical
Read
evidence.
one thing. Yeah. And forget all the other history we have. All right. That's the way to approach it. I agree.
Well, what do you think happened? How do you think Rothschild got all the money and got the stock advantage?
Doesn't really matter, does it? The point was that he's saying
us a story
that this
about
is the
that.
only
Why
thing
would
we need to look at.
It matters because that's his point, and now you're saying it doesn't matter.
What all money are you talking about that Rothschilds have?
Look at how he's diverting.
You haven't looked into it at all. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about it. He's like,
mainstream
stories true, guys. But what about the mainstream thing they told me in history class? What about history, though? It's all fake? Oh, shit. Well, I'm going to straw man you now.
Well, where do you guys get your information from?
Lots of places, man. Look at all of it.
Name a few.
Look at all of it, dude.
Name a few. No, all of it isn't a place.
I'm not going to be pressed by you, dude. Whatever, man.
I know you're not.
You're so lame. You're not even worth talking to. I've talked to you before. You're just so lame.
I know.
I'm not going to even appease you.
Yeah, this is what you always do when asked where you get your information from, because you don't know where you get your information from. You get it from random websites.
You can just say, "Oh, I'm sure, yeah, just random." I just go random. Whatever I see, I believe.
You know you do.
Oh, you would love to have that.
You just go to random websites, YouTube,
Get him, Scotty.
YouTube University, and you think you know shit. You don't know shit.
Oh, yeah. But I wasn't the one talking about it. So funny. This guy's a clown.
Says the man who can't even tell us where he can get his information from.
Yeah, says a guy who who thinks that the not wind is what makes the plane accelerate 500 miles per hour sideways when it's trying to land in a 1,000 miles per hour city that he didn't have the conserved momentum for.
Hey guys, we're all in this together.
The not wind.
I wish you guys would get your heads out of your ass and look at the real world and look at the real problems.
What accelerates the plane to makes us pass sideways, buddy?
We do have some actual problems we need to fix in this world.
Oh yeah, how's the real world working out for all of us?
How does the plane accelerate?
It's working out pretty well for me, and I'm trying to get it so it works out for everybody else.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working out for you. Look at your photo.
Yeah, I'm 60 years old. What do you expect?
I know it's hard at that age to change your mind about things.
I've already won the game. I'm set.
Oh, you won the game? Okay,
yes,
good.
The game.
You're all happy. Yeah. Why would you need to talk to flat earthers then? You already won the game.
Because I have children. Because I have children who are not all set.
You want them to be indoctrinated just as much as you have. You want to make sure they believe the lies too, huh?
I need to figure out how to help make this world a better place.
Are you saying the Nathan Rothschild story is a lie?
Which part of it? The guy existed.
The Waterloo part of it.
The guy existed. I'll give you that he existed.
You're saying Nathan Rothschild didn't make his fortune.
Teach your kids all that matters is that Rothschild existed.
Are you saying that didn't happen?
It matters. Teach your kids that.
Are you saying Nathan Rothschild didn't make his fortune after the Battle of Waterloo?
I have no idea, actually.
Well, you have no idea. Then why are you talking shit?
Because I can tell when someone else is talking shit.
Yeah, you can tell, even though I don't know anything about it. I can just tell. You're a fucking clown.
It doesn't take long before you recognize who has any idea what they're talking about.
I just want to make sure I make a better world for you. So just go ahead and argue with people, even though you have no idea what you're fucking talking about. That's good advice for my kids.
It's not what I said, though, right? I just said, just look at this one place and don't ignore the rest of history. And that's what he's doing.
Yeah,
he's
don't even worry about what people are talking about. Just butt in and act like they don't know what they're talking about, even if you don't know what you're talking about. That's what I'm going to tell my kids. I want to make a better world.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the audience to understand that they should look at many perspectives before they come to conclusions, and not just look at one or two YouTube videos they saw, because there's entire libraries, racks of books talking about history.
Yeah, you should just butt in conversations when you don't know anything about what people are talking about. You should look at all the perspectives, but don't worry about that when you butt in someone's conversation and tell them they're wrong. Just assume they're
All right,
wrong.
let me finish. So in the 1930s, the Rothschilds actually funded a Hollywood film about what I was just talking about, Nathan Rothschild taking over all of the UK, except they sort of altered it, obviously, to make it more like propaganda. So instead of him making everyone think that that the UK lost the Battle of Waterloo and he bought everything up, pennies on the dollar, the 1930s film made it seem like everyone around him was losing hope and they were all selling. And he said, no, let's believe in Britain. Let's believe in the UK. I'm going to keep buying and buying and buying. And that you can go watch the 1930s Rothschilds film and see that for yourself.
Help me out here. I'm not a history buff. What's the Battle of Waterloo?
Hey, what's the topic we're talking about that you're wrong
between the
about?
French and
Hey,
the
you guys are
Russians.
wrong about this topic. I've never even heard of before.
Wait, was the Battle of Waterloo not between the French and the Russians?
Basically, the 1930s Hollywood film propaganda was that everyone around Rothschild was losing hope
What
in Britain,
does the UK
and they
have
were
to do
all
with the Battle of
selling. And
Waterloo?
he said, "No, let's believe in Britain. Let's keep buying." That was the
Wait.
lie that they
But
pushed.
what did the UK have to do with the Battle of Waterloo? Help me out here.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
The UK won the Battle of Waterloo.
Against who?
Napoleon. Are you trolling, bro? Who's this guy? Yeah, the guy's trolling. Anyways, moving on. Anyways, good topic.
When
for a
was
while
the
there.
Battle of Waterloo?
Then again, we are in a flat Earth channel, so
Mm-hmm. Help us out here. Tell us when the Battle of Waterloo was. Because you're talking about 1930s.
dang, we wasted time. But I hope some of you listening learned something tonight. Cheers, bros.
Couldn't be from you.
You got him, Scott.
Don't know what I got, but was the Battle of Waterloo not between French and Russia?
No, the Russians joined. It was the French and the English, but the Prussians joined in towards the end, and the Belgians and all that.
Oh,
It was
okay.
around late 1800s.
Late 1800s, huh? Okay. I thought Napoleon was late 1700s. Josh, like I said, I'm not a history buff. Yeah, it says here Battle of Waterloo was 1815. That'd be early 1800s, right? Okay.
Well, yeah, true.
Earth is a globe, hurtling through space, everyone. Time we accept it. If that's ever happening here. Acceptance. How's your vacation going, Scott?
No, I'm home. Got home this
You're
morning.
home now. You're already back. Damn, dude.
Yep.
Didn't last long.
Yeah, it's 9 days.
9 days. Oh.
Yeah.
It must
I'm
have
surprised
been.
you're having fun and going through the same day
Must
over
have
and
been
over
losing
here.
track of time. I must have been losing track of time, man.
That happens here when it's the same day over and over, right? You can't really tell which.
Yeah. Rain and Rod. Flat Earthers are here, man. Any Flat Earther want to give us some evidence that the Earth is flat? Anyone? Flat Earthers don't have any balls, man. You got no balls. Microphone is in the chat. Yeah, you're eating? Yeah, of course you are, buddy. Sandwich and some chips with a pickle on the side. Huh.
Eating dinner at midnight.
Hey, man. I blame the guy. Sometimes, you feel hungry and you eat.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm gay.
Okay.
Glad you could
Thanks.
come to terms with that.
Yep. Some weird looking pizza in that AI image. Right.
It is weird, isn't it? Those
Yeah,
little
but
things
the
that.
imagery is getting better though over
Yeah.
time.
It's those things that
Sometimes it
AI
just
does.
doesn't look right.
It's little things that AI doesn't just get quite right, like the pepper. And it's like not how pepperoni sits. I mean, that's just.
It's a bit odd, but not that bad.
That's pretty
I mean,
good.
you give it like 10 years and this thing's gonna be different, like completely off the
Yeah.
charts, man. I mean, we're already
Yeah.
having people use it for bad things, but
Yeah, I'm still kind of wondering about this whole AI thing, especially with graphics and the images, right? Because I work at Adobe, right? And we got this thing called Firefly, and they put images that Firefly has generated all over the place all the time. And I always think, why would anybody want that image? Yeah, it's okay. You got a robot dog on a skateboard. Yeah, you can tell, the Firefly to create a robot dog on a skateboard, but who wants a robot dog on a skateboard? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, some athletic director used the AI voice thing. This is, I think, with the dangerous part so far, even early on to this AI stuff, is the voice, because they used the voice to try to make this guy say racial slurs that he didn't say and stuff, and he was gotten arrested. So it's stuff like that, right? Like getting your voice duped, especially when people are online talking. Someone can dupe your voice and then use it to maybe call your kids, your parents, someone else. You know what I mean? And try to say that they're you. That's the
I saw a movie just recently. There's this guy that they were framing him. I forgot who the main actor was, but they're framing him, and they put him to like kill somebody, and they had surveillance of it, but it was somebody else. So like these people, this organization, they stole the video, and then all they did was just with AI, deep fake type technology, they put that guy that they were trying to frame, they put his face on it, and like all the cops were like, "You're guilty," like 100%. So like the whole movie was like about them trying to get the original video, like to prove that the AI, that they were like that they used, this deep fake technology to frame them. It was a pretty good movie.
That's the thing you're gonna have to worry about is deep fake technology and AI and whatever. I mean, I don't know what the government's cooking up with AI, but I'm sure that they're investing a lot of time and money into it for sure. But it's gonna come like a time. I don't know if it's 10 years. It might be a lot sooner than 10 years, but it could be like 10 years from now where we won't even know if surveillance is gonna be that useful. I mean, it might be useful, but I mean, it might get so bad that people can completely fake videos of things that never occurred, right?
Right.
It's a dangerous game. What are the goods of AI, though? There's definitely a lot of pros out there. The thing is, you got to worry about. I mean, do the pros outweigh the cons? If they don't, then you have a problem.
Right.
But I think you guys are going to be growing up in an interesting world, though, with this, right? And I'm not going to have to worry about it much.
Sure.
It ain't going to be nothing before I'm out, right?
Well, I don't know. How old are you? I mean, you might. I mean,
60.
If you survive another 60, I mean, you can possibly live until like you're 90 or 100. So I mean,
Sure,
you have to deal with this as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far it's going to come in 30 years, but.
Well, I mean, dude, I'm thinking about 10 years. It's going to be pretty strong, dude. 30 years, 20 years. It's going to be
strong for what, though?
Strong for. I mean, it's already. I mean, it depends on what you're doing with it. I mean, right now, when people are using the deep fake, the voices. I mean, the AI voice, right? I already use it as well. Like you could say whatever you want into it. You got Joe Rogan. They got all sorts of people on there, but you can take someone's voice and make it say whatever you want with it. I remember some guy online was doing it too. I don't know. I mean, he just had clips of me talking and he duped my voice, and I don't know what the fuck he was doing with it, but.
But here's the thing, right? I mean, they can already do that, and they've already can motivate and convince people that people have said stuff they never said, and they don't have to do anything to say. They just say it, and it starts making its way around the internet, and then it becomes true. So, I'm not sure how much different it's going to be.
That's just the voice part. I don't know how about the. I'm pretty sure the imagery or the video, the imagery. We already got the imagery. A lot of the stuff that we have right now on like these AI apps or like websites are just the cartoonish like image. They might be a little realistic, but they're just for jokes, and they'll make like just joke references, but nothing too realistic, you know.
Mhm.
But videos, you got the AI videos. That's also something. They're not really that powerful now. A lot of them are just goofy and they don't look right. But
No,
yeah,
no, but for the stuff that's really going to matter in your life, the stuff that's going to be world changing and it's going to affect things, like things politicians say or people of any kind of power, all you got to do is listen to. They'll say what they believe. You don't have to make up anything.
yeah.
I mean, like I don't know how you feel about Donald Trump, but I kind of think he's a threat to democracy and therefore a threat to the world. But
I mean, we probably disagree on that point,
yeah, but you don't got to make up shit about him. All you got to do is listen to one of his his interviews. Just he just had an interview tonight with Sean Hannity. Just listen to the interview, and if that's not convincing enough to someone of who he is and what he really says, then no amount of fakery is going to fix anything. You can't make him say anything worse than the things he says. So.
I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, if that's going to benefit a lot of scammers. Obviously, we have a lot of scammers across the world: the Indian scammers, the Nigerian scammers that are like these third world countries or maybe second world countries that like to abuse stuff. I mean, the power of AI, being able to like fake Scott's voice or whatever, that's going to be pretty powerful. Especially like in a phone call, right? You gather enough information, you get your kid's phone number, whatever it is, and they call them up and they sound like Scott for a brief moment. They might say a few things that might sound like what Scott would say. I mean, just stuff like that. I mean, it's pretty dangerous tool, I'd say.
Maybe. I don't know what you're going to get out of them. Convince them to send some money to somewhere or something.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely possible. They've already done that. It's already something they've done. I mean, if scammers make billions of dollars just from calling in old people or some online scams, online schemes. They do all sorts of shit. They send you fucking emails. They'll text your number and say you won the fucking this, and there's all sorts of things that they do. But adding in the voice part about it is going to make it even better for them.
I was listening to this podcast just the day of this former California High Patrolman who got scammed out of $900,000+.
Wow!
In some timeshare scam. He had a house and he had a timeshare in Tahoe that he was trying to sell, and timeshares are hard to sell. Long story short, someone called him up, tried to get it. Says I can sell it for you, but you want to buy something into some other thing that you can turn around for a quick profit. He said sure, blah blah blah. He never did sell his timeshare thing up in Tahoe, but then he had give the guy a couple $1,000 to get through one thing. Then he gave him a couple thousand more, and he just kept going back and forth. They had this, radically condensing this story, Reader's Digest version. But he said I eventually had $900,000, and then they made this little twist at the end. They're talking about because this originated out of Mexico, and the little group that did it out of Mexico was overtaken by the drug cartels, and they. This is not funny at all, so, but there was like 9 young people who worked there in their 20s. And when the drug cartel took over this little scam business, they all wanted to quit. They all ended up dead. And it was basically a message: nobody quits the cartel. Whether, you were in the scam, now you're still in the scam. And so now these Mexican drug cartels are doing these online scams now. And one of the timeshare things, like, oh my god, what a story!
And those are the out of everyone you might want to fuck with, those are the last people you want to fuck with. Is anyone? That's
Yeah.
The cartel. I mean, I've watched. I mean, I don't even watch them anymore, but I've used to watch the cartel videos, man. And those guys are the most disgusting people on the planet, dude.
Oh, they're yeah.
They will skin your face off and wear it. Like, it's that bad, right? So those people are the worst. So if they've ever I don't think anyone's gonna be capable of scamming me because I'm not old or naive to get scammed by anyone calling in that's from India or any of that stuff. And it's sad though, because if I ever get a call from someone that's Indian, I'm like, there's a little bit of skepticism, but there's a lot of legit corporations and businesses in India that do call support or tech support and all sorts of stuff. So they're not all scammers, but there's just a negative connotation with their voice now because of all the videos online, you know?
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? A couple years back, my wife and I refinanced my house. And, some dude comes over to the house and he has this, whole bunch of documents and he has these little pads and we do our thumbprint, all this kind of stuff and put our names on these things. And I'm signing and my wife is signing probably 50 pages of documents and stuff. And all the time I'm thinking, what if this guy's not legit? Am I signing my fucking life away? Am I giving this guy my house? Am I going to turn around and there's going to be, some notice on my door to evacuate in about 2 weeks? Because I know I called a reputable place. Like, we found the guy online and, turns out everything's legit. I still own the house. But it's just weird. You sit there and you think, I'm just signing stuff. And I really don't know.
No, for real. No, it's a real thing now. I mean, even my
It's a
mom
little scary.
was, talking. Yeah, my mom. Yeah, obviously, like even my mom were talking to some people, about like buying a house and stuff, and I had to double check with her that everyone that she was talking to was legit. You know what I mean? And you actually go to the place and you see the people are legit, and it's like, okay, this is all legit. Because like you never know with these people, and not only even when people are evolving from these scams, the scammers evolve kind of with the people. They can be a little behind sometimes, but they have a lot of advantages, and they can like do their absolute best to seem legit.
Yeah.
But here's
the thing,
sneak
right?
up on you, man.
Yeah, these cartels are, they're multi-billion-dollar industries, right? They could set up a fake storefront. I mean, they could put people in there who they'd fool my ass in a second, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, definitely. Oh, the cartels, dude! You're talking about billions of dollars, man. I mean, sure, they can put up a fake like storefront or whatever, like you said. But the problem is when people go to it, they can easily report it. You know what I mean? So it's like
true.
they have to run it in the right way, right?
Yeah,
And
that's
there's
true.
also like even if you do go there, right? Like it's like, well, okay, but if you report the place as well, like are people gonna start fucking with the cartel? I mean, it's a weird thing, but I mean, for sure, the business will get shut down if they have people ever go there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, man. I mean, whatever you need to run your scam. I mean, unless it's a one-hitter quitter, right? With one guy that really wants to buy something or whatever it is, you meet a bunch of decoys and they scam him out of a $5 million house or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah. But then you start thinking, with regard to this, CHP guy I was telling you about, what's to prevent some of these places from just calling you up and say, send me some money or, your daughter might be dead. And if they have that much power, I mean, get some of these cards, send it to Mexico or your daughter, or your wife, is like, I don't know, prevents them in this world today.
Well, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people could hang up. A lot of people could stay on the phone. I feel like a lot of people nowadays would hang up. Depends.
Yeah, no, but
I think you're a bunch of Mexican guys. I don't know. I don't know if they'd hang up.
But you hang up, and your daughter ends up dead the next morning, and you report to the police, and it starts to make the news, and more of these cases happen. What are the chances the next guy who gets that call is going to hang up? They can call and report someone, but if they're working out of Russia and they're protected there, they're working out of Mexico where they're protected there. I mean, what the fuck option do you have?
I don't know. I mean,
hope I'm not getting any ideas.
Unless the cartel starts operating in the United States, right? I mean, some guys some guy in Wyoming, you got some guy in Nevada. If you're going to really be taking out, like, you got to look at the logistics, though. You're going to really be taking out all these guys that live in all sorts of different states when they hang up on you instantly,
I don't know. Yeah, it get expensive.
I mean, it kind of, if I was, it'd be really expensive to run. You'd have to have people that were willing to kill at every given state. At every given city, really, at that.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's a sophisticated business. You got a lot of cartel guys, a lot of them that don't make that much money.
Yeah.
But if you have people that are operating within the United States and they have a bunch of assassinators in place, I mean, maybe if they're getting paid right, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it for them. They don't have a family. I don't know.
Yeah.
But.
And my guess is, the U.S. military would start initiating a few drone strikes on some places in these. So.
Oh yeah, they've already, dude.
That would be
I remember
insurance.
it was last year when they killed like 3 people that were like only visiting Mexico, or this lady was visiting Mexico for like a BBL or whatever the hell they call it. And apparently something went on and there was a mistake. There was a mistake apparently, and the cartel killed 2 people and they injured the woman or something. It was something like that. And apparently, like just the next day, or I think a day after, the cartel, I forget which cartel it was, they got the people who did that because it was a mistake, and they actually like they chained them up. I'm telling you, it's a true story. They chained them up and they left them in the middle of the road, and they wrote a paper saying something like, "We don't like mess with the innocents or whatever," and these are the guys. So I guess they handed out their own men that did that or something. I guess they didn't really want to fuck with the Marines. I mean, it's not worth it getting.
Yes.
Yeah, they didn't want that type of smoke, man. I mean, they messed with the fucking Mexican military because the Mexican military is soft, man. I mean, when you what was it? El Chapo's son, right? El Chapo's son was caught in Mexico I think in July of 2019. They caught El Chapo's son, right? It was a big raid or something. They caught him, and then they released him because the cartel said, "We're gonna kill a bunch of people in the streets. We're gonna just start killing random people in the streets." So now you got to release him, and the Mexican military gave in and actually released El Chapo's son. I kid you not. They released him back out. I mean, they recaught him, I think, last year, but they really gave him back because the cartel made a threat they were gonna start killing random people in the street. I mean, seriously now? I mean, what kind of like? There's no structure or respect to a government like that, right?
Dude, have you seen like how strapped the cartel is? They have like tanks made out of like Chevy trucks, bro. Have you seen how crazy they are? They have like huge fucking
yeah, man. And even when they rearrested him, dude, when they rearrested him, what was it?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about like literally last week. Like they literally were showing off this convoy last week of the cartel. They look better strapped than our military, bro.
Even when they rearrested him, the guys with the trucks and the cartel members were going right out, dude. They were down to ride for him. But the fact that you're down to re-release, like look, let me just drop a link for you, dude. They extradited him to America now, I'm pretty sure, but. Look what I just posted. I can't drop that link. I'll share a server. You guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Why is it saying I don't share a server with you guys? What the hell's going on?
What?
Hold on.
Here, I'll post this.
Yeah, but they
failed to send.
President of Mexico ordered.
This is usually because you don't share a server with the recipient. The recipient is accepting direct messages from friends.
Yeah, something's going on with the shit. Something's going on with it. No, but but you can look it up and you can see like when they first caught him in 2019, they released him back to the public, and the reason why they released him were because of threats. Now, I get it. I get that the cartel's dangerous. I get that they make a bunch of money. I get that they're up everyone's ass. But at the same time, you got to have some decency or some respect in your government. Like, if you're releasing criminals because of other criminals making threats, then how do you expect the public to fucking respect the authority? I mean,
Bro,
shit, you're releasing criminals. I mean, fuck.
I can't post anything now. Something happened with the chat, the text chat. Can't post.
Yeah, you can't type shit in there. All the chat warriors are gonna have a problem. But yeah, dude. I mean,
the chat's gay.
I mean, no, seriously though, it's just stupid, man. Mexico has a major league issue, and they don't even want anyone to involve themselves in the issue that they have going on. And the reason why they don't want anyone to involve themselves is because they don't want to mess up their tourist attraction, because they make a lot of money off that. So if you got a big war going on in the cartel and shit, it's gonna mess up their tourist attraction. But at the same time, dude, I mean, you gotta have military guys go out to the beach in Mexico, dude, at the beach, to make sure that there's nothing crazy that's gonna happen there.
Yeah, they were
dangerous,
saying,
man.
They were saying that the travel to tourism was way down because like so many people are afraid to go down there right now because of what's going on. There's a lot of like kidnappings, there's a lot of killings. Like it's hot down there right now. Like it's crazy.
Dude,
So
they just do the craziest shit, man. They fucking chop you up and they throw your body like they're just on crazy
they're
shit.
vicious,
And they
bro.
make sure you know that they're crazy because they record all the crazy shit they do.
Yeah, they're pretty crazy.
Every crazy shit they like to do, they like to record it, so you know that they're crazy, and they do the most absurd shit, so you know that the level of crazy that they're on, so that you don't fuck with them. It's like they're psychologically traumatizing people, so that people don't mess with them. That's their whole goal. That's how they control people as well. Because you look at some dudes that are doing the most absurd shit to people, and you're like, I don't want to fuck with them. Right? No, like, you don't want to fuck with them. So,
Right.
I don't know, man.
No, I
It's
don't.
life.
These motherfuckers are scary. You know what the most
There's some
scariest
crazy
thing
ones.
about them is
What?
two things. One, they're not afraid to die, and two, they don't value life. That's like the worst
Yeah.
combination, though, because they're like dangerous as fuck, dude. And
I
that's
mean,
what
you
they all
can't
are.
tell me any of those dudes. You can't tell me any of those dudes value life, man. I mean, they
Nah,
don't value anyone's life. They don't really. I mean, maybe their
they don't
families. I don't
care,
know.
bro.
They don't value
They kill.
life. They fucking murder people in the worst ways possible.
Yeah, dude. And then they don't just like murder a grown man. Like they'll slaughter that dude's family in front of him. They'll kill a baby. They'll kill a daughter, a son, a wife, a grandma. Like, dude, they don't give a fuck, dude. They're crazy. Like
They're crazy
crazy,
people.
crazy.
That's their
Yeah.
purpose, man. And that's the way we're talking about them right now. And that's exactly the way they want to be talked about, right?
Yeah.
Because they want to
They're
invoke
like,
that fear. They're
yeah.
like, yeah,
They're
we're
like, that's
scary,
right.
aren't we? You don't want to fuck with us.
Yeah. Exactly. They're like, exactly. So don't fuck with us because we are that. So remember that. And they take pride in that shit, bro. They're like, fuck yeah, we are. And what?
Yeah.
These dudes are crazy, bro.
I don't know,
Oh.
man. It's like Mexico's in a dilemma right now. Because you fuck with those people and the tourists, and like they're gonna start scaring everyone away, and Mexico's economy is gonna get fucked, and all sorts of stuff like that is gonna happen. So you can't really fight them directly either,
Yeah, well, did you hear that they just they just elected, quote unquote, a new president, that female, and they're trying to say that she's like a CIA plant, bro. Like she was put in there by America.
Yeah, but you see what El Salvador is doing, though, right? Salvador, or what they were doing, is that El Salvador is another country in South America where they had crazy
obviously,
gang
bro.
violence.
I
It's not
know
like
it's a
Mexico.
country.
I'm not going to
Like,
say
what
it's
the
like
fuck?
Mexico or compare it to Mexico, 'cause it's not like
No, yeah,
Mexico.
no, it's totally a different. Yeah, it's El Salvador.
It's totally
so no-
different circumstances, but it's
Yeah.
not as organized, right? It's not as organized. It's not like the cartels. But basically, what they had is a bunch of killings. They were like up in the murder rate, like crazy there a few years ago, right? But then they got a new president, and that president like changed the constitution. And they said anyone that has like marks of a gang member or MS-13, any of that shit, they're sending them straight to jail. And they were like, they had a bunch of dudes, all of their heads shaved, they all got haircuts, they're all bald, and they arrested like 60,000 like people, and they had like big prisons. They were building big prisons in El Salvador. Every fucking criminal went in there, and the president didn't give a shit, right? Because he's fixing the country. And then you have the ICC coming out with bullshit talking about humanitarian rights, and because the thing is, what he did was he didn't even allow for a lot of them to like go through the legal justice system, like for evidence, like the evidence wasn't needed. Like if you had markings of a gang member, or they even suspected that you were a gang member, then you were a gang member. I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. And they were doing mass arrests and everything. And in the prison, the conditions were so harsh because everyone's like all chained up. It's like, I don't know. I mean, it's not horrible, but you were fed the same thing every day, dude. You wake up and you're fed the same thing every day, and you don't even know the prison that you're in. You don't even know the interior because you don't get to ever see shit. It's just crazy.
Right.
But he did a good job. Although like a lot of those guys are like getting fucked. I mean, he completely dropped the murder rate. So he did a great job.
I just saw it's 76,000 people, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude, he just and if you look at the images, there's like aerial images, and there's like a bunch of just bald men, like all arrested knee down, dude.
I'm looking
And
at it.
he
I'm
just
looking
didn't
at it,
give a single fuck.
bro. That's
He
like
just
a
arrested everyone.
that's like an entire city, bro.
Yeah, and no, and he told, and he even like, cause the I forget, I don't know if it was the ICC or I don't know, I don't think it was the ICC. I think it was some fucking some outsider international something, dude, some international corporation was saying, you know, this might not be like, this is not like humanitarian or anything like that. And I'm like, dude, I mean, when you got a problem like when you have massive issues like massive issues, you need like dire situations need dire responses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you have problems, when you have a small problem, there's a small fix. But when you have a massive problem, you have a massive fix, and the massive fix just might not be too convenient. It might not be, but it's
Yeah,
still something.
one
That's
of
what he did.
the one of like a huge like not I don't want to say misunderstanding, but something that gets looked over or maybe not even thought about is like how it's gonna sound fucked up, but believe it or not, like our government needs those boogeymen, you know, needs the cartels, needs MS-13. They need that because they are the ones that push the drugs that the government's making big money off of. They're the ones that create the crime that the government makes big money on. Like sad to say, but like the government has historically like made money off of this broken system to where there's all this crime and that revolving door through that system that goes in and out. And you would think like why don't they just round all up the criminals, right? But it's the same logic of, well, why don't like pharmaceutical companies make a cure? They don't need people to be cured. They need people to be sick. They don't need the streets to be clean.
I don't know about
They
all
need
that,
them
man.
to have chaos, bro. No,
I don't know about all that,
it
dude.
generates money, bro. It's all business. You know how much money they make off of trafficking humans and drugs? Like, dude, that's a billions of dollars business, bro. I know it's hard to believe it, but it's reality, bro. It's a real thing. I don't know how
There's a
old you
lot of
are,
weird
but
shit. There's a lot of weird shit going on, man. But I mean,
yeah, no, definitely. I don't know how old you
It's-
are, but I don't know if you remember. I mean, they made
I'm
movies
17.
about it. The CIA's like the reason why the drugs were coming into America. Like the CIA was behind it, bro. They were the ones.
I heard
flying
about
in
that a
this
little
shit.
bit. I heard about that a little bit. I don't know. I don't know the evidences for that or
They
anything.
were the ones
There's no good
that were
evidence for it.
they were the ones that were come on, dude. The dude fucking the whistleblower like straight up said it. He was an LAPD officer and he fucking whistleblowed. He stood up in front of the fucking little
And how an LAPD officer know what the CIA is doing?
because he was oh my god, Scott. He was linked
That is a good
with
question.
he was linked with the CIA guy that was bringing the drugs up, that was transporting the drugs up from the over the border, and a lot of drugs were being brought into LA and then sold. And then, dude, there's so many movies about it, bro, because it's a real story. It's not just a claim; it's a factual. They even have
So those movies you believe.
oh, dude.
How do you choose which movies to believe, Apocryphon?
The ones that don't have space, I don't believe those. I
Okay.
love those movies though. I was just
Ones that
telling
don't
somebody
have
else.
space.
I was just telling somebody else, bro. I don't know. Have you guys watched For All Mankind? It's a series. It's like a 4-season. I binge watched that bitch. It was so good. I couldn't stop watching it, bro. Like they start like in the 50s when the program first starts or something like that. When NASA first starts. And or no, maybe the early 60s, late 50s, early 60s. And then they just go all the way up to like I think 4th season, I think they're like in 2013 or 2003. I don't remember. 2008? I don't remember. 2003 maybe. Anyways, it's a fucking really, really good series. Like I love that shit. I know it's all fake, bro, but I still love it, bro. It's good. anyways, yeah, they not only are there movies, but there's also facts of these things were being brought up. Even in our Capitol Hill, bro, the CIA was getting questioned, and the way and what happened was the CIA was behind it. So the guy that was like the middleman between America and the cartels in the South, like he was a CIA agent, but he was like a undercover. Like no one could know that he was from CIA, and then he ended up getting found out. Like they found out who he was, and then like the famous. Okay, put it this way: the guy that flew the plane for this CIA guy, he wrote a book, like a tell-all book, and this is how like movies were made from that dude's story, and that's where they got a lot of that info from. And he was like this. And so what happened was like when America was like, remember Ronald Reagan was like, you know, just say no, they had the DARE program, and then he was like cracking down on drugs, like and stuff. But so they shut down all these borders and tunnels and stuff. But the CIA, like they gave their agent and the dude that flew the plane, they gave him a route. Like you guys are safe if you just take this route and you just keep those drugs coming in. And what they're saying, the reason why, the theory of it, I believe it's true, probably. It was funding like the Contra war, and it was funding all kinds of projects that the CIA needed a lot of money for because they were trying to like control the governments in other countries and trying to prep up governments and like knock down governments and prep up governments like for their own willing and dealing for America's best interest. And they believe that this is
The LARPing is crazy right now, Apocrypha.
I mean, you don't believe it. Look into it. I'll tell you what.
Crazy.
Don't believe a word I said. Go look into it. But it's a known thing, bro. It's the dude wrote a tell-all book. The pilot. He's like a famous pilot in that for that reason, because he was like the dude that was smuggling in like all these drugs, bro, by plane.
So what happened to that? What happened to that pilot?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, he was killed by the drug cartels.
What was his name? Do you remember?
Don't remember.
I know I don't remember either.
I can find it out.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, like it's like that dude was a tell-all book, bro. He like said his story. He met that dude. He knew he was CIA. That's why he did it all for the money, because he knew that the CIA, that through the CIA he was getting all this money. That one guy that he was working for, he was like, dude, like we have the power of the CIA.
Barry Seal.
Oh, that's it, Barry. Yeah, you're right, Barry. That is his name. So he was like a white surfer looking dude. Like he was a cool ass dude. He looked chill. Anyways, that's history.
Oh, I'm gonna be on a plane on Saturday, so I'm gonna see if I can. Some dumb Globers come in here saying they can see the curvature. I'm gonna record a video at about 30,000 feet.
Yeah.
Send it in here. So if anyone ever claims that,
I have
videos at sunset,
but I can't post it. Something's wrong.
I don't know. I'm going in the morning though in Saturday, so.
Yeah. So when I was recording it, I realized that, and I purposely would angle it to show like it's the window that's curving the line outside.
No, it's fine. I mean, the window is curved and everything, but the main thing also is that that plane's gonna be moving at decent speed, so I'm gonna be I never really thought about it, even on a plane. Like I never really felt the movement. I never really thought about it, and I've been on a plane multiple times, but I'm gonna be on it again, so I'm gonna really see. Okay, is there any? Do I feel anything? Do I feel like I'm going at 500 miles per hour?
Oh yeah, hey dude,
at a constant speed. I mean, come on, dude.
I hope you don't feel this, but have you ever felt in a plane? Stupid. Have you ever found a plane when they hit an air pocket? You know what that is?
Yeah.
Dude, that's scary when that happens. We didn't hit a big air pocket, but we hit a decent sized air pocket, and your stomach goes into your throat, bro. It's like being on like a ride that drops you. Like, whoa!
That's
But
why.
it's
That's
crazy.
why I've tried to picture how it would actually feel like how it would actually feel like to nosedive like from a plane, like how it would feel, because you know how a lot of people like they're in plane crashes and stuff. I can't imagine how scary that is to feel like, because you're no longer going just straight, you're dipping, and it's completely off. You know what I mean? So the plane's just going down, and there's no control, there's no stabilization, so you're just going down. That must be the worst feeling possible, dude.
Right.
Being that high and just dropping dead, like the plane just dropping dead like that. It's crazy.
That's when you just say your piece and be like, well, thank you for everything, God. Here we go.
There's no peace in that, man. There's no peace for that.
Well,
ain't no peace. It's bad, man. That's horrible.
No, but you definitely feel like, or like when the plane banks, you feel it when it banks, when it turns. You're gonna feel it when it goes up, when it climbs. Even when he says we're steady, you know, like where the seatbelt light turns off, like it still shakes a little, bro, because you're hitting, like you're still feeling that constant, like almost like if you're surfing on water and your board's hitting the water, and like you're even though they're small and little, it's not perfect, bro. You can't like put your glass there and it be just perfectly still. That's such a bullshit claim, bro. Like there's
dude, it's not even about, dude. Like you just don't feel constant velocity like that, dude. Like, and I'm gonna be honest. Like you got people.
Oh yeah,
sleeping on a plane. You got people real cozy on a plane, dude. Like you got people sleeping. No. You got people watching Netflix. You got people chilling, man.
Yeah, of course. But there's still a little bit of movement constantly. But you're right. You're not gonna feel that.
And there's supposed to be there's a lot more movement because you're moving through a thick atmosphere. You're within Earth, right? You're within a thick atmosphere. That's another thing also. In space, there's no atmosphere, right? So you have there's no friction in space. It's different when you're moving through something, and you're gonna feel it more because you're moving through a medium that's a little bit thick, right? But in space, there's no thickness. So the Earth is in a medium where there's no friction.
Here's what I want to ask.
That's another thing you got to think about.
Here's what I want to ask you. Since you believe in the space flying 7,000 miles per hour, let me ask you something. What do you think will happen if you're going 17,000 miles per hour in one direction, and a small, tiny piece of space junk is coming at 17,000 miles in the opposite direction? What do you think is going to happen if it hits anything on that fucking vessel?
Well, it depends on the size of how it is, the size of the asteroid.
So in the 30 years or whatever, 20 years, 25, however long that fucking thing's been up there, apparently, you don't think that they have, out of all this time, bro, that they wouldn't have hit something that would have fucking destroyed it, just like popped a hole in it so big?
Well, like, we talked about, how we talked about what took out the dinosaurs, right? You know how we talked about, come on, that was a pretty powerful one. Wiped like what, 90% of life on Earth? That was pretty powerful. So that just goes to
that's a story.
Point.
That's a story.
All right, dude. A story that's validated, right?
But there's no one validated dinosaurs extinct from a fucking comet. But hold on though, an asteroid. But hold on though. The point though is, imagine like, let's say space junk, because like they say like something exploded or whatever, or something broke or whatever, and they have all this space junk just hurling, bro, like at a speed.
Come on, dude. We already went over this, man. You get what you already got the answer, dude. Depends on the size. If it's really big, it's gonna do a lot of damage. If it's not, it's not.
Okay, well, that doesn't raise any suspicion to you, though.
What do you think it's gonna knock the Earth off balance or something like?
No. We're talking about the ISS, bro. No, we're not talking about the Earth at 17. I'm talking about the ISS floating What are
17,500
the
miles per hour.
chances? The Earth is a massive target compared to the ISS, and the ISS is traveling at 17,500 miles per hour. Those are Yeah. crazy
So you
speeds
don't
compared
think
to the Earth at the equator.
you don't think out of
So
all
why do
that
you
space,
expect? Why do you even expect anything to hit it? There's a very low chance of it happening.
Do you know how much space junk is out there, bro? You know how much?
Yeah, there is a lot of space junk.
in your
We've had
paradigm,
something
I don't
hit a
believe in that shit.
satellite before. We've had something hit a satellite before, actually.
I don't believe in that shit. But in your paradigm, do you know how much they
Yeah,
say?
you don't
is
believe in
out
it
there?
at all. Yeah, you don't believe in it at all. I don't know
It
why you
just
don't believe in it. I guess you just
it
haven't.
violates
You just don't like to believe in truth. I don't know.
it just violates natural law, bro. Sorry.
Doesn't annihilate shit, dude.
There I do see how we have a program. For instance, when Elon Musk bought from was it Google or Microsoft? I think Google. When he bought that company, that they were launching like thousands of these huge, gigantic fucking balloons with satellites attached to them. Thousands of them, bro. They would launch them up. I think daily. It said. Like I think they said like 10,000. That's crazy, bro. Just think about how many that is, bro. And Google, they had this program, and they would launch them into the sky. And then I think Elon Musk bought it, and then it just so happened that, and the reason why they were launching it was they were trying to like prep this, like for different, gathering data and providing even internet, I think. But then Elon Musk bought it, and then he started Starlink. Like, I'm just saying, bro, that they had the technology, they had the equipment, there was a huge program, and they were. So I know, I would believe that. Yeah, I know that. I get it. They send up these balloons, and they go high, and they take photos, and they monitor the weather, the systems, and the patterns, and they have all this data they can gather, and they can predict with software that analyzes it. Like, I get that, but to say that we have things that are outside of the earth and the atmosphere, just barely slowly leaks, doesn't fill the space. I don't know, bro. It's just too much, bro. It's too much. It's just, I don't get it, bro. I don't get how anyone could believe anymore. It's fake, bro. But it is what it is. It is what it is, man.
Well, I
When you're
mean,
in,
dude, gravity certainly exists, dude.
well,
There's no
certainly
question in
exists.
that. Huh?
Gravitas certainly exists.
What is gravitas?
It's weight, something with a weight that's heavy and it goes down.
Weight? Yeah. What is weight without gravity?
Well, there is.
Look it up right now. How do we How do you
I
have weight without gravity? Like look
I mean,
it up.
I've
What is
said it.
weight? How do we get
Okay.
weight?
Okay, so I've said it before, said it, and I'll say it again. I do personally believe that this downward force is a result of an electric / magnetic field that
Oh my
exists
god, what
in our
magnetic
system.
field, dude?
There is
The magnetic field on the flat Earth, like under the disk or something?
There is a magnetic realm that we live, electromagnetic realm that we live in. Definitely,
Oh,
bro.
for fuck's sakes.
Electricity is everywhere. It can be measured in the sky. Like, we know that there's this dynamic system creating low pressures and high pressures. It dictates weather even. But if
Yeah, you're
there's
just
this,
doing a lot of pseudoscience now, dude.
that's not pseudoscience, bro. That's factual. You don't think that there's electricity in the sky?
There is some electricity in the sky. It's just like the way you're saying it. It's funny. You like evidence and you don't like bullshit. You don't like pseudoscience. But then when we're talking about like what causes tides, you're like, well, they're like the Earth's trying to find its equilibrium. Like, come on, dude.
Bro, told you, man. The tidal nodes.
You're willing to start pseudoscience when it comes to defending your paradigm. You still haven't explained that shit, dude. You got contained water moving around at rhythm, dude.
The tidal nodes debunk the moon pulling on the ocean, hands down. You could throw out that theory. That's a no.
So what's the explanation then? What's the explanation then?
Well, here's the thing. Like, who's to say that's even because of what's above? What if there's something going on below that we don't know about?
What's going on below?
Let me give
what's
you
going on below, because we can see everything that's going on below.
Let me give you some pseudoscience, okay? Let me give you some pseudoscience. What if there's?
I don't want no pseudoscience, man.
What if there's cavities? What if there's cavities?
See, now you're willing. You see how now you're willing to be a little theorist.
What
now
if
you're willing to theorize. Now you're willing to theorize your brain.
Because the other
things
got falsified.
Now you're willing to hypothesize. Now
you're coming up with claims because the other stuff got falsified. Because it got falsified, so we got to go back to the. We got to find something else.
No,
there's got to be
falsified, dude. Nothing got falsified. You just don't. You can just say you don't have a clue because you don't.
Gravity is not okay. The reason why I say it's falsified because the curve, ball, spherical, oblate, spinning, rotating, all that has been falsified. So we now know, okay, it's not a ball. Okay, so then now what was it or what can it be? Because we were told that mass
is 100% a ball.
Bending and warping space-time.
100% a ball, dude.
Dude. Well, I'll tell you what. It's going to be interesting when
I don't know why you don't believe it. It's almost like you don't want to believe it because I know you know it's a ball.
I'll tell you what. Once upon a time, I definitely believed in everything that I was taught in school, just as you believe right now. Just as you believe right now. But here's the thing. There's a lot of things that made me question the stories.
Everything makes sense.
And then, but here's what happened though, right? When you learn that they are lying and using trickery.
Who's they?
The people that say they're up in space, NASA.
Yeah, dude, that's a lot of people.
When you learn,
you got all sorts of space agencies, dude.
When you learn that they're faking it, it's got to make you question. Wait, why would they be faking it if it's real? If that is true,
what makes you think they're faking it?
They've got caught on camera so many times, bro. Their live streams, bro. When they're live streaming, bro, they always trip up, bro. They fuck up. Their computer graphics fucks up in real time. You can see. Okay, check this out, bro. Zero gravity, right? Like you said, there's no friction, so there's no shaking, there's no turbulence, right? I agree with you. That should be the conditions logically. But if you go look back at the videos when they're live streaming and like showing classrooms, like all these things and stuff, look at the things behind them, and those things are constantly moving. Clearly, they're in probably
Slacker. You actually believe that they went 6 times man-moon missions to the moon between like 69 and 71, and not
most likely, yeah.
0 times
most
6.
likely, yes. And brother, your mic's echoing.
So 0 times 6. Likely, that's crazy, man.
It's not crazy. I'm just not a schizo, dude.
No, but why would
everything's moving, bro?
Can you fix your microphone as well?
It's fixed. They just you can't overtalk me.
Huh?
So why wouldn't you expect that they would go since, man?
It's not highly prioritized. I mean, the Japanese went like 2 months ago.
A manned mission.
They landed something on it.
Okay, so it's not a manned mission.
Maybe it's just not prioritized. Maybe it's not that interesting anymore. Maybe there's things you can use your money better for.
if we did it 6 times in 2 years, or like in this time 3 years, and we paid the price then with the advent of technology, it should be a lot cheaper now to do it.
Who says?
Over 70
Who
years.
says it was cheap to begin with?
I said it's a lot cheaper.
Should it be cheaper?
Because we're like, in terms of technology, we're getting much more efficient, much more economical. You know,
Yeah.
everything's much more smaller. Things are getting cheaper.
Not necessarily, dude.
Oh, come on, man.
I mean, not come on. How much would it cost? Look it up. How much would it cost to go to the moon? How much do all the astronaut suits cost? It costs a lot of money, man.
Bro,
so when you have a budget, it's not that crazy. You have to compensate. You have to use your money well.
For the
you
value
have to
of
invest in things that are more worth it, and you still haven't fixed your mic. by the
$60
way.
to $80 million isn't enough.
Bro, if you were to adjust for the value of
A lot of
how
money.
much it costed then, the funding that they had for the moon missions then, till now, and
James Webb Telescope is also something that costs a lot of money too.
Yeah. So what's your point?
Yeah, money needs to go places where it's most efficiently used. We can go to the moon again. So what?
No, you can't. You never went in the first place.
Oh, we can't.
They never there in the
Can't
first
go
place,
anymore?
bro. Globe.
Oh, we never won in the first place. Yeah, sure.
That's a funny name. Here you go. Watch that video, bro. Go learn about your precious NASA, dog. Learn about it, bro. Here, I'll send it to you too. Percentage. Probably saw it already, but I'll still send it to you. Learn about it, bro. Watch it. Look at the fucking. Oh my god, bro. If you don't,
Doesn't even matter, man. I don't gotta be a moon enthusiast to know that the Earth is a globe.
Oh man.
Which a lot of you guys don't seem to believe.
Well, I'll tell you what. I am fully convinced in all the logic of the way we build stuff, the way water always finds level, the way all these things, right? But just like globers, real globers will tell you, like true globers will tell you, we actually can't see the curve because it's actually way too big of a planet. We cannot see all these experiments and observations and shit that we do. It looks flat for miles and miles around. You're like an ant in a football field, bro. How can you prove it, right?
Probably bigger than that on the scale.
I know you're right, probably bigger, but I'm just for, but the point though is that it's like you cannot, like a real glober will tell you, there's no curvature around you. You're not going to see it, but you have this company called NASA, and they're doing all this stuff. I'm telling you right now, bro. I can't wait for December 14th to happen. I guess a week later, because they're going to be down there for a week. I can't wait.
You don't want that time to come, dude. That's where you guys are going to be embarrassed.
No, check it out. I can't wait for it's actually going to be around my birthday, because my birthday is the week after that in December. So check it out. It's going to be like a birthday present. Here's the thing. If they come back and say, okay, we saw a 24-hour sun, hands down, it's definitely a fucking globe, and I will never fucking claim flat Earth ever again. And then I'll go.
You admit to, I'm gonna clip that. You just said that. I'm gonna clip that.
Yes, clip it, record it. That's cool. I'm cool with that, because there's no other fucking explanation. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for. I know like Alpha and Jedi. They'll be like, nah, it could be something else. But I'm just saying though. If Jaren and Witsit, because it seems like they're actually going to do it now. They were talking tonight, and
Is Witsit going?
Jaren is going to ask Witsit or Dave and see out of those three, like who wants to be the two to go. But Will, he
need Witsit
promised
to go too.
He promised to pay for two of them, so that way they're going to be good. They're going to go together. And Jaren said that he will go. If one of them say yes, then he'll go. Or if it's going to be them.
If anyone were willing to pay for my trip to go there, I'd fucking go there. So they should definitely go there as well. They should seek the truth.
Yeah, that would be cool too. But here's what I'm going to say though. But if they come back and say, dude, we didn't see it's set.
You know they're going to
went.
come back and see it. So tell us your reaction when they're going to come back and see it, because you
No,
know they're going to see it. Dude.
hold on. When they come back and if they say that nope, we didn't see it, I want to know: will you become a flat earther?
Oh, it's not going to make me a flat earther. I know. That doesn't prove the flat Earth though. That's the whole purpose of the 24-hour sun proves it the globe.
Disproves,
but it doesn't falsify the globe either. Really,
it will no, it 1000% would, because it would, because if think about like a basketball, and you have a light on top of your.
I know how it works. I know the 23.5 degrees. I know how it works.
So then you
but
have
the
to
thing
see
is,
it
you're
for 24
asking
hours.
me for something that's impossible. What would I do in an impossible situation? I don't know. It's not going to happen. You know that they're all going to see the 24-hour sun.
Okay. So with what you're saying, I can fully admit, bro, that I will definitely. I'm like, okay. So then all those times that we were fighting and arguing, saying you can't see the curve, that will just prove that. Okay, so it is a globe, but there's nothing we can say. All the observations are showing flat. Well, then it's just too fucking big for us to be seeing it. All the math is off. Refraction is a real thing in the sense of it has to be, because we're still seeing it, and technically we shouldn't be seeing it. All that will come into play. All that will come into play. But if they come back and say, "Oh, dude, it's we didn't see the 24-hour sun. It went down in the sky, and we didn't see it for this long later, but we did see a 24-hour light." So then they'll go back to that coffee cosmic or whatever the fuck it's called. Then then there definitely is a dome.
But dude, they're gonna see it. They're gonna see it. They're gonna be there, hopefully for at least a week or something. I don't know how long they're gonna be there.
I think it's a
they're gonna
5 days.
see it,
I think it's a
gonna be
5-day
great.
trip.
5-day trip.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So for their 5-day trip, they're gonna definitely see the 24-hour sun, and we know the sun is there for 24 hours, dude. I have videos of people that vlog. That there's literally people that do TikTok vlogs there, dude, and they talk about their life in Antarctica and how the environment's like and all sorts of stuff that they do there. And they tell us that, dude, they are there for 24 hours, and they see that the sun is up there for 24 hours, and they literally tell you, yeah, the sun is up for 24 hours. This is something real.
Okay, I was emailing this one dude that he was working down there pulling ice core samples, and I forgot what company he was working for, but I was corresponding back and forth to him, and I asked him, I said, "Hey, I have a question. Have you ever seen the 24-hour sun like during the time that you would see it?" And he was like, "I could honestly say I haven't, but that's only because I do go to sleep and I didn't really think about to go see it. But definitely it's light for 24 hours." He's like, for sure there's a constant light, but he couldn't verify that there's a sun the entire time.
If there's constant daylight, there's constant sunlight. We know that all light that we get, right, during the day is from the sun. All natural light, at least, is from the sun. We know where we get our daylight from, dude. So when I hear people like that Dave West guy, that says daylight doesn't come from the sun, and he said that publicly on Professor's Dave little debate thing that they had, the hosted debate. I'm just looking at the student. I'm like, dude, how can anyone follow you? You're saying daylight doesn't come from the sun as a grown adult man. Who's willing to defend that?
Bro, do you know what twilight is?
What about twilight? What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Twilight is when there's light without the sun.
Okay. Tell me what time twilight happens.
It happens in dawn and dusk. Before the sun comes out, and after it sets. But
in the early morning, you might not see. Hold on, even in your model. Hold on, calm down.
No, I'm gonna hold up.
Even in your model,
you interrupted me, man.
No, you're gonna hold up.
You're saying whenever there's light,
even in your model, where the sun barely comes up,
unbearable.
You might not be able to see it, but the light is coming from the sun because the sun is rising, especially in your model, because this is how it works. The sun starts to rise, and you see it. So even though you can't see it, right, until it comes up, you still know the light is coming from the sun because you see it eventually. Absolutely. You see it just an hour after.
Absolutely. But you could have
Yeah.
the sun
So,
could be
are
setting
you going to
and
sit
still
here and
have
deny
light.
as a grown man that light's coming from the sun?
Bro, are you like, what's your malfunction? I'm saying.
Answer the question. Are you going to deny that it's coming
No,
from the sun?
listen, bro. I'm saying that the sun could set.
No,
like
answer the
Apocryphon
question. Are you going to
said.
deny that light's coming from the sun?
The sun could be setting like Apocryphon said, and still have light. That's all I'm saying. You said when there's light, there's sun.
Beautiful.
No, not
Beautiful.
necessarily.
Yeah, so daylight still comes from the sun. That's my point.
Okay, but the sun could be below the horizon. That's the point.
It come from the sun, bro.
Yeah, that's what I told you. It can be below the horizon to you.
If it's
That
below the
perspective
horizon, you
can
don't have
happen.
24-hour sun. above
Yeah,
the
but it's
horizon.
still sunlight.
Yes, dude.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God, this
god,
guy's
bro.
crazy.
Is the
What are you
horizon
not
causing
getting,
the
bro?
sunlight, or is the sunlight causing the daylight? Like, what's going on here?
Okay,
What's wrong with
you're
you?
not. Okay, you're not. Hold on. Just
Simple.
slow down. Just Matt. Just slow down. Take a breather. Hold
No,
on.
we're not going to slow down. We're not
Hold
going
on.
to. We're not going to
Hold
slow
on.
anyone down into
Okay,
bullshit.
Matt.
Daylight
Slow
comes from the
down,
sun.
Matt.
Everyone knows that. Any grown
Matt.
man that tells you otherwise is an absolute fucking moron.
Matt, you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
That's simple.
We're not
No,
saying.
I'm not missing any point, and I'm not.
Okay,
And no, we're not
You
missing
are, bro.
anything.
you're
You
You're
not.
on
are.
point.
You're not.
Yeah.
Just
No,
chill.
I just got you on the point. You admitted that
Let me
daylight comes from
finish.
the sun.
Bro,
Let
you
me
are
finish.
too much.
Let me finish. Okay. So there's an effect, and I'm sure you've heard about it
Dude, we
being
don't
argued
give a
before.
shit. We don't give a shit about
Okay.
the effect, dude. We don't give a
Okay.
shit enough about the
Okay.
Speak for
effect.
Slow
yourself,
down.
man.
Hold on. There's an effect that when you put a light like in a glass,
Dude, we don't
and
care.
when
We
you
get
get
it.
when you get to a certain spot, it lights up the other side of the glass from that one side. So if
I don't care
they
about a
go,
glass. We're not going
okay,
to do a demonstration with a glass to figure
okay,
out
hold
what's going
on,
to happen with
just
the
hold
earth.
on. If they go down
We
there,
don't care.
okay, if they go down there and they see the sun as it's going over the sky, but then if it goes like as if setting because it's going further away, there's still daylight, there's still light, but they won't see the physical sun if it's taking off to go around the flat earth, but the sun will still be shining on whatever causes it to do that effect. Is it a dome? I don't know.
So
Whatever.
then you have 24-hour daylight. Yeah.
But the sun can be on the other side of Antarctica, meaning because Antarctica is all the way around, but on the other side of the world, like across, like let's say it's a position where
All
like
the
South
videos that we
America
have, the
is.
sun doesn't drop
Okay,
below the horizon.
this is why that final experiment will be the final experiment. Because if they do go out there and they don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, but they're gonna.
Or
So
or
you're gonna be welcome to
or
Globe Earth,
better
and I'm
yet,
gonna welcome you with the video that I clipped. I'm gonna be like, Apocryphon, you're now a Globe Earther. Welcome.
yes, hands down.
Yeah, and you know you're gonna see it, dude. Everyone's gonna see it, and there's gonna be a lot of naysayers. There's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna cry. They're gonna be like, "Well, the Earth still measures flat."
I guarantee you that there will be so many people that it will be like they'll just turn away from it. Like, okay, got it.
I hope they point the cameras right at their faces when it's going on as well. I hope everyone gets to see the reactions of all the naysayers and the disbelievers and all that. Hope they point the cameras right at their faces and let them know the truth, man.
Hey, what the big question is? Okay, what if it's the other side? What if that shoe is on
It's
the
not
other
gonna
side?
happen that way. We all know it's not gonna happen. You know it's not gonna happen that way, dude.
No, I honestly don't know if it's going to happen that way
You're
because
confused. Because you even have these flat earthers. You even have these flat earthers, and deep down, like you have all the flat earthers, right? You have Crate, you have Jedi. They all know that December 14th, whatever date it is, that they're going to see the 24-hour sun. They all know that.
Okay, so
they all
check
know
it out.
It's going to happen.
Okay, so check it out. There's a lot of things that fall into the discussions as to why flat Earth even exists. Like, for instance, that's going to make people have to go back and question the gas laws. Okay, hold on. If this is a globe,
We don't need to talk about that, dude.
if it is a ball,
we already went over the gas laws and stuff like that. We don't need to just bring up why people believe in flat Earth, dude.
No. You can't just say we already been over it because you didn't prove anything with the gas laws.
We talked to you about it like a million fucking times, dude. either
Yeah, and
believe it or you don't believe
we've
it, man.
told you a million times. We've
That's how it
told
is.
you.
Like if you've been presented like, listen, over. I don't know if the final experiment is going to be the determiner for you, but apparently the way you're talking to me, the determiner for you. But I mean, I believe that if you have a flat earther that's been a flat earther for years and nothing has convinced them yet, I think they're going to probably be a naysayer forever. Probably will.
Maybe so, but I can't speak for
Didn't
other
take me
people.
that much to know that the Earth is a globe, dude. I don't think everyone's lying to me.
Well, there's
I don't think
things
everyone's
that
full of shit.
there are things in the science of it all that were very, very questionable, which is what makes people question the story, the belief.
A lot of people want to believe in the flat Earth. It's something else that you have to try to take into consideration. A lot of people want the Earth to be flat. They don't want the Earth to be a globe, and they just want it to be flat. And that's how they have it.
No. Hey, here's the thing, though, Matt. Nobody wants to get berated, mocked, and belittled every single day of their life just because they no longer believe in what they once believed to be true. Nobody wants that. No one's gonna go
Doesn't matter,
through this.
dude. Doesn't matter if you're getting mocked, dude. You're a community. You guys have each other. You guys know about each other, and you guys support each other, man. It is what it is. Doesn't really matter that much, dude. I mean,
People.
you think you're a flat earther, you're a part of the
People
cool
have
club.
lost.
Do what you do, man.
People have lost jobs, and people have like situations in their life that would have been better if they never ever opened their mouth about flat Earth. But yet you think it's just
And
this
I don't know,
thing
dude.
that
I don't know why everyone would ever mention it, like mention it in the sense of like their jobs, dude. You don't even need to mention that stuff. But the thing is, it's like Earth is a globe, Apocrypha. I'm telling you, it just simply is a globe. That's just how cosmology is. That's just how the universe is. I don't know what to tell you, man.
in everything that you believe. Yes, you are right. In your head, you are absolutely right. It's what you believe to be true. I get it.
Like,
I get it. It's what you believe to be true.
If I had $30,000 and you had $30,000, you would not bet that the Earth is a globe, that the Earth is flat. You wouldn't bet on it, dude.
No,
'cause
yeah,
you know
yeah,
it's
I would.
not flat.
Yeah, I would actually.
You wouldn't.
I would.
You would?
Yeah.
You're just delusional, man. Like if they were to take up on if we had a guy, right? If we had a guy that worked for NASA and he was going to bring us on this spacecraft and we were going to go up in space and see the curve of the Earth or maybe the flat Earth, right? And you put up 30,000, I have 30,000. You're gonna make that bet.
Not going up high, that doesn't prove anything.
Why wouldn't it? Why going up high enough to see the curve wouldn't prove anything to you?
Because you're going to see a circle of light around you because that's as far as you can see.
Oh shit!
But you're not going to see a ball.
Like if you're high enough, you're not going to see a curve.
Hey! Let me ask you something. You know when they show when they show cameras from high altitudes, like why aren't things like?
Yeah, dude, but that's 100,000 feet.
Hold on. Listen. Hold on, listen. Why aren't things sideways in the sense of it will look like something would be curving away? Like for instance, if you went really far away from like a ball, then you can see it curving up and curving down. Why every time they show this beautiful curve, it's just this round flat circle, and then the ground looks flat. Nothing about it looks curved, bro. Nothing
well,
about
you're looking at the high altitude videos that are only like 100,000 feet maximum. It's not going to be that crazy.
Okay, so from the ISS, you can't see the curve. So Neil Tyson was right.
I don't give a shit what Neil deGrasse Tyson's never been up there. He's never been up there, so he can't. I'm not going to take his word for what they say.
Okay,
people been up there and they say they can see the curve. I don't give a shit what Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So you're saying the ISS can see the curve?
Yep.
Okay. So with that being said, let's do it right now. I'll tell you what. Go to YouTube right now, and go to their live stream. Okay, we'll both do it. I'll do it right now. Let's look at their camera, and tell me if it looks curved. ISS live stream right here. Boom. Search.
All right, here we go. Live view Earth from space. Oh, it's a commercial. Hold on.
They have where's the
Hold on.
live feed that they have going on?
I just clicked on it right now. Oh, here we go. Skip. Okay, right now they're showing. Oh, it's darkness. There's nothing. South Atlantic Ocean. It's just darkness because they're over the South Atlantic. Hold on. They are going to be. Let me look at their little map. Give it what? What does that look like? Maybe 15 minutes. Right now they're over South America. Give maybe 15 minutes. We'll check back.
Yeah,
And
but
you're
like I said before, man. Like I said before. You know what I was talking about. Yeah, we were talking about the curve of the Earth. I mean, I'd say from the ISS you can definitely see the curve. I mean, you can already see a little bit of curve from the little thing that you have right there, the little light that you have. But like I said before, man, I'm not gonna take Neil deGrasse Tyson's word for it if he's never been up there. He's never been up there. He can't tell Phoenix, what is his name, Felix Baumgartner, what he fucking saw. He can't tell him that. He's not been up there. Like he just hasn't been up there to say anything about it.
That Red Bull jump. There's no such thing as Planet New Mexico, bro, or wherever it was over, bro. Hey, do me a favor. Let's look at that video and show me Planet New Mexico.
Dude, I'm not gonna relook at the video that I've already looked at.
You think that's the globe behind him, but then the entirety of the globe.
It's funny because you guys claim space doesn't exist. So what do you think the black space that we see up there is? Fucking clue, huh?
Maybe it's the firmament.
Firmament is black?
Well, Puck, man, what are you doing, man?
I don't know.
Yeah, let me answer. The black space, the black stuff is air.
That makes no fucking sense. The black stuff is air?
The black stuff is air, yeah.
Oh, it's just air.
It is just air.
Really low air pressure is what it is, then.
It's just less air than the blue stuff.
And you don't know how long the gas pressure or how far up the gas pressure.
The black stuff is less
we can have space.
Air that doesn't have enough volume, enough matter to reflect the light, and that's why it's black. And you go below, there's more. There's more.
It's all around, right?
There's more matter in the air, more gases, and that's why the blue stuff is.
Makes no sense.
Why it's blue, because it's reflecting the light.
That makes no sense.
It makes perfect
sense. Because no, it makes no. I'm gonna tell you why it makes no sense. Because in the high altitude balloon videos that we have, the sun is really, really high up, even beyond the black space that we see. It's really, really high up. So you're telling me that the gas. Hold on. You're telling me that the gas molecules aren't getting hit by that sunlight?
That's not what I said. I said there's not enough.
Sunlight hits. Light hits objects, right? Hits physical things.
The light.
It's not hitting anything.
The sunlight is ubiquitous. The sunlight is everywhere. The sunlight is going through the black stuff. It's just there's not enough matter. There's not enough gas to reflect the light.
So you have space. Beautiful.
No, there's not enough matter to reflect the light to the observer. That's
same thing in our paradigm, right? There's still a little bit of a gas pressure gradient, but it's not that much. Same thing.
Yeah, sure. It's a low pressure air environment. Absolutely. But that
beautiful.
You say it's space. You say space,
and it can extend forever.
I don't know about that.
It can extend 20 million miles. How do you know? How do you know it doesn't extend 20 million miles?
I don't know the distance of it. That's neither here nor there. The point is, you guys say when there's nothing that it's space. You say a perfect vacuum.
Well, I mean, what you said is our paradigm. Our paradigm.
You guys believe that a perfect vacuum would be space. Empty space.
We don't claim space to be a perfect vacuum. No one does.
Okay, so can you have empty space?
What do you mean, can we have empty space? Of course we have empty space.
Where?
In space. Gross.
Yeah? One more time for me. For real,
what do you want me to tell you? I mean, it's in space.
Where's the empty space?
Okay, so you have to find the most distant. Like, you have to find a point in space where it's the most distant from a star or a planet. Plenty of places where that's.
You realize a perfect vacuum doesn't exist.
You have the most emptiest spot in space. You get a box, and there you got it. There you have it.
Does a perfect vacuum exist?
I don't believe so.
Okay. perfect vacuum would be
The
nothingness,
space,
right?
the vacuum of space, the cosmological vacuum of space is a 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's not
Yeah,
a
that's what I
perfect
said.
vacuum.
Exactly, it's not a perfect vacuum. So what is it? It's
What
a
is
very
what does
low-
that what does that prove though? What does that prove?
No, it proves that it's a very low pressure air environment. It's a very low pressure.
Yeah, great, we agree. Yeah, congratulations. Welcome to Globe Earth.
The thing is, though, no, the Globe Earth says that even if it was nothing, that space itself has physical properties. Space warps and bends. They say if
Yeah,
for
you're talking
instance,
about Einsteinian
they'll say-
gravitation.
They'll say if there's nothingness, there's still space there. Understand? There's no concept of
That's
nothing.
not what we say. The
Really?
Einsteinian gravitation. Shut up for a second, buddy. Einsteinian gravitation is a mathematical model where it describes
So it's not
bending of space. Hold on, shut up. It's describing the bending
You
of
shut up.
the fabric of space warping around massive objects. Yeah.
How-
But we
how
can
can-
prove the space is indeed. Hold on, buddy. But we
Bro,
can
how
prove
can
the
things
space is
mathematically
indeed
bend?
distorted by massive objects. So yeah,
How can things mathematically bend?
when you have a mathematical model, how else would they bend?
No, but bending is a physical thing. Math is just language. It's just conception. So how can
It's a
metaphysical
conception. Exactly. That's what the mathematical model is doing. Is it's
No,
concepting,
it's not a hard question. How can
helping
a
us visualize what's going on. I mean, the only thing,
See,
the
you
only
don't have the answer,
reason
that's why
of
you talk
the
so
bending
much.
thing.
You're
Are
scared of the
you? Why do you keep
conversation.
talking?
You're scared of the
Well,
conversation.
no, I'm
that's why you
actually
interrupt
engaged.
so
I'm
much.
actually telling you more about the things that you don't know about because you don't know a lot.
You have
Seems
no
like.
clue, bro.
But the whole bending thing comes from the concept of us trying to conceptualize and understand what's going on. We're not saying that there's some fabric that's starting to curve and bend.
Oh, so it's not
actually.
physically
No one
bending.
claims that. We don't claim that there's a space fabric that starts to bend, right? It's just
no, that's
a
actually
visual model
exactly
for you to
what they claim.
understand. Yeah,
No,
you have
no,
to.
they-
You have to. No, it's not.
They
You're just not
exactly
smart enough.
claim-
You didn't look it up. You have to look it up and do your own evidence and do your own
Bro,
research.
you misunderstand your own model.
Look up what Einsteinian gravitation is.
Do you know what
and understand the
gravitational
model.
lensing is?
It's a mathematical model, and you don't
No,
get
it's
that
not.
because you're not
They
very
don't
smart.
claim it's simply math. They say the gravitational lensing is a physical.
Of course, we're not
phenomenon that
claiming
happens.
it's simply math either, but the mathematical model is for you to understand the space fabric that's bending because of the massive objects. That's what you're not getting at.
Yes, they say it's that bending that you're talking about is gravitational lensing, which is due to the bending of time-space, the fourth dimension.
The bending of space-time. Space-time is a continuum. There's no time-space, buddy. What are you
Time,
talking
space, space-time is the same thing. If you Google it, you'll see.
about? Yeah. Well, there's no. Okay, look it up. Look up. Go on ChatGPT since you're not very smart. Go on ChatGPT and look up if they claim that there's an actual fabric that's starting to bend. Go ahead and find that for me.
I didn't say anything about an actual fabric.
Yeah,
you
there
keep on
isn't.
saying that and straw
There
man.
isn't.
But they say
Exactly, no,
that
there
space.
isn't.
No, they say space has a physical property where it bends and warps, and that is what
You don't think
causes
space is
gravitational
physical?
lensing. No, space doesn't exist, bro.
Okay, so what's nothing?
Nothing is nothing. It's no thing. It's not space like you.
So
think.
there's no. Is there any space in nothing?
No.
All right, then time and then space-time is a thing, physical.
Are you dumb?
Are you retarded?
Bro,
so you
just
just told me nothing
I
is
told
nothing.
you there's nothing
So-
in.
and you
Oh
told
my
no. You told me two things. You told me that nothing is nothing, and you told me that space and having space and time is something. So
No, I
space time
didn't.
is something. It's physical.
You asked me
Didn't?
if,
Wait,
if you have space in nothing,
So if we
is there
just had-
space? I said no.
Hold on.
You're
So if we
confused
just
now.
had space and time. Hold on, are you gonna let me talk? Beautiful. So if we just had space and time, we'd have nothing.
Yes, if you just had space time, it'd be nothing.
So wait, so you're
Because
telling
they're
me
both
that nothing
individually
now
nothing.
means three-dimensional space is nothing now.
Three-dimensional space is a construct in your mind, bro.
Well, then maybe you're stupid. Then maybe you're the stupid one, since
I don't
you,
think
you
you
think that
understand.
nothing is three-dimensional space.
I don't think you. What do you think space is, man? It's length, width, and height.
so
It's three
stupid,
dimensions.
man.
That's what it is, man. Spatial
you
dimensions.
think three-dimensional space is nothing.
Yes, that's literally what it is.
Okay, beautiful. So that's where your brain is at.
Here-
That's
here's the
level of
question.
your brain.
Here's the question. If nothing,
That's
if,
beautiful.
if we have
That's
absolute
beautiful.
nothingness,
But
does
but
space
apart from
exist?
that, you know
Yeah, you-
stuff like do you know stuff about time dilation and
No,
stuff like
don't divert from the thing that you're wrong about, bro. Answer the
Well,
question.
no,
If-
we
if-
actually went about it, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
If there's nothing,
What's the definition of nothing?
If you have nothingness, does space exist? Yes
Let's
or
get
no?
the definition of nothingness here for a second. Let's get the definition of nothingness.
Oh, you need the definition of nothingness?
Since you said I'm diverting from this point, let's destroy you of this point. So the absence
of everything,
life, or so basically nothing, right? Let me get the actual definition. Okay, nothing, no thing, or nothing is the complete absence of anything or the opposite of something.
Very good. Now, in nothingness, does space exist?
Of everything. So you think three-dimensional space is nothing?
No, I'm asking you a question. In nothingness, does space exist?
You have to answer my question. Do you think
it's a very simple
three-dimensional
question.
space
You're
is
scared.
nothing?
You're scared, man.
Hey, buddy, you're not going anywhere. Do you think three-dimensional space is nothing? Yes or no?
Three-dimensional space is a metaphysical construct in the minds of men. It's an idea.
It's not metaphysical, you dumb
Yes,
fuck.
it
You're
is.
living in three-dimensional space.
No,
Dummy.
I'm not.
You live in it.
I'm living in air.
You don't live in three-dimensional space?
No,
There's
I
no
don't.
length, width, and height around you? Are you stupid?
Can you hand me a
See, this
a
guy doesn't
pound
even
of
know
length?
what 3D means.
Yo, hand
This
me,
guy's an idiot.
hand me some
So you
width.
don't live in three-dimensional space.
Bro, give me some width in my hand right now.
Oh my goodness, you
You don't understand what metaphysical
You're so
means.
stupid. We're metaphysical. We're not physical beings anymore. You're
No,
so
I said-
stupid, man.
I said you don't understand what metaphysical means.
Yeah, dude, it's not metaphysical.
is.
Length, width, and height is not metaphysical.
Yes, it is.
It's not metaphysical at
'Cause
all.
you have to say length of what? Length of something physical. You can't just give me length alone.
It's nothing about length, width, and height and physical.
Bro.
You wouldn't be able to move if there was no length, width, and height around you. You live in
Dude,
three-dimensional
length, width,
space.
and height
The
of
only
what?
reason you're able to move your hand up and down is because there's length, width, and height around
Hey
you,
guys,
so you can
let me
move.
share my
So
screen
you
real
know what?
quick.
You know what's going
You're
on?
in your
right
room
now?
right now, right?
The problem is you're talking too much.
You're in your
Listen.
room right now, right?
Bro, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You should
Does
listen
your
as much.
height?
You should
Listen,
listen twice as much
listen,
as you
hold on.
talk. You talk too much.
That's
and you're
great.
dumb.
That's great. I hope you said smarter things in your life before.
That'd be funny.
But does
That'd
your
be funny.
wall have height?
No, it doesn't.
Bro,
Your
check
wall
this out,
doesn't
guys.
have height. Your
No,
actual
it doesn't
physical
have
wall
height.
doesn't have height.
It doesn't have height. No.
Hey guys, check this
You're
out.
not
I know you
understanding.
guys are going
Also,
back and forth.
also, we're just not using language. So, what language do you want to talk then? What
No,
language
you,
should we
you
talk?
don't understand the difference between physical and metaphysical. That's the problem.
Hey guys,
No,
you
you're
guys
just
there?
stupid. You're just
Okay.
stupid.
Yeah.
When I'm saying does your
Alright, I'm stupid. Alright,
does your
cool.
wall have height, you know exactly
You guys
what I
hear me?
mean. There's
No,
nothing
it's-
metaphysical about your wall having
Check,
height.
check.
You're just
Defini-
saying, oh, it's just it's all metaphysical.
Definitions
It's
matter,
all
bro.
scary.
You can't continue the
It's all
conversation if you
scary and
don't.
metaphysical.
Oh yeah, you can hear me.
You
Hey
can't continue
guys,
the
check it out.
conversation if you
Fuck.
can't make definitions, man. If you can't agree on a definition,
guys.
you're
Hey,
trying
guys, can you
to
all
use
chill real quick?
words in the
Yeah,
context
he doesn't
they're not
understand it. He
supposed
wants
to
to
be.
speak. He wants to speak another language, and I don't speak. I speak English,
Hey,
buddy.
can you guys hold on
What
real
other
quick? I want to
language do
show
you
you
want to
something.
Hey, can
Check
I have
what I
height
just-
without the wall?
Yo, I want you guys to see this. Check out what I
That's
just
what I thought.
caught. Can you guys listen?
Go ahead, man.
Yep. See ya.
Check out what I caught, bro. I was watching this live stream while you guys were going at it. You guys looking at my screen?
Yep.
Check this
Yeah, go
out.
ahead.
At first, I was like, "Is that the moon?" This is live stream, right, from the ISS. But check this out. I'm like, "Is that the moon?" I'm like, "Okay, whatever that is," because it wasn't there earlier. And then look it just disappears, bro. I want to go back again. I'm going to zoom in on it. Check
I
that
have no
out.
clue what that is, dude.
Check it
What
out.
the
Look
What
at
that
it.
is.
See that?
What the heck?
What is that, bro?
No
I
idea.
don't know.
This is look at this is NASA. Look, I'm not lying. This is
Give me a
NASA.
second, though. Give me a second. Be right back.
All right. Ain't that crazy, bro? Look it, and it was it. Look it. So it's see, look, it came up from behind the screen too. Look it came up from behind.
Oh,
Like if
it's
it
a
was like,
glare.
you think it's a glare?
Yeah.
Okay. It was just like the
See
last.
how there's a bunch. See how there's a line of them, a
now I
diagonal
see it.
line of
Yeah, now I
them.
see it. Good thing I rewinded it. Good thing I rewinded. Dude, I was like, what the fuck is that at first? All right, cool. How long? At least we see. Well, that's a bunch of what are those called? What are they called? Glares, but there's a specific name for them.
Yeah,
now.
there's a word for it. It's part of like the part of the
light?
camera. That,
Yeah, it's like a lens glare. That's what it is. A lens glare.
No, not the lens.
Yeah, no.
The aperture. The aperture.
Oh,
It's
okay.
It's the shape of the aperture.
Yeah, so I guess there's a bunch over there.
So they have a hexagonal aperture, and it's just like showing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look at so
they all slowly start disappearing. I guess.
Back. I got no clue what that is, dude.
No.
Look what's on the
We figured it out. Figured it out.
What is it?
It was like maybe the glare in the camera lens. It looked weird though.
It's also something.
Cause see the other ones that are right there on the bottom.
Yeah, I've seen those as well. Yeah. I thought he was on to something.
Bro, I was like, what the fuck did I just do? I was just watching this shit while you guys were going back and forth. And I was like, I was like, wait, was that the moon? But I didn't realize all those. I just realized that one. And then the shit disappeared. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, it was a glare.
Because Slacker guy's not ready, man.
What?
Said you ain't ready.
Yeah, it says the person doesn't think their wall has height.
You didn't answer the question.
Does your wall not have length?
Can I have length without the wall?
What do you mean, can you have a length without the wall?
Can I have length without the wall?
Why does that matter? Why is that relevant
Why
to
are
my
you
question?
scared to answer the question, man?
Yeah, sure, you can have length without the wall. If you have just three-dimensional space, you can create length. Yeah.
From what?
Get a ruler. I don't know.
Oh, so now I need a ruler. Can I have length without the ruler? Can I have length without any physical thing?
Yeah.
Go ahead. How?
Well, because there's still three-dimensional space. As long as you live in three-dimensional space, you have length, width, and height.
No, but
That's
we
what
get the
three-dimensional
dimensions.
space means.
We get the dimensions by matter, by measuring matter. So if there's no matter, if there's nothingness, then where are you getting the dimensions?
So is
Dimensions
three-dimensional
of what?
space not length, width, and height?
That's how we defined it, but it's based off of physical things.
Okay, beautiful. Then that's how it is. Beautiful.
If we have no physical things, you have no dimensions.
So now let's not say stupid shit like my wall doesn't have height, because it does have height.
See, you're just not ready, man. It's all good.
8%.
Go back to being yourself.
You're telling me I'm
What's
not
up,
ready,
fuck?
but you don't even know what three-dimensional space is.
How about from behind?
You don't even know that Einsteinian gravitation
Yeah,
is a
I see it.
mathematical model. You don't even get that shit yet.
Like, look how it
I
comes
don't know
up
the
from.
difference, man.
Though, bro.
Yeah, it's just because of the sunlight. Glare of the aperture of the camera that they're using.
Yeah, the sunlight that's
I ain't
sun
looking at
that's like what, 5,000 miles away, according to you guys.
You could like have fun with this sort of phenomenon. You could have different sized or different shaped apertures, and you could have it so it's like there's, if it's a heart shaped, you could have hearts everywhere in your photo, or people. Mess
What
around with this.
do you think, Apocryphon? Are you seeing Earth curve?
So check this out. I was thinking about that, right? So the land
I
itself.
see it.
Look at it. When you go on the airplane, you're gonna see that when you're hopefully you don't have clouds everywhere, but you're gonna see that if you were to like curve, let's say like if you're wearing a hat and you curve it and you can't see like far out, if you curve your hat and tilt it low, you're gonna see that the ground as you're flying over it, like you're gonna see it moving and it's just all flat, right? And you're covering yourself. So imagine like what we're seeing right now is like in a studio or something. Obviously it's a studio because it's fake, right? But imagine they're just playing
dude.
they're like this can be like a shape that makes it that like a window, right? It's just like a round window, but they're just going over a flat plane because nothing like on the edge of it. If you look at the land, right? Let me rewind it. If you look at it, nothing looks curved, bro. Nothing looks like it's curving to you.
Yes, it does. You're just proving our point that the Earth is so big, dude. Everything. No, it doesn't. Where's the flatness at?
Look at right there. That's flat.
You're not that high, dude. Okay, listen. You're telling me that across that landmass, that all
This
people
is
are
the
are just
ISS,
parallel
bro.
to each
Now
other.
it's not that high to see.
You're telling me that all these people. You're telling me from the right side, from the complete right side to the complete left side of that landmass, that all people are on the same parallel line. That'd be a fucking lie.
Wait, what do you mean? What people? Where? What are you talking about?
If there are people on the right side and left side of that landmass, you're telling me that they'd be equal elevation.
Doesn't it look
That's a fucking
flat?
lie.
It just looks
No,
like
it doesn't. It's they're still close to the globe. It's low Earth orbit. They're still pretty close, but it doesn't look flat. It looks curved.
No.
I'm not talking
Like,
about
for
the
example,
dark.
look, take a picture.
You're
Hold
not
on.
get.
No,
Okay,
stop.
you'll
If
get
you
it.
were to take a line, if you were to take a parallel straight line, right? You
Oh,
were to put it right against that
dude,
blue glow,
clear,
you'd see that
bro.
it's clearly curved.
Okay, hold on. Once again, okay, if you were to take something to block out the full picture,
Oh my god,
and you have a
man.
curve, and it's just a like I'm saying the land doesn't look curved. I see the out shape because of
The
the
land
darkness.
definitely looks curved, man.
No, it
You're just not
doesn't, bro.
looking. Yes, it
Bro.
fucking does.
All right,
Hey, keep playing the fucking video. I don't know why you're pausing it. Keep playing the video.
It's playing. I'm not even pausing it. It's playing. It's in real time. Look at do this.
Oh.
Oops. Look at do this. Put your hand like over the blackness, and then just look at the land. It just looks
Okay.
like
You can
flying
already,
over land.
dude. There's one key concept to know that this is already clearly a globe. If this was flat, it'd be extending outwards. It's not. That's why it looks like that. If this was flat, are you talking about a small flat Earth? Because it would
Hold on.
be extending
Hold on.
outwards.
Hold on. Let me
north,
first
east,
let me
west.
first address this. First of all, I believe
Go ahead.
that this NASA live stream is a lie. The studio is over in New Orleans, Texas. They have several of them, and this right here is a simulated fucking.
All right, then don't even talk about it, dude. Don't even talk
Right.
about it. Then if you
Right,
don't
you're
even
right.
believe this is a lie,
You're right.
let's
This
not
is
even
not
talk about
real.
the curve anymore, dude. You don't
Yeah,
even
you're
believe
right.
it's true.
It's fake, anyways. It's fake. You're right. I'm gonna zoom in
Well,
on
it's
this.
clearly not. You can barely make it out, dude.
Look at
It's
that
pretty shitty
beautiful
quality.
green screen, bro. Look at that beautiful photo on the green screen. That's awesome.
Or
How
it's
amazing
real,
that is.
you know, or people can literally see the ISS from
Or
the
it's
ground.
real.
You know, we've seen it. We've seen it from the ground. Like people have recorded it, like literally from the ground.
Yeah,
Recorded the ISS from the ground.
they have the. You know, it'd be really cool if you can map it out.
You got a telescope, dude.
If you go map
People
it
have
out.
gotten their telescopes and they've literally recorded the ISS.
If you map it out and then
Good
you see that
resolution
it's
quality.
right over, it's right over you, and then all of a sudden, boom! It just like you see the airplane fly by. Awesome.
People have recorded it. People have tracked it. You can track it yourself, dude. You can record it too. You have people with powerful telescopes have recorded the ISS. We've seen it. Beautiful.
People record it. You said?
Just don't want to believe it. A lot of you old guys don't want to believe in shit. I don't know
check
what's up with you.
I'm gonna show you a video right now. Hold on, it's really cool. Give me a second though. I'm gonna show you the. Fuck, where did I put it at? Oh, it's gonna be a little bit. I gotta find it.
I don't know why you don't want to believe in the truth, but apparently you just don't want to believe in the truth.
I don't believe in the NASA studio, dog.
We're not all after you, man. Not everyone's coming after you, dude.
The studio.
Maybe people live their fucking lives and do what they do. That's also a possibility you don't think of, man.
You believe in the studio? That's awesome.
It's not that I believe in the studio. I believe in reality.
Where did I put it at? Where is it at? No, I have it. Is this it? There you go. All right, you ready to watch a video with me, bro?
Oh man, this is gonna be a Schizo episode.
Oh, hold on, give me a second. Schizo episode, bro. It's a good episode, bro. Share your screen. Start broadcast. All right. Tell me if you can see it. Can you see it? I'll try to do full screen. Ready?
Yeah, I see him.
All right. I'll play. Check it out.
And your shit. Let's see. I unmuted it there.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
We can't talk about the movies that
Oh, a schizo person that took it out of context.
Check it out, bro. Check it out, bro. Just keep watching. Why would NASA need
Why else do you think someone would say that they do movie productions and they can't talk about it? Why else do you think?
Hey, check it out though. Check it out. Why would NASA need this? Think about how large that is. No, hold on. Look at this green screen. How big it is. Meek Chud Movie Studio. Look it up. I was just going through one of the movies that they filmed there. It's a green screen effect.
Beautiful.
They're not really on a mountain. This is where they're at.
Why would NASA need a fake a fucking mountain, dude?
No. You'll see. You'll see
it's a fucking mountain.
Yeah, because they're filming a movie. You're missing the fact.
It's literally just showing us a fucking mountain, dude.
You're missing the fact that
a CGI.
That green screen is the largest green screen in America, bro.
Beautiful. And it's a beautiful studio.
Yeah, they put the ISS.
And look,
there,
they're actually filming different movies that have literally nothing to do with fucking space.
That's where the spacewalks happen, bro. That's your spacewalk. This is when you see it live.
You can clearly see that has nothing to do with space as well.
Oh yeah, because they're filming a movie at that time, and guess what? That day they're not showing live spacewalks for NASA that day.
Yeah, dude. Sure, but if you truly fucking believe they use that studio out of everything else to do fucking, come on, dude, you're just full of shit.
Well, they also use they have multiple places, bro. There's the green screen right there. Look how large it is. It's flame retardant, chroma key green.
Dude, if this is the place where they fake stuff, they wouldn't even show it to you, man. You wouldn't even get a tour.
That's not true, bro. It's called hidden in plain sight. Get your imagination going.
We get it though. We get it though. I mean, they showed us a video. They showed us a video of a movie happening.
Look at this. Look at this. This is
has nothing to do with space.
Look at this is the studio, and they're showing you how they have the graphics, and that's how they can layer shit. They're literally showing you. It's like a promo showing like their technology.
You do realize that's not what this is purpose for, right? They're showing you graphics of how they fucking are 3D modeling stuff, and you're just
yeah.
You see how you're entering schizo mode with everything, dude?
Literally
you're taking everything out of fucking context, dude.
They're showing you how they do it, bro, in your face. You don't want to believe that, bro.
Dude. You're on some next level shit.
Check it out, bro. Look at that. That's all 3D layering.
3D
bro.
model.
CGI.
Something they do 3D modeling in space or at NASA.
That's your ISS, bro. That's your NASA.
What they added do you think they added the ground there as well? Just then they added the vegetation as well.
Yeah, that's dude, all. Sure. They're showing you the way they could do it, bro.
And you're on some. Come on, dude.
Bro, I'm just showing you where they.
I'm 17. I don't even believe this bullshit, dude.
It's where your space world is, bro. It's all in your imagination, bro. In your TV. Look at exactly. Why don't they have real photos?
What do you mean? Why don't they have real photos? Real photos of fucking what?
Tens of millions to film these productions, bro.
And what?
Well, it makes sense why they take so much money from the public every day now, doesn't
it? Or they're using that money for scientific research and exploration.
Right. Yeah, they got a rat piss in zero gravity. Got it.
Not everyone's out to get you.
Check this awesome. Yeah, look at that. NASA up to their tricks. Wow. Pockets of gravity, Matt. Imagine that. Pockets of gravity, Matt. Look at this. The way they create it for us. All those productions when they show like, we're going to the moon, guys. Here it is. It's a production, bro. You know how many camera
Well, it's
shots they
not
have?
good.
It's like they're filming a TV
And
commercial, bro.
we've had live streams of rockets going up into space live for everyone to fucking see.
Yeah, and then they get cut off. Right? And then they cut to CGI.
They cut off to show you different fucking angles. And
then
what?
they cut to
You
CGI.
don't think
Why
they're
do
not
they
trying to
cut-
prove to you that the Earth is a globe? Everyone knows the Earth is a globe.
Why do they cut to CGI then? If
mean
they
cut
have
to
cameras,
CGI?
if they have cameras on board that can show the entire trip, while they're recording it,
Yeah.
why do they cut to
Yeah.
CGI? And then when they come back, you say, "Hey, where's that video at?" "Oh, it's a high bandwidth. We're trying to get it down." And then months later,
Oh,
"Hey,
it's
NASA,
not, dude.
Oh, really? You want to see the interview
No.
when they were asked that, and that's what they said? That was their response.
Dude,
Somebody
when
asked
when
them.
you're showing a rocket, right, launching up into space, and you have multiple different camera angles, they're gonna show you different camera angles. They're not trying
Check
to
that
prove
out.
to you that the
Ooh,
Earth is a
look at that.
globe. No one's
Beautiful.
trying to prove to you that
Look
the
at the
Earth is
light
a globe,
effects.
dude.
Look at the light effects. Look how easy it is. Look at this.
Earth
Look how easy it is.
is a globe. You're beefing with your own planet, dude.
Look how easy it is,
You're
bro.
going against your own cosmology. You live in this cosmology. It is what it is, dude. I don't know what the fuck's you have
Check
an
out
issue
this
with.
technology, bro. They could just have
Beefing
NASA
with the
suits walking
planet,
around.
dude. You're beefing
They
with
could
your own
put
planet, dude.
they could put anybody in that, bro. Green screen, bro. They could
I don't
put any
care.
face they want to.
Earth is a beautiful planet, dude. I don't know why you're struggling to comprehend that you live on a planet. It just is what it is.
Bro,
Why does it hurt you?
NASA's busted, bro. Why are they
You've
faking
been
it
here
if
for
it's
what?
real?
You said you've been here for 40 years. You've been spinning on this Earth for 40 years, man.
If it's real, why are they faking it? Look
No
at
one's
check this
faking
part out.
shit.
Hey, check this part out. This is fucking
Nah, dude,
hilarious.
I'm not even watching that shit, man.
It hurts. Does it hurt? Look at
No, it doesn't.
Mars. Look at Mars, bro.
Nothing hurts, man. Nothing
Look at
hurts. The Earth is just
look
a
at bro.
globe.
Look at he's creating it on a computer.
Showing a bunch of
bro.
nothing.
He's on a computer, bro. Creating Mars on a computer
Wow.
for us. Look at this.
Wow, that's so
Look at
surprising.
this.
Like, never heard of 3D modeling a day in his life.
Check this out.
The Earth is a globe. I don't know why you
They got
struggle to
caught
comprehend
lying.
it. I don't know why you have
If
an
it's a
issue
globe,
with
why
it.
are they lying? Why are they lying then?
No one's lying to you. No one's lying to you. You just think everyone is.
They're lying, bro.
I know why you think that way.
Look at that. Hot, bro. Hot. Let's see that part again. Look at this. Oops. Sorry about that. My bad. NASA CGI just wigging out. Oops. We got a live shot, folks. Oops. Sorry. Showing our CGI graphics. They got caught, bro. Look at that. Boom. Exposed, bro. They're exposed. Why are they faking it if they're not? If it's real? Look at that. All 3D imaging, bro. And they're passing it to people like you that it's real, bro.
Your ass, bro. Like this shit's ass that we're seeing. We're not even seeing. We're seeing
hear her?
schizo meltdown.
Did you hear? She said, "Here on Earth, on the ground."
What's your beef with Earth? Like, you tell us what your beef with your own planet is.
My beef is with NASA being.
You rather live on an exoplanet that you can't fucking breathe in? Like, what's your fucking issue?
Hey, check this out, bro. Listen.
Like, now that I think about it, dude, it's almost like you're putting shame on the human race, dude.
Look at
Like,
this
you're
guy
just
right
going
here.
against your own planet
Look-
that you
look at
live
this
in.
guy
I
right
don't
here.
get what you're just.
Look at this guy right here.
I'm not even looking. I already told you I'm not looking anymore.
Oh, bro, you missed a funny part, bro. You missed a really good part. NASA's lying to you, bro. Look at this part. Oh my god. Look how fucking fake this looks, bro. Look how fucking What was that? They cut away real quick. Look how quick they cut away. Oh, quick. Get off of there. Look at that, dude. Look at this car that he sent to space. It's right there, bro, in the studio. It's right there for you, bro.
Getting tired, man. You're not showing us anything worth watching, dude.
Dude, they just showed Tesla's car in the studio,
I'll
bro.
give you this, man. I mean, you gotta just accept the truth, man. You live on a beautiful planet. You live in a beautiful cosmological.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, dude.
NASA's been busted, bro. They're fake. They're lying.
It's just time you accept
They're
it, man.
lying,
It's time you accept
bro.
the truth for what it is, dude.
They're lying, bro. They got caught. It's a wrap.
It's all right, man. No one's gonna hurt you, man. Just because the Earth is a globe, it's not gonna hurt you. It shouldn't hurt you. Does it hurt you? It doesn't hurt you, man. You've been living on it for 40 years. You've been spinning with it for 40 years. It's not a problem, man. I don't see why you view it as an issue. I don't know why you want it to be flat and whack, anyways, right? Where this is only it. This is the universe. Hold on. This is the universe. This is all it is. We're on a flat plane, dude. Shut up, dude. We know that's not the fucking case. We're not on a fucking flat plane,
They be
dude.
lying, bro. Then what? Okay. Let's say this. Let's question. Let's think of this logically. Okay, hold on. If
You can't think logically, man. You can't think logically.
Okay, let's think of this logically, okay? If it's a globe, then why are they faking that it's a globe?
No one is faking anything, dude. You're just being schizophrenic.
Dude, they just got caught, bro. Their CGI was on screen, bro. It came out. They were showing a live shot of them working out in space, and there was a glitch, and all of a sudden the screen turned into a 3D layer graphic with all the different camera position angles, like if they're working on this fucking studio 3D CGI program, bro. It happened in a flash, but then it came back to the light. Bro, they got caught lying. Why are they lying, Matt? Why?
No one's lying to you, man.
Why would they be using 3D layering software if they're just filming a fucking
Why
camera?
do you think they'd be using 3D layering software, dude? It's NASA. What do you like? They're the number one, like,
3D layers?
agency.
I agree.
I'm expecting to use 3D layering software.
I agree. They're the number one fakers of live video. I agree to that.
Of course you think so, man. Of course you think so, man.
It makes sense why they're using 3D
It
layering.
doesn't, though. It doesn't make sense that everyone's lying to you, man. It doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. You just believe it because you want to believe it.
Well, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
dude.
Here's the thing. The
Probably
shape
because
of
probably
the-
like you don't believe in evolution either. You don't believe in evolution either because you're full
Oh,
of shit, man.
that's a complete nonsense. But here's the thing, though.
Yeah, of
People
course it is,
believe-
dude. Because you just got spawned here, right? You were made out of ribs and fucking dirt.
Yeah. That's exactly
And we have
what
evidence that
happened.
we have fucking Neanderthals that lived 50,000 years ago. Right?
That's a lie.
And they don't fucking matter, I guess, right?
That's a
No,
lie.
Neanderthals didn't fucking exist.
That's a lie that we know.
We have fucking
the
bones
date.
of them. You're telling us they didn't fucking exist?
Okay, look, check it out. The carbon dating has been known to be false, known to be inaccurate, known to be unreliable. Even people in that field say, yeah, it's not.
What about Neanderthals, though? What about Neanderthals? Just tell me what you think about Neanderthals.
I would say this, okay? And just don't say nothing. Just hear me out. Don't rebut. Don't
Just
jump
hurry up
in.
and just say it, dude. Just hurry
let
up
me
and say it.
Check this out. There's apes, chimpanzees, monkeys, gorillas. There's all these different, but
Just
kind of
say
the
the
same.
important bit, dude.
So when they find this skull that doesn't match the other four, doesn't mean
Now you're saying
that-
they're not even. So Larry and Indio were saying that they were fucking humans. Now you're just denying that they were even fucking humans. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
doesn't mean that they are the missing link between man and ape. Because there were
Even bro, listen, Larry and Indio were saying that they were fucking humans. You deny that they're even humans. You deny it. You just deny it outright. You don't know that we
No.
have the
Hold on.
bones. Hold on, buddy. You don't know that we
Oh
have
my
the
god, bro.
bones, and we've matched it to current human bones,
I'm
and they literally
talking.
almost
Okay.
match.
Okay. I'm
Just aren't
talking.
aware of that.
Okay. I'm talking
Yeah.
about skulls that have been found that they say
Oh, we're
they're
talking
not.
about Neanderthals. We're talking about
Okay.
Neanderthals, kid.
Okay. Do Neanderthals have a different size skull than a
Yeah,
human?
sort of, just a little bit. But
Are
have
there
you looked at the
okay?
comparisons?
Okay. Are there
No one
eyebrows?
gives a shit, dude.
Hold on.
They're a little bit
Is there
different. They're a little bit different. We know that.
okay?
They're a different
Okay.
species. Fuck.
So they are a different species. Exactly. You just
Yeah.
said it for me. They're a different species. Doesn't mean they were humans. They were a different species. They were once upon living. Matter of fact, what if they were
They're
a
still part of the
species?
Homo family. They're still
What
part of our family. It's just that they were
what
different. They were
what
really a
what
different species.
what if that particular creation, for whatever reason, they just went extinct for whatever reason? Maybe they were maybe it was a genocide. Maybe they were another type of human being during the time that there was creation.
Yeah.
I don't
Anything
know.
but what science says, right?
I don't know.
Anything but what science says, right?
But what we do know is that we can't say this or that was X amount of years ago outside of
Yeah, we
recorded
can't say
history.
shit because the
We
Earth only
can't.
existed for 5,000 years, right?
We can't say that, bro. It doesn't even make
Yeah,
sense
because the
logically.
Earth only existed for 5,000 years, right?
Okay,
Right?
do you believe? Okay, you believe in the science. So
Yeah,
do you
dude.
believe in half-life of the magnetism? Do you believe in the half-life of it?
Dude, I'm not full of your bullshit, dude. I'm
Do you
not full of your bullshit.
do you know? Okay, let me. Do you know that it has been studied that there is something they call a half-life when it comes to the magnetic energy? Yes or no?
Dude, I don't give a shit about the magnetic. We're not even. Why are you switching subjects?
Okay, so no, we're along the subject. I'm just trying to show you something.
No, we're
Okay,
not. We're
do
talking
you
about
know?
Neanderthals, and you're talking about
Okay,
magnetism, dude. We're
okay.
talking about
No,
Neanderthals.
because then we started talking about
Oh,
the time. You're the one
oh,
that
we were
said
talking about
you believe
Neanderthals.
it's only 5,000 years old. Remember that? So let's talk
Because
about that.
you do believe it's only
Okay,
5,000 years old, dude, or
so listen.
6,000, 7,000,
So,
whatever the fuck it is.
okay, so listen. So
Do you believe in it?
if science
Well, do
has
you?
said,
Do you?
if science has said that,
Do you believe in it?
I don't know the age of the earth, no. But let me share
You
something with
think
you.
you
With that being
know.
said, if science says that they have concluded, they've come to an understanding because they've been studying it for so long, they're realizing that there's a half-life to this electromagnetic or magnetic whatever field that's in our earth, in our existence, in our reality. Then if you were to rewind the tape of how long they think that it decreases, I think it's every 1800 years. They assume that. Again, I don't know. I don't know how they can do that, but I'm just talking in your paradigm right now. If you were to rewind that, because this is what they believe, you go back a half-life, the intensity of the strength when you reverse that clock, that timeline, if you go back 20,000 years, the amount of energy from reversing it down the timeline would be so strong, it would melt everything their life wouldn't exist. It wouldn't
Here you
be
go with
able
this
to exist.
bullshit. Here you go with this bullshit. Here you go with this bullshit.
Oh, you don't
I'm gonna go to
believe
bed
it
though,
because your
dude.
teacher didn't tell you, huh? Oh, poor little
I don't
boy.
believe in the bullshit that
Your
you're making
teacher
up
didn't
because it's
tell you.
not true. It's not scientifically validated.
Oh, it's not scientific
And I'm
validated.
gonna go to
Oh,
bed, dude. You're talking about fucking 20,000 years ago magnet. What? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're talking about
yeah,
something, dude.
you're not ready.
You're
You're
just
not
being
ready for
like
it. This is your
schizophrenic.
paradigm, by the way. It's your paradigm.
That's your paradigm. I
It's
don't
your
believe.
paradigm that you're making
I
up,
don't.
dude. You're telling me the
I
life
don't.
couldn't exist 20,000 years ago, or the Earth couldn't have been this old
Nothing.
when the
Yeah,
Earth has existed for 4.5 billion years.
Nothing
Come on, dude. You're full
would
of
have
shit.
existed. Everything, all
And nothing
mass
would
and
have,
time
according to Mr. Apocryphon. So let's
would
give
have
you the
burned
Nobel
up, bro.
Prize
Would
then,
have
since you're
burned
such a
up.
smart ass
Would
and you're
have
such a
burned up.
genius,
You
and
know
you
what
know that
happens?
life couldn't have existed 20,000 years ago. Whoa.
You know what happens with
You're a
pressure?
genius, man.
You know what happened with an
Yeah, you're
intense?
a genius, dude. Tell me.
What happens when an intense pressure happens? What happens? Would
You tell me. You're a
right?
genius.
Heat, right?
Yeah, heat.
Heat.
Tell me,
Right.
genius.
The higher the pressure, right? It's because the result of a heat.
So what are you proposing? Can you tell us what you're proposing? Tell us what you're proposing.
Well, the proposal would be that if you believed in the paradigm of them saying, "Oh, we know that there's a half-life and there's a decay in magnetism and in the force field or electric field or whatever field it is, whatever it is,
Dude,
there's a
Apocryphon
half-life to it."
believes Neanderthals were non-humans but humans at the same time. It's fucking crazy shit, man.
No,
It's on this episode.
don't put words in my mouth. Oh, by the way, Jekko, I didn't.
That's what you said.
By the way, don't put words in my mouth, bro. I said you said they were a different species. I said, okay, I agree with that. They were. Okay, but that doesn't mean we came from them. They're a different species.
We
put it
don't
this way.
say that we.
Put this way. Put this way. Did a tabby cat come from a lion, or are they different species? But at the same
The
family.
main part of why I even
you
brought
don't-
Neanderthals up or anthropology up to begin with is so you can take a look at it, and then you can maybe question
It's all
your own
fake.
paradigm and
It's
see
all
if it
fake,
fits
bro.
out.
Evolution's fake. I'm sorry. Go to bed. Evolution's fake.
Evolution's
Hey,
fake.
Jack-
So
hey,
where'd
Jack-
you come
hey, Jack-
from then?
Evolution's fake, bro. Hey, Jekyll.
Where'd you come from?
Yeah.
Oh, don't talk to Jekyll. How'd you get here? How'd you get here?
Hey,
Tell
Jack,
us.
you're nobody to tell me who the fuck to talk to and who not to. Just shut the fuck up, kid.
Ooh.
Fuck you. Hey, Jekyll, you
Yeah, what's
said
up?
that you heard. I watched the video, but I did not hear me come up in that 8-hour video. I didn't hear me.
It's not that you were heard; it was that you were seen. You
when-
didn't watch the whole 8-hour video, did you?
I watched like 5 hours of it.
I'm currently only 4 hours and a half in, and you've already overtook me.
What? Where?
Yeah, dude, he's obsessed to the truth of the globe, dude. He's obsessed with it. He's obsessed to see.
I was literally just watching it just now. I'm on 4 hours and a half. Right.
Okay, I want to find where I'm at. So let me see here.
There's no way you watch all 3/4 of it
Yeah, I was like 5 hours. I think I'm like here. Let me look at the video. It's
in one night as well. It's crazy.
Huh?
But did you like it? It's a good video, right? It debunks all of your claims.
Oh wow, you're funny,
Beautiful,
bro.
yeah. Beautiful.
Scott, have you seen it? Have you seen the video?
It's well put together.
Yeah.
Well put together. That
Seen what video?
The
that
Veritas
clearly took
video.
A long time.
Oh, one sec, I'll get the.
There's a Veritas video of something?
Oh, one sec, I'll show you. I'm gonna get the link.
That clearly took a long time to put together.
He did a good job. He did a good job of debunking.
I like that they did like a lot of like graphics and stuff. Like, dude, you know my favorite part was, bro? I thought
Thanks, man.
I think it wasn't even like an hour into it, I think. And dude, D-Mock is going off on McToon, and that was the funniest shit I've ever. I was reminded how fucking funny D-Mock is when he talks and goes like on a rampage.
I mean, there's some points in there, just like for Scott, right? There's some points in there that, like, you know. So, like, when I started the video, I thought, oh, this video is going to be like, you know, some sort of simpleton's opinion of what flat earthers believe, right? But he goes in there, he gets clips. Gregory's in it 3 times. I'm just like, oh god, I mean,
3 times. In one time, I only caught him one time.
He's in there 3
I'm only
times.
an hour in. 3, that's crazy.
You see a couple, and so like they're definitely accurate opinions of flat earthers and some good debunks. There's some good debunks. In fact, things we already say, but like there's some good stuff in there.
Hey, I don't see myself in here. I think you might have me confused with.
No, your name is in one of the voice. I mean, if were you watching the screen the whole time because your voice is in one of the you are in one of the VCs or a couple of them.
No.
So's Ambo. I thought I heard your voice at one stage, but maybe it's just someone who sounds like you.
Okay, yeah, I don't see my name in any.
You might be in there, Rapaz. They might have got your ass too, man.
Yeah, I don't care if they did, but I'm just saying, like, it's. When I was watching it, I was like, no, that I haven't heard myself or seen myself at all. It was just cool. I mean, it is what it is. But the part here is right here. DMOC and like past 23 minutes, bro. DMOC is ripping McToon, and this shit's hilarious, bro. At 25 minutes, oh my god, that's where it's just pure comedy. You want a good
You
laugh?
got some dude talking about who's that one dude that seemed like he was a crackhead or something. I forget who it was. He was early on in the video, dude. Talking about like walking around with no shoes or something stupid, man.
Can you pause
Something
what you're talking about?
The spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, flying for a never expanded void of darkness.
I just know of darkness. We gotta get him as soon as I heard his voice, man.
What's the evolution thing you're talking about, guys?
But it's the way you say it, Jekyll. You say evolution because you know a lot of these Christians and stuff. They actually say evolution.
That's why.
Evolution.
Because they want to say it's evil. Yeah, they want to say it's evil, but your accent, it's just normal for you to say evolution like that.
Oh, you say evolution. Right, okay.
Yeah, we say it evolution, right? Evolution.
No, it's Evo, you idiot. God damn it, you're so stupid. No, I'm just kidding. It's evolution, though. Hold on.
Yeah, but see, the Americans, we have a way to say it, right? So we say it evolution, but for even when I kept hearing Jekyll say it, I'm like, dude, you're saying it like this other guy says it because he calls it evil. So for him, it's evolution.
Oh yeah.
So it's like,
well, evolution began in England, so it's the correct way to say it.
For sure.
Began in England.
What was I going to say? But so Neanderthals are relatives, or like what's going on?
No, I was just letting him know that apes are apes and monkeys are monkeys and chimps are chimps.
Yeah, we're classified as apes, right?
And humans are humans, bro.
Yeah, we are classified as apes.
Man can do whatever they want, dude. It is what it is. I don't care. That doesn't make us apes. But here's the thing, though. Here's what I want to say. We were also talking about the final experiment, and I told him, and I didn't care. On record, I said, dude, if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then there's of course, then it has to be a globe, of course. And I put it out there. I said, I'll be probably the only flat earther maybe that will say, all right. I guess it goes back to the original argument.
So here you go. An ape is any tailless primate belonging to the families Hylobatidae, which includes gibbons, and Hominidae, which encompasses chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, gorillas, and the humans.
Yes, I know.
So we are apes. Definitionally.
Listen. I know that man in our history of time, because that book wasn't around forever, right? That book just didn't exist when like creation happened. Somebody wrote that into a textbook, into online dictionary, into a book somewhere.
Yeah, but we're defined as an ape.
Here's my point. Somewhere along the course of time, as mankind went along, somebody said, "Hey, we are from a monkey, and we're going to classify ourselves with them because those."
What do you define ape as?
An ape?
Like, what's the definition of an ape for you?
A fucking ape, bro.
Yeah, well, that's a word. I'm asking for the definition of that word.
I never looked up the definition of an ape.
Can you do that for me and find any definition that says we're not an ape?
No, you're missing the point. Of course, we live in a society where they've pushed for you to believe, me to believe, my children to believe, for their children to believe, for my parents to believe. We live in a time in the world, in this little slither of the greater timeline, we have been told by somebody who decided to put in a textbook, to put in a dictionary, and say, humans are of the family that are also monkeys and chimps and apes and gorillas
And the reason why they did that is because they were pushing.
Wait, okay, let's just. I mean, let's just break this down, right? Are we primates? Are humans primates?
That's what the scientists say. Yes.
You would agree with that? We are primates.
Scientists have came. Okay, you're not listening to me. You're just not. You're just you don't want to hear it.
Well, I mean, look, if we're primates and we don't have a tail, then by definition we're an ape. Anything that's a primate that doesn't have a tail is a part of an ape species, or the species like category.
Okay, so once again, somebody, once upon a time, whatever year that happened, somebody put man equivalent to these chimpanzees, monkeys, gorillas, and apes. Said we're all the same. We're all the same family. And then they say, just like the baboon and the monkey and the spider monkey, and they have tails, so we're gonna put all them together. And man, somebody somewhere, maybe it was a collection of people, I don't know. And they're like, see the cat, see the little house cat, and then you see the tiger, and then you see the lion, and then they're all the feline. And somebody started grouping these things and said, it's science, people, it's science. And they put man along with monkey. And then went to be even farther beyond that. They said, we come from this once upon time of type of monkey. That's called evolution, everybody. And then that's what they taught in schools as a fact. I don't agree with that.
Okay, right. So what's your objection to evolution?
That it's ridiculous.
Well, that's not an objection, is it?
Well, it's my objection, but it is the ridiculousness of it is insulting.
Isn't that like incredulity? You just find it ridiculous.
Well, I don't care what you want to label it as, but here's the point that I'm making.
Do you have like any like more concrete objection to it?
It's okay.
It feels weird.
I feel like this, okay? I understand that everybody's born into a system, and you learn, and the teacher, why would they lie to you? Why would the books lie to you? Why would the system lie to you? Evolution has to be real because we were taught that, and it's clear we have all the evidence.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you what people taught you. I'm asking you why do you object to it?
Look. There's people that make a living off of it, careers. They study all this stuff.
Yeah, people make a living off flat Earth.
And so here's the point, though. Here's the point. To me, it's like you're insulting my intelligence.
Why? What? Apoc, I get it. What is the objection?
Because you want to believe what they have told us, and the objection is this: everything that's living on the land did not come from a creature that was once upon a time living in the water.
How do you know that?
Because it's ridiculous for you to even believe that.
You can't say it's ridiculous. You need to give something like a reason. Why can't it be that way?
Okay. Because that is not reality.
Do you think you came from a rib under dirt?
No, I came from my mom and dad.
Yeah, but do you think all humans came from a rib of dirt?
That's the story of creation.
And do you believe in that story?
I don't know that.
Do you believe in that story?
I will say this.
Do you believe in that story? Yes or no?
I will say this. I don't know if that story is true, but because I believe in a creator, and if this book is what they say was inspired by the spirit of the creator, well, then I'll just say, okay, cool story. I mean, I remember I learned it when I was young, but I'm not anyone to question that story to be fake or real because I wasn't there and I don't know that. I mean, if that's what happened, that's what happened. Cool, but I still believe in the creator. I mean, I don't know if that's a real story, but what is insulting?
Why do you find it more easy to believe that you came from rib and dirt than from a fish?
Well, I don't. Again, I don't know if we came from rubber dirt, but the fact that if you rewind the tape, okay, and you want to believe in not a creator, then that's what's insulting. Because there's creation and there's a creator. There's a consciousness.
Why can't a creator be a part of evolution?
You think because that's not even realistic.
Why?
That an explosion. First of all, that destroys your heliocentric model. By the way, this is retarded.
Wait, God destroys the heliocentric model?
No. What I mean by that is the Big Bang Theory destroys.
Yeah.
The
Why?
heliocentric model.
Well, sorry, the Big Bang Theory. What?
Well, let me explain to you how logically how it makes zero sense. Okay.
Okay, but it has to have something to do with evolution and God, though, because if it doesn't, I don't know where we're going.
Evolution comes after the Big Bang, right? Right, in your paradigm, right? Evolution comes after the planets formed, and then millions of years went by, and then it cooled down. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, billions of years went by, not just millions. Yeah, we know that for a fact. By the way, we did the math. We did the math. It checked out. We carried the 1. We crossed over the x. We minused it.
Well, we carbon dated things and used
right. That's right. Chemistry. Yeah, that's right. And the machine was like 13 billion years, and we're like, fuck.
Oh, you're on about the universe. I thought it was about evolution. You need to let's stay on evolution, right? So with evolution, right?
Oh yeah, 4 billion years.
All that people say is going on, and you can include the creator. Not include it. I don't care. Right, whatever you want to do with the creator, wherever his role is, I don't care. But the principle of evolution is just that you have random genetic mutation, and those mutations are passed on through natural selection. What's your objection to that?
Okay, so let's go back to evolution. Okay. The Earth cools down, right? In the paradigm of it. I don't believe this at all. This is total fucking story, sci-fi, Narnia shit. Okay, the Earth cools down, right? And then there's a spark, an electric spark.
Who's saying that?
That reacts with the water, with the.
Okay, let's not. Okay, just before you continue, I just want to chat with Scott Mackey. Scott, do we say we know how life started on Earth?
Yes, if he's honest.
Well, I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of this lightning bolt that struck the water, and lo and behold, life was born. Right?
Really?
Yeah, that is something I only hear flat earthers say. I always hear that we don't know quite what happened at the genesis of life.
Okay, somewhere along the lines in this crazy, perfect conditions had to be in place, and all of a sudden, there is this molecule, right? That just when it was sparked with lightning, it just started to duplicate.
Yeah. And then it was struck with lightning. I don't know why you're inserting that bit. Starting to duplicate, yeah, it does start to duplicate.
And then that one molecule made a creation. Nobody knows what that is. Even in your paradigm, no one knows the first creature that
I don't know.
made.
I wouldn't say molecule. I would say single cell bacteria. Something very simple, right? And that single cell, starts to reproduce.
We'll just say it's an RNA. Okay, it's an RNA molecule.
Yeah, that's a little bit of information, and it's this very small single cell.
Yeah. So where did that data come from? Where did that data come from?
Data, enzymes.
Okay. So where did they come? Okay, who's the foreman on the job? Who has the blueprints?
I know what you mean. There's nutrients, and those nutrients can become enzymes, and enzymes can construct and deconstruct DNA.
Okay. So then, but the DNA itself is a blueprint within it that knows when it builds something, it builds it a certain way purposely.
Oh, how do you know that?
Because that's what this is your paradigm, by the way.
No, we don't say it builds anything purposefully.
We know. Okay, well, actually, we can think of it this way. In our DNA,
Our DNA has code that says you will have 2 arms, right? If you're talking about a single cell,
Exactly.
primitive organism,
Okay. Think about
before
that.
all of that, like all of the, I don't know, limbs and the body morphisms come into
great.
play, it's not going to
Yeah.
have that sort of information.
You're right. You're right. Let's rewind the tape. Okay. It doesn't have arms. It doesn't have legs. It doesn't even have an eyeball. It doesn't even have a brain. It has none of those things, because remember, all those systems work together in a harmonious, like an engine.
Yeah, but what happens in a single cell primitive organism? How many systems do you need?
Exactly. It has none of that because it's a single cell. It's just a simple microbe right at this point. Okay, then millions of years go by. Millions of years. Oh, maybe even billions of years.
Yeah, we'll say about a billion. I think humans come around.
And somehow, this is where I question you in your own paradigm. Where did the new information come from?
What do you mean new information?
For it to start creating all these different things.
What do you mean new information?
Okay. When they replicate, they have information, correct?
Well, it's not like a computer. It's not information in that sense.
Hold on. No, well, actually, biology is kind of like that, because there's
in a likeness, yes, but not the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not putting. Well, then you understand that I'm talking in the likeness. No?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what information would be here, right? In the sense that you have random genetic mutation. Those random genetic mutation will have impacts on your.
No, you're skipping. You're literally going from your elbow that we should be talking about, but you're right now you're talking about the fingertips. Okay, let's dive deeper. Okay, when you start saying there's these mutations, where is that new information coming from in its likeness for it to even think about having these new mutations in your paradigm?
Tell me what information means.
It starts growing something that it didn't used to grow before.
Like a random genetic mutation?
Like where does that information come from?
What do you mean? You just answered your own question. Random genetic mutation.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that in creation, that this single cell molecule, organism, whatever, has a random, all of a sudden starts making something that it's not usually making or was even programmed to make. Because those cells were specifically making just what it was making. Like, think of it, let me put it this way. McDonald's, the guy at the fries only makes fries. So if one day the guy at the fries is now making a Big Mac, something happened. That's like, wait, what the fuck? Why? What made you change?
DNA has to replicate itself. Okay. Epoch, right? So whenever it replicates itself,
but
it's always going to be a little bit different from the last time. And what DNA is built from are enzymes, to proteins, and so on, right? So whenever it replicates itself, it's not going to be identical to the last time. But that's not it's not information like a code, like as in a computer code, right? It's called a code to sort of like, I don't know, communicate it to people, but it's way more organic than anything you could put into a computer. It's just random genetic mutation.
Okay. So what you're doing is you're taking these primitive beginning stages, and I'm trying to ask you,